Hello, welcome to day 2 of the Conscious Business Showcase for October 2021. We have another awesome lineup. So many strong healers are speaking today. So if that's your jam, you're really going to enjoy the topics for today. And my name is Christine Cardoza, one of the co-founders of the Healing Soul School. If you're new to us, my mission is to help people end their emotional suffering, whatever that is, and in the form. Those who were raised in fear or trauma, I was as well. And so it's the things that I've learned on how to heal myself and to come up out of some of those darker holes and cycles of depression. I really want to help others with that as well. And then in business, because how we do one thing is how we do everything. So if you're hiding anywhere in your business, or sorry, in your life, and you don't feel like showing up, then you're also hiding in your business. So then how to get seen? What are the different ways? I have worked in business my whole life, since high school, and really and online the last 6 years. So I understand the online world, social marketing, and how to do all of that. And so I just really want to be able to offer those gifts, because as you're the stronger lighthouse, I call it, in your business, then more people get helped. And that's the joy that Virginia and I get to watch on the back end as you go and shine brighter. Then we know that more people are going to be looked after and helped through whatever it is that you're here to do and to shine. So we're just so grateful to have you. I'll introduce my wonderful business partner, Virginia. We are such a good team because I'm the front of the house. She, thank God, has my back on the back house. All of the detailed stuff and the emails and the logistics. She's my engineer, and I'm so super grateful for her. Virginia, tell us about yourself.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being with us again today. Yeah, just like Christine said, we've got another fantastic lineup of some amazing humans doing awesome things in the world. I am, as Christine said, the other co-founder of the Healing Soul School. And my mission has been to just really empower people to know that you are the co-creator of your life and that you can create anything, that you can live your dream, whatever that is and wherever that is, and just really want to support and empower people that way. I am a meditation and mindset coach and energy healer. So just helping people and supporting you along that journey to get you to that life that you've always dreamed of, right? So that's really kind of part of what my mission is to bring to the school and just help people getting out of that suffering and lack and just really stepping into their power and who they are and who they're meant to be in this world. I too have over 20 years of entrepreneurial experience in logistics. So that's kind of my jam. So that is my strength from a business perspective and what I bring to the table for our community of entrepreneurs, just helping and guiding and coaching them through that kind of stuff. And so together, Christine and I make an awesome team, and we have a fabulous community that we like to share it all with. So thank you if you're new to us for being with us. And I hope you enjoy our awesome showcase that we have for you today.
Right on, right on. I thought you were going to say you're a medicine woman when you started that. And I was like,
I like that too.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, let me share a little bit about who we have today. That way, if you're catching the replay, you can fast forward to the speakers that maybe are where you're at in life and just feel a vibrational match too. They are all phenomenal, everyone we interview for sure. Today we have Vivek coming up at 9:15, and he just released a new song on Friday night. It was super, super cool. So we have a live artist coming in to speak to us about healing through self-love and his journey. Very powerful story. And then Rebecca is coming, Shamanic Divine Roots. Oh man, I heard her speak at another summit this week, and I'm so super excited. What a lovely, beautiful, elegant soul. And she's here to connect us to like the native roots and the Indian native way of looking at life. And you will really, really enjoy. I feel like I'm going to enjoy everybody, so I'll stop saying that for everyone and just that's just a blanket. And then Renu is coming back. I think this is her third or fourth time. We just really love her magic. She has a healing modality called ART. It's the accelerated release technique.org if you want to check it out. And I have never seen a modality get to the root of the emotional shit that we hold on to like Renu is able to do through her modality. And she's training other people to do the same so that she has facilitators who can help her. Like, it is so powerful. She has brought out things in my subconscious that I didn't even know. And the cool thing is, on my first session, she said, we're gonna heal a life event today. And I was like, cool. My divorce was the first thing that popped up. That was probably one of the harder things I went through. And she's like, no, we're gonna ask your subconscious. And I was like, oh, okay. And it wasn't even my divorce. It was something, it was related after, but something, it was the root of some of the things in my patterns. So she's really, really amazing. We love her. Ilka is going to come on, creating a life you love. What a powerful woman she is. She's helping empower others as well. And then Sonia Williams, she's all the way from across the pond from the UK, and she's going to talk to us about parenting, the conscious journey, being a conscious parent. And then we have three incredible healers at 12 o'clock today Eastern. We have Miranda Hall. She's a quantum healer, but she has 4 degrees. She's a doctor, I would say, even though I don't know if that's in her title or not. She has lots of letters, but really, really powerful healer. And she's going to come and we're going to talk about quantum healing and her magic. Karla is going to come on after, and this is all about breath work. If you've never done a breath work or you don't know much about breath work and the impacts, how that can help you to heal yourself, your mind, your emotion, your thoughts, then I highly recommend watching that episode. Catch it on the replay if you need to. She's going to do a breathwork class, and she's been helping me the last 6-7 months or so. We're going to talk a little bit about my healing journey because she'll ask a few questions and like a well of tears come. And I'm like, wow, we just healed and cleared and released that life event. Like, it's really incredible. What she's able to do, or just like what she sees from the feminine and the masculine, and healing those wounds and knowing what questions to ask. And then Christine is going to come on as our last healer today. This woman is a powerhouse. She is very much an extrovert, but so fun. Like, I don't know, I just can't stop watching her. I'm like, it's just so exciting and very flamboyant. Yes. Yeah. I hope she wears her big feather earrings. They're really fun. And she's going to talk about claiming your sovereign voice, like how to stand in your sovereignty, which is really awesome. So super excited for today and everything that we have going on.
That's awesome. That's a fantastic lineup. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just fiddling with the banners here again.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Christine. Welcome. Any spiders last night, Christine? We were talking about spiders yesterday with our witch, Karina.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Super cool. Well, we have a few minutes to go before our first speaker comes up for the day. And so I'm just feeling called, let's share what it is that we do. Virginia and I, we're like a mom hug, I would say. So if you're, struggling through anything, Virginia is really just an amazing person to talk to get just, that sounding board. She walks me off ledges, all the time, where I'm like, oh, and she could see me in my mental fury. It's like, okay, come back to earth. Let's bring it back. Which is really great. And so for us, the two of us, we're both intuitive. We're both healers. We both have a lot of life experience with kids and business and life and working online, working in corporate, working for ourselves, working for other people. And so for anyone who is just wanting that lift up, we are doing sessions together. We started that, and it's really a lot of fun. We just listen to you. Listen to your heart, your subconscious, what it is that you're going through. And then you have both of us to kind of weigh in on what we're hearing as we're connecting into source for you. For as far as business goes, like, I'm more of the visionary. The ideas I get the downloads and they just come, and I can help someone build out their business, not just one level, like how to, your next step, but I see the second and third layer for you on like how to build out or where to grow that business to. And Virginia is so good at the logistics, like being organized and having, the back end set up. And that's all part of our Elevate Your Vision program that we have, where if you don't know what you want to do, or you're getting the squeeze, as I say, where your old life isn't, feeling good anymore, whether you're working in a job or maybe you have a business and it's just not hitting, or your clients just aren't finding you, then this would be a really great opportunity. Just let's have a conversation and see, what it is that you need. If we can't help you, then I definitely know someone else who can. We've interviewed over 100 entrepreneurs this year in our fields, like in the healing world. So
we got somebody's number.
We know somebody, absolutely. And we're just connectors. We want you to help you to up level. And so for that Elevate Your Vision program, it is 6 months, and it's all about either, like taking the idea, if you're at idea, or you already have a business, but you're not sure how to take all the pieces and your experience and even your trauma, all of the things that you've been through and what you've come to today, how to take all of that and turn that into something magical that you are in love with, that you are connected energetically, that your nervous system is also connected, so you're not hijacking yourself or going into that, procrastination state or just overwhelm and not knowing what to do. There's so much noise out there online. Then definitely reach out to us. If you have any issue with connecting to yourself or to others, maybe you want a relationship and you just don't know how, you didn't learn the emotional skills or the tools when you were growing up, then connect to us, because we can tell you all about Naked Alchemy. And I'm going to share quickly, actually, because I had it up. I'm going to share what Naked Alchemy is. This really is healing, but it's healing with fun.
Yeah.
And it's, I'll just say fun as I pull up the screen here and what we're covering. These are all of the lessons and I have an intro. If you want to listen to it, send me a message, just Naked Alchemy, and or email us, info@healingsoulschool.com. We'll send you the intro class. I'm actually teaching you how to heal some of those wounds and look at it as the observer, taking that step back and having a look so that you can see and where you're maybe looking or needing that help to heal, so that you feel safe to be vulnerable with others. You're not shut down and closed, because you're missing out on so much pleasure and so much fun that you could have in your life because of the past, and maybe you've been burned before or you've had your heart broken. And so this really is to open you up. It's to open you up from within and really light that fire. Okay, so the first part is all about vulnerability, how to have that safe vulnerability, but I'm taking you through, like, where are you stuck? What's your shit? Like, where does it come from? What are the coping methods? Because when you can shine a light on that and you see what it is, then you can detach emotionally from it, and you're like, oh, there's my stuff again, or there's my pattern, and you're not, either in a fight or a restriction or some kind of contrast with yourself or with others. You're going to start to see those patterns, and it really just helps to lighten everything up. And so going through that, and then we're going to move into intimacy and how to have intimacy with ourselves, being able to really say, I love ourselves, in the mirror. That's something that's really hard for a lot of people. People are either ignoring themselves in the mirror or they're criticizing themselves in the mirror. So just think about yourself right now. Like, how are you when you look in the mirror? Do you actually really look at yourself? Are you your best cheerleader where you're like, good job today? Or, you know what, we effed up on that other thing, but we're going to continue on and you're doing awesome. Whatever's going on in your day, right? So it's just being able to how to connect, but then intimately, so that you can move. What'll happen is as you start to shed those vibrations and those things that are keeping you maybe not in a place of receiving pleasure, whether it's in a relationship or by yourself, then you're going to start to attract things that are going to bring you that pleasure and that intimacy, and it's going to feel so good and delicious. Part of that is meditation, of course, of what we teach. And then we'll move into sacred sexuality, because I really feel that, we're being called to be in our balance, feminine and masculine. And that includes an awakened, conscious, evolved man or woman. It doesn't matter your gender. We have these energies within us, the feminine and the masculine, and it's how to wake up both of those within you so that you're just enjoying life, and everything that it's meant to bring you. We're here, I don't feel for like one specific purpose. I feel that we're here to enjoy life. We're here to have pleasure, and whatever lights you up is your path and the direction that you can take. But if you've got some of those, rocks in your backpack that are holding you back, then Naked Alchemy could be something for you. And we meet on Wednesdays at 7. So we teach for some time, and then there's time for open communication so that you're learning. We're actually integrating. We've taken in so much content the last year and a half. It's time to really integrate what we're learning and not just take in more stuff and really be able to learn from that.
It's a beautiful course. And I think that, when I've noticed it and we've noticed it, hence why the course you created it, is that it really comes down to loving ourselves in these times. And at this point, it really comes down to learning to love ourselves, and everybody has different things that they need to go through to heal that, to feel that, to create that connection and that relationship with yourself. And I love how you've brought Naked Alchemy forward to people. And like you said, not just about having those relationships with others, but it's first and foremost about creating and healing that relationship with ourselves, so that we can go out there and have meaningful and beautiful relationships, and that going forward. So if that's something that speaks to you, then this is the course for you. And yeah, definitely reach out. It's a beautiful healing course that Christine will walk you through.
How to stop hiding.
Yeah.
I'm a recovering hider.
Yeah.
That's even
or stay hiding, whatever floats your boat.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How to come out. Awesome. Cool. Well, those are some of the ways to work with us. I'm also a cult survivor, and we have a program for that. If you need to do programs, so reach out. If you're having a hard time, you were raised in either a strict religion, a cult, or you had a very controlling kind of environment, controlling parents that were, had narcissistic tendencies, then this is a program for you as well. Just really how to, again, unhook from those emotional things that are holding you back, or when you see some of the ways of the mind control and how that works, and you're like, wow, and then you can see where you're controlling in your life, either yourself or others. It's really neat to take that step back and look at your stuff, but from this place of not heaviness, but okay, I see you, and now I know how to move that and not attract those same things over and over. Really, yeah, just enjoy life. Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get started.
Okay, so I am going to, I'll go ahead and take a back seat, and cool. I'll let you run with it, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
Excited for our next guest.
Perfect. All right, let's bring up Vivek. Hello. How are you?
This is so cool. Awesome show you have here. Thank you so much for having me, Christine.
Thank you. Welcome. What an exciting week. It's your birthday week. It's a new song dropped on Friday night. Oh my gosh, that is so exciting. Can't wait to hear about that. And just having a chat with an artist who's dropping down music. That's so cool. Tell us your story, and how you got to where you are today. I know it'll be in some stages, but kind of what is on your heart to share as far as your story. We feel that stories help to kind of it's for relating people to you, but also they can see, oh, I went through something similar, or look what he's doing with everything that happened. We've all got something, and I would just love to hear your story.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. How much time you got? Because
right.
We could really
tell us the parts that lead to your song.
Fair. So, okay, in 2010, I was misdiagnosed with a fatal liver disease. It was called primary sclerosing cholangitis, and so for a year and a half, I thought I had this disease, and the outlook prognosis is not really good with this. I think most people need a liver transplant. Some people don't make it past their 40s. It's really, really scary if you start researching it online. And I think that's what we did. And it kind of, really took me for a loop, because I had this, mental depression and kind of a lot of feelings that I was just not really sure how to process them. And, over the course of a year and a half, I got, sent to a different hospital where they redid the tests, and they found out that I didn't have this disease. And so it was weird, because I was just okay, I still feel. So what happened was I had liver pains. I had some, mild skin conditions that cleared up usually with some steroids or something like that. And but I felt, even to this day, I can feel in my organs there's there's just a denseness, a heaviness, right? And so when I found that out, and they're oh, okay, yeah, you're free to go, I was just really, this is it. And so I grew up, with like
It's so anticlimactic. Like for a year and a half, you didn't know if you needed a liver transplant. They're like, sorry, you misdiagnosed and you can go.
yeah, it was intense. Yeah, like it's just like, okay, like now what? Now where do we go? So it was interesting because I at that point I wasn't really into holistics. I wasn't like my spiritual journey and like just like my whole, you know, purposeful journey hadn't really kicked in at that point. But it was like, okay, so now I just go back slowly back into my old life, which really didn't, you know, obviously wasn't the right answer, because you know, partying a lot and just you know, not aware or awakened yet or anything, and so fast forward from, so that was around 2010 2011, fast forward like 4 years to like 2014, and I remember it was like after the Toronto Raptors were having like a playoff, like they had like one of their first playoff runs, and you know, a lot of partying, a lot of uh, things of that nature. But I remember waking up one day and I just felt like I got hit by a truck, like just you know, extreme chronic fatigue, like just really, really lethargic for a while, and then like I started developing this rash, and this rash started like spreading like all over my body, like my all over my head, like I lost all my hair, my eyebrows, you can see like one is like starting to, like it's coming back now, thankfully, but yeah, I lost all that, and it was like a gradual process, like it just kind of like got worse and worse over like the course of like a year and a half. And during that year and a half, so like it felt like it was like the itchiness that coincide with it felt like the worst itchiness, like 1,000 mosquito bites. Like I don't wish it on anyone. And I, you know, and now I balance it a bit, but during that process, we saw, you know, I'd say upwards of 20 plus doctors, medical practitioners, holistics, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic, the list goes on, homeopathic, like, you know, even energy like work, and I'm, you know, still doing that, but it's like it took like a long period of time until I finally found like a functional practitioner, and she was able to piece. So this was in end of 2015. She was able to piece some things together, and like, you know, during that whole course, I also lost like 30 pounds. So I started kind of getting my life back together, and I was working at like a corporate job at the time, like, and I was in and out of the corporate job because of the health issues. And I realized, like, you know, after the first time it happened, so like in 2016, like I started improving. So I went back to this corporate job, and I thought, you know, the first time I got better, I was like, oh, okay, like I was one of those like people who are like overly, you know, happy-go-lucky kind of gratitude, like not really grounded, just like really like over the top, like you think of, you know, like a cheerleader kind of like person, and it was
Super positive.
yeah. So I look back on it and it was just like, oh, okay, because I thought, you know, I was gonna be done with this thing, and because, you know, we figured it out, and then it reoccurred again in 2017, and then all the things that I tried with, you know, the functional practitioner, we tried again, we tried even like new protocols, and that didn't help. So I just kind of realized this is something that is healing in layers, healing in its own you know, accord, but I gently kind of have some ways of dealing with it. And during that time, I to kind of get, you know, to the self-love through music, is I took music like in 20, like early 2000s, and always been into music, but I didn't really have like that purposeful connection, you know, like that connection that is, I think all artists need to find at some point, that like, oh, like my music actually has like a meaning, or I can use it to help others, and also, you know, heal myself through the work of doing it. So when like early 2015 started, like I just started kind of using it as my diary, really, like as a journal. And like, so through the whole process, I went gluten-free, dairy-free. I wrote a song called Gluten Freestyle. It's actually like a freestyle kind of rap. And, the people in the functional and holistic community loved it, but that's where it started. And then I just started writing all my emotions and writing all my things. And I was like, oh, like I'm kind of onto something here. And also on the darkest of days when things just didn't rapidly transform, right? The situation that I have, like I couldn't take like one supplement or two, like, a supplement, and then, within a week or so or 2 weeks, it's going to get better. It doesn't work like that. So I really had to sit with a lot of tough emotions and really learn to slow down and really learn to like accept, surrender to the fact that, things don't happen overnight. And that was a tough thing. So I voiced that, through my music. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first part. I think that's the first segment. I'll let you jump in there. I feel like I was talking for a while.
Very neat, because just, it's you have something and you don't know, and you're trying all these things and trying to figure it out and sort out, but it is all part of the journey. And for whatever reason, and maybe you'll get to know now, is like you went through all of that for a reason, for something. Maybe it's for your help, maybe it's, just a part of your growth, who knows. But just really grateful that you found someone who could help you. I call them actually, yesterday when we had on, sorry, I've talked to so many people, give me a second for her names. When I was talking to Blashka, and she said, she's basically a body translator, and what's going on in the body, there's something. And for us, and just all of the spiritual training and what we've been learning over this last year and a half, is it's tied somewhere emotionally. It's stuck emotions that are inside your body that are just asking to be released. And the body is just saying, hey, right here, look at this thing. And when you look at each of the body parts, there's something energetically that's tied to them. You can bring in the chakras, all energetics, the emotions, all of that together. It's really neat, because now I feel so much further along. It's not, well, you just have to suck it up because you just have this thing and we can't figure out what it is, or fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia is actually a secondary diagnosis. There's something that's there first, and when it's not found, fibromyalgia starts to come out. Or I've had family members who had it, and it's a horrible thing, but it's to go deeper. It's just saying, hey, come in. There's some attention needed in this area.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel that. I've done that work too. And I mean, it's really powerful, and it just, it opens your mind to different ways of thinking. And I wish, more people, hopefully, with the work you're doing and the work that I'm doing, and then building community, that we can, help people and just learn about these kind of tools and methods, right? Because the world's in a different place now, right? It's not the same. We need new ways of thinking. We need new leaders like yourself and Virginia, so yeah, I agree with that.
I really do feel that a lot of people will find some kind of inner healing, and like, yes, I'm an energy healer, but I don't heal anyone. The person has to heal themselves. I just guide and direct. You can do these things, or, let's look at what is happening in the body, or kind of getting, maybe it's, anger or repress something. Mm-hmm. But you have to do the work, right? So we're just here to guide and say, hey, here it is. But you're the one that actually has to process and say, is this what I'm really feeling? Can I heal, release, and let go of this? But the cool thing is I'm finding more and more people who just have no idea where this illness has come from or how to heal it. Doctors are stunned, or even other practitioners are like, I don't really know. And I really feel it's that person. It's time for them to go in, ask their body, connect to yourself, your higher self, spirit, source, creator, whatever your comfort word is, to figure out what is the message that is there. What it could be past lives, and a doctor's not going to know how to diagnose a past life. Oh, you were a soldier in a past life and you did that.
Yeah,
that might be a little bit too out there for some people watching, but like there's ways. It could be epigenetics. It could be what was happening with your grandparents. You were in their their reproductive organs, and it skips a generation, that epigenetics. So there's so many different things. And I love how much the world is evolving and growing in this area, because we're meant to go in, we're meant to find that ourselves. Have some guidance, of course. Sorry, my cats are in their weird about to state right now.
No problem.
Can you help with the cats? With them and get them out of here. We have hardwood floors, and so they just love the slide. Yeah, and really just, it's coming home. I feel that a lot of people are being called to come home. And yes, maybe you've been doing the work, but there's still something that's there and stuck. It's like not to be dependent, right across the back of the couch, not to be dependent on a healer or a doctor or anyone else, but like come home to your own heart. And so if you're watching this and you have pains or ailments or something that's going on in your body, just go into like a slow meditative kind of state, get calm, come into your breath work, and just ask it, what's the message? What is it here to tell me? Cool thing is you're going to hear answers. It's going to be either a stuck emotion or an event or some kind of anger, resentment, something you're holding on to that's saying, hey, we're ready to release and let this go. Cool. Continue on. So how then, so you've been writing in the journal and writing the songs, I guess. And then is this the first one that you've released, or this is one about loving yourself?
Yeah, this one's specifically about loving yourself. And so during that time, around like 2016 or so, like I mentioned, the first time I started seeing some improvements after like a year and a half of like just deterioration, really. And like just pouring gasoline on a fire, really, to be honest with you. Yeah, because it just like just things, whatever we tried would just get worse, right? I started like I was going to a lymph massage therapist as part of like the functional protocol. And she recommended, like, she was connected to, she's like, yeah, have you ever thought of any like energetic works? Like we have this person that we're affiliated with. And and she told me about it. At first I was kind of curious, but I didn't, like, I wasn't really there yet, and I'm always, one of my mantras is like everything at its right time. And I think, setting the intention. And I think when you're open to the healing will come, right? And I think just so I set that, I was curious, and I guess it was just destined to be in my path, and like I was destined to like heal that way, right? Because I think I reached out to her, and her name is Janet Amare. Amazing healer, and just a really loving person, and like she's doing so much for like our community right now, like just trying to keep people on the same page, try to keep people like in the light, really, because there's so many things right now that are affecting us negatively, and it's easy to get depressed, it's easy to get down on yourself, especially if you have views that are not the popular views of mainstream society, right? So that's one thing. And so I've connected with her, and she has this book called Soul Purpose, and I read it. I actually have it here. I'll get it in a sec. But I read it, and it's kind of like a workbook as well. So like it forces you to like write things out, and upon like the first or second times like meeting her, she's like, you're not. She could tell that I wasn't really engaged with my life's purpose, and like she helped me, uncover those blocks to get there. And so over like, I guess now it's maybe 5-6 years since we've been working together. It's just like little bits and pieces of things have just opened up, and kind of like I have a song called Rubik's Cube, like it's like that's on my album Right as Rain, and things just really uncovered like a puzzle. Like really, it's just like one piece, and then like one thing, if like just say I did this event, something else might occur from it, right? And it just like little breadcrumbs like of a trail to really engage in it. So during that whole point, like I just, as the bouts and like as symptoms like would reoccur, I just would write another song. I'd write another piece. And by 2019, I released that album I was telling you about called Right as Rain. And it's such a special album to me. And I think like the people who really connected, like who have listened to it, really, really connect and resonate with it, because it's got that healing vibration as like, you know, going through the whole journey of like, not just spiritually awakening, but like just kind of uncovering your emotions and learning to deal with something that is really tough and is chronic and is something that makes you feel like you don't have a lot of control in the situation. And so the reason why I came up with the title Right as Rain is because, you know, the saying, right as rain, like to be right as rain is just like, you know, everything's right as rain. Like, so
I wonder if it's a Canadian thing. I don't know if any Americans are watching.
Yeah.
But,
No, I think it could be a British thing too. Yeah, maybe.
British? Yeah, I don't know.
So it was like, yeah, like just to, everything might not feel perfect, but you're still right as rain. You're still, you know, getting to where you want to be. And then the other kind of puzzle piece to that is that, or like the, you know, meaning behind it is, when things rain, that's when you grow, right? Like that's when the grass grows. That's when nature really feels fed. So you get caught in the rain, it feels uncomfortable. It feels, no one really likes rainy days, or some people might, but people seem to tend to prefer the sunny days, right? So it's like when you're in the rain, it's that growing, that gestation period of really processing, you know, like, and if I mentioned it before, if you have the intention that I'm going to come out of this with some growth and some positivity, then that's what you'll manifest, and that's what you'll really get. So that was the intention behind the album. I think as people are starting to learn about my music and learn about the things that I'm putting out there, they'll come across that piece of work. It's still not, you know, a mainstream success, but I'm not, you know, worried about that. I'm just really focused on new projects. So this new song, Love Myself, I have, since that album, I wrote a bunch of singles just to really, I think singles are a good way of getting a piece of work out there. But like big album projects, they take a little bit extra energy, and also the way people interact with music these days. Like some people, if you're still, you know, becoming known or an up and coming artist, like singles seem to work better than like a straight drop an album, because you want to build a fan base, you want to build that connectivity before. So each single is like another piece or a layer of my soul, or a layer of who I am, and they get to experience that. And that's I think this last one is a really, really good piece of me, because it's just the most vulnerable song that I wrote. Yeah.
That's really beautiful. Sorry, I'm staying on mute because of the little ones.
All good.
See them running across the screen.
Yeah, they're cute. They're cute. Or they're little. Yeah, cute.
Yeah, there we go. Great, guys. Can you guys resume that at 10, please? Anyways, good old nature right here.
Yeah.
That is really beautiful. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for sharing that vulnerable piece of yourself with the world, because you're going to grow and heal more of that. But you're providing a way for other people to give them a voice to their pain and for all of the things that you went through. That's really powerful. And we'll talk about the Scorpio energy. You and I have been having jokes because I'm Aquarian, he's Scorpio. If you understand astrology, we're like oil and water. And we were talking about, you know, just even in our own selves and relationships and the Scorpio. So for you, you have this beautiful magic of Scorpios know how to go into the darkness, but you can help others go into that darkness as well. And you're already doing it. You're doing that work, which is so beautiful, because you can hold that space for others, which not a lot of people can do. Very interesting, right? So neat how everything that you've gone through, and like all of this, and the music, and the impact that you're creating through the music on reaching other people in their heart space, and how to do it. You're giving them the words, which is really beautiful. Not a lot of people know the words. They know that they don't feel good, but they don't know how to put that to words and to express that. And I'm so excited for just the music industry in general. I feel like there's been such a shift from, the poppy kind of whatever that's just kind of like empty words. It doesn't feel really good. Like, I'm a Barbie girl. Yes, I understand the thoughts behind, but like, I don't want that in my head. I want something else that's going to help me to move forward. And I just feel that maybe it's just the community that I'm in now, it's different, but I just feel that there is a shift of more of the real things, the authentic self versus, here's this fake me in this fake world, but really, when I'm in my room by myself, I'm hurting and I'm all alone. People are now, I feel, just expressing that more, and it helps the collective totally to be able to come to that space. Tell us, like, through your relationships, like, how do you feel writing this song, the things you've been learning, like, how is that helping you to grow with connection to yourself and connection to others?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think like when I wrote the song originally, like, so in 2020, like the beginning of 2020, my symptoms were probably one of the most severe they've been in like the longest. And at that point I had a good idea of how to heal it, and that how it kind of heals on its own. But I still had to learn a lot about surrendering, and a lot, like, especially in that period, between like January and like March, because I was still, I wasn't taking any of like the steroids or medications or things like that, but I didn't really learn to connect as deeply inside, or as to my connection to the divine, as much as I did this now. So this year I just kind of like, I learned some tools from another energy medicine practitioner, and like it just really opened like that connectivity with myself, my higher self, with my, my whole spirit, and like my being is just like, whoa, like I just found out like I'm not alone, even though sometimes you feel alone, so sometimes you can go into this place, even, it sounds weird, but like, even if you're talking to yourself, or if you're talking to another to your connection, right? Like it's there, like you've got energy, and like souls and like guides that are there to help you along the way. And so during that period in 2020, I was just like, whoa, like I felt like at the end of my rope, like, and I just realized, I guess I wasn't even, it didn't even like maybe feel like I was writing the words. It was almost just kind of like divinely guided. It just came through me. It's like, I need to.
You're channeling music.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was in so much pain, like really, really pain. I wish, like, and so like I wrote the, like the loose words, like the chorus, especially at that point. And it was just like, whoa, like this is beautiful. And I found some samples. I found some kind of like basic structure of the song, and I was just like, okay. So then I just kind of, almost like kept singing it to myself to help me, like get the message
Right.
home. And the cool thing about it is, and I think that's the cool thing with artistry and music in general, is, it started like that, but then as, like I kind of put it on the shelf, and I worked with different other artists. I worked with producers, and like kind of like gave it space. And I think that's an important part of like the whole self-love thing too, is, in music, sometimes we feel like, and it works sometimes to just get things out right away, and like just push things out. But with this one, I was like, how can it have the most impact? How can it transform from just it being about me to it being about other people? And I realized, like, okay, so I had a big milestone birthday this week that you touched upon. Thank you for the wishes. And so I was like, okay, like maybe I can release it around this time as, literally like some self-love for myself, and loving myself, and as a reminder, and just as a gift to myself. So that was part of it. And then I just realized, that was one facet of like, really going internal. And then, as you mentioned about, like, the Aquarian and Scorpio thing, like I had relationships that didn't work out too well. And I just found like maybe I was, maybe pushing in the wrong direction. And so through the whole relationship, I realized, oh, okay, like maybe I need to recenter, or maybe I need to kind of change my perspective on what a healthy relationship is. And to do that, you have to, like, again, go within. So, here you have the healing, like the physical, symptom healing, and then you have like the relationship healing of how do you interact with other people. And it's a cool dynamic to see it now be released, and now me seeing like, oh, okay, I've actually grown in both facets, right? Where I've grown in a sense that, okay, I know what I want to attract in terms of a relationship. I know I can connect to myself and my higher self in a way that's really, really cool, and really good to help with other music projects and just life purpose stuff. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I think
that's awesome. And I have goosebumps as you've been talking about that, because it's so great. And that, like, the world is shifting to that, where we're starting to learn and understand how to connect to ourselves, right? How to fill our own cup and our own needs. I was teaching the 6 basic human needs according to Maslow's needs. And it's so beautiful, just to understand what those are, what yours are. It totally changes how you are going to connect with yourself in the morning. And this is my tip. But when we can fill our own cup in the morning, then our brain isn't searching for ways to get that need met all day, because your brain will meet it, whether you're eating sugar, you're numbing, you're scrolling on social media, whatever, or another addiction. It will continue until you get that need met, or it's looking how to meet that need. And so when we can be very consciously aware of how to meet our own needs within ourselves, so we are a whole person, no more of this, I'm looking for my life partner to complete me. No, you're whole and complete as you are. Be 100%. Yes, we haven't figured out all our stuff, but when we know the tools, right? So if you have a disagreement, or maybe I'm short with someone that I'm with, then I can actually go in. It's all about me. It's not even about the other person. They're a mirror. There's some kind of trigger there. But if I have the tools and I know how to go in and heal that, then there's so much more repair in a relationship a lot sooner than okay, get down. For real, guys. They sleep hours. Just now they're like active. So funny. Yeah, just being able to have that connection, because then you're going to find someone else who's at that higher vibration. I feel everyone is equal. No one is better than the other. We're just at different growth and learning and vibration points. But when you know how to do that yourself, just relationships change. You have, way more, like way shorter times, I guess, of being in that, kind of stinky feeling, or cold shoulder, or whatever it is, yelling, the fight or flight, whatever you saw as a child is usually what your coping method is now. But when you can really see that, and when you're starting to go down that road again, nope, that's not who I am, and just kind of come back to center. Like, I just feel that we're going to have much more enjoyable relationships with ourselves, but also with others, because we see them on a different level. We're seeing them from their soul self, right? Not from the maybe the poor coping methods that they didn't learn or whatever. Yeah, that's really beautiful. And it's this awakening, coming home to ourselves, but the conscious woman, the conscious man. And I really do feel that as we know more about that, and even our feminine and masculine energies and how to work with those in balance, we're going to find partners that complement us, in that other piece and that other side. And it's just so beautiful. Are you okay with oracle cards? I pulled one, and I'd love to share it,
You know what? The first time we met, you did that too. And I was just like, I love it. I love that you do that. Like you just
You're going to love today's.
Sneak it in. You sneak it in.
And
yeah, absolutely.
Not a coincidence. I'm new to them, like in the last year and a half or say 2 years. And so for me, they still feel like Barbies. It's like, ooh, let me see. You know, I'm not cold. I don't feel like
for you. So
all the time.
Any chance you get, you're pulling cards. Is that what you're saying?
No, when I think of it, I'm like, oh, I'll pull a card just to see.
I'm down.
And today is connection.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is so awesome. And this is actually, if you guys want to stare into it, it's an activation card. What that means, this is sacred geometry. So the way that the artist has put this activation card together, it speaks to your soul. And this is connection to others. But I really do feel that we have to have that connection to ourselves first. When we have that connection to ourselves, then we can, meet others in a totally different space versus just trying to wing it or, get through it. And the bottom says the frequency of connection supports our ability to find alignment and resonance with others, things, and ideas. And it definitely goes with your song, Loving Myself. We're going to play it today. We'll play it at the end. So just in the
video, you're going to play the video?
Yeah, I'm going to play the video.
What?
Yeah. Technology. What? Before we do that, though, I'm just really curious because I feel a sequel for you could be what I'm going to talk about next for the video. Have you heard anyone talking about plant sounds and the music of plants? For some reason, I've been hearing about it a lot this last week, where someone goes into nature and they can put the frequency of the plant to music and what it sounds like.
What? No, like you mean like miking like a plant?
It's so wild. We even had someone on yesterday. It'll come to me. Sorry, we just had so many people that the plants speak to her now. And so when she's in a room, and it'll come back to me, or maybe if someone remembers, put it in the chat. But the plants actually are speaking. And we're now, because we're at a higher frequency and a higher vibration, and we're learning how to connect ourselves into nature. We're out of that fight, flight, hustle, all of that stuff. We're coming back home. We're calmer this last year and a half. Mother Nature really needed a reset. And so now actually look it up after. And your video, when we get to it in a few minutes, it'd be so cool to do a video on that and just go back to the same place where you recorded the video. And see, whether you have someone come with you and they create it, or there's little doohickeys, I don't know, that they connect to the plant and it plays music.
I'll have to see that. Yeah, that's just like the first time I've ever heard of that. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'm open to all kinds of inspiration. It's kind of interesting because
I know it is. Delia. Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Yeah. On day one yesterday, Delia, her interview, she's a shadow worker.
Yeah.
She's probably Scorpio. But she was talking to us about how she's able to now connect to plants and they speak to her. She can hear the vibration. And I don't know if they're saying words or not. But yeah, neat.
Definitely. Yeah.
She's in Toronto too.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. Absolutely. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I think when you put things into the world, there's just no limits of inspiration. There's no wrong way of doing anything, really. So as long as they're connected, as long as they have, that real authentic connection, I think things can come in different ways. And as I think she follows that, if anyone follows where they get that inspiration, it's just you can see it as a listener, or as a a viewer, what's authentic and what's kind of forced, and I think that's going to be a very big theme as we move forward in just really soul connecting and authenticity, and I think I'm really looking forward to what's to come. A lot of people you can focus on the fact that there's all these mandates, or you focus on life's never going to be the same, or you can lean into that discomfort, and you can lean into some of the things that you are able to do and just try and find new inspiration and find new ways of connecting.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the internet has been so much of a blessing that you know, I've been able to do shows. I've been able to, you know, able to do shows. So, you know, find ways of really being able to, you know, get your creativity out into the world. So I think that's my you know, my message there.
I'm just Googling it while we're chatting, the plant music. Any time that you feel agitated or the kids are agitated, or, you know, listen to 432 megahertz music. Bob Marley's good for that too. Vivek, your songs, right? And just connecting to self. And 432 is the sounds of nature. So it's bringing you back to self. And a lot of music, TV, and all of that is out of that frequency, meant to keep us rattled and in fight or flight. So when you can connect to that that vibration, just really beautiful. Rebecca's coming on next, and I see her backstage now, and I bet she could share in on some of this too. So I'm just going to play like a few seconds of this. This is the plant music here, but there's a little device, and it will actually make music. So playing. So in the background there, they have something attached to the leaves. This is the music that they're creating with the vibration of the plants. So
interesting. Cool. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, let's play your song. But what we'll do is how do people get in touch with you, and then I'll play the kind of say goodbye to you, and then I'll play your song.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, no, it sounds like a good plan. Yeah. I see you got my website listed there. There's links to my social. So it's at Vivek Mehmi on all social, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And then I have links to TikTok as well. So at Vivek Mehmi Music on TikTok and on YouTube at Vivek Mehmi Music. But yeah, I think that's the easiest way. And I have a newsletter. I'm always connecting on socials. Probably too much social media time, but that's the best way to get in touch with me. And there's also links to my email if you prefer that.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, go to the website, easy way to find him. He's in all places. And you've had some comments of like, great story, and thank you for sharing. And hey, Kara, I love that you're here this morning. She said she has a keyboard and a journal. Maybe it's time to put them together. Maybe that's what you're to help people with, you know, how to transform their emotions and to put it down on paper, right? And to create something out of it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's really great to hear that. I can't see any of the comments, so I appreciate that. Appreciate you being tuned in. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thank you so much for your time and for being here. And we'll play your song now. It's really exciting. Congratulations on that.
Thank you so much, Christine. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I'll stay in touch with you for sure.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Ciao. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, let's play the song here. You can hang out backstage if you want, Vivek.
Okay, do I just leave?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Help me, show me where I'm supposed to go. The pain so deep within me, I can't grow. I do everything I'm supposed to do, but can't help me when I'm looking out for you. And I just wanna love myself. Yeah. Teach me to stand firm, to stand on my own. I'm so lost in my hurt, can't make my way home. Been itching to find out who I really am. But when I'm in this state of love, can I land? And I just wanna love myself, just wanna love myself. Don't need no one else. Just wanna love myself. Yeah. And I wish I wasn't so hard on myself. Hey, hey. Heard it a million times, nothing really registers. Trying to cash up, but life is an expenditure. I keep on pouring out, when will it be coming in? The harvest never comes, the same season. Hibernation and everything is meaning gray. I shed my skin, evolution, I'm the king of snakes. Or caterpillar, break myself down with acid. To be a butterfly, but my wings are flaccid. I won't mask it, things are really hard for me. You see my growth, I see my inconsistency. And yeah, I'd rather be someone who ain't struggling. They say to get ahead, you gotta put the muscle in. I just wanna love myself. Just wanna love myself. Don't need no one else. Just wanna love myself. And I just wanna love myself. Just wanna love myself. Don't need no one else. Just wanna love myself. Stop looking outside yourself and start looking inside.
Awesome. Hear the plants and the crickets at the end? They were there. Awesome.
Yeah, that was a great song, Vivek. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. How honored to like have you on the show when that's like at the same time that's dropping down to release, right? Like how awesome. That's so great.
Super
I
cool.
love that. I love that you were wearing the pie stone. I noticed that throughout too.
What is it?
And at one point, did you actually do some tapping? Were you actually doing some emotional freedom tapping in there? Yes, he was. Okay. Isn't that cool? I noticed that too. That's beautiful.
I'll bring him back.
Good job.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
He's back. Just quickly, what is the stone?
So actually, this is a pulsar. It's like to protect from EMFs. Yeah. So I have actually, I think I have them. Yeah, I have 3 of them on, and they like balance mental, emotional, and spiritual connections. And like it's just like since like I get pretty bad migraines as part of like the healing I'm going through, and I'm just a sensitive person. So I'm trying to take every angle and precaution, and yeah, they've helped like in some regards for sure. It's just I'm just trying to balance my energies, you know?
Yeah. Good for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's really what it is. It's finding what works for you, right? It's really what it's all about. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Our healer yesterday, Blashka, she talked about headaches. And so she would be on day 1 of the October showcase. She started at 2. So that's hour 5. And she has some tips on like questions to ask. For me, metaphysically, what comes up is boundaries. Where do you have lack of boundaries? So when the headache comes on, think about what was going on, what were you thinking about, what was happening in your world, and is it related to a lack of boundaries?
That's funny that you say that, because, you know, when we were talking in the last segment, I was like, you know, part of self-love is really putting those boundaries up so you can protect your energy. And that's, again, I'm learning through releasing this whole song and, you know, the feedback and the energy that I'm getting back. I'm like, okay, what can I really handle? And sometimes it's a bit much. So I'm really happy you brought me back on to get that information.
So awesome.
There you go. Another bit of healing.
There you go. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Have a great day. See you.
See you later.
And I'm going to go as well. Actually, I'll wait until we bring up Rebecca. Let's bring her up now.
Okay. That's awesome. Hi, Rebecca.
How are you?
I just want to say thank you. I'm super excited to be here. And, you know, just being backstage and witnessing, I want to say thank you to Vivek and his medicine and his beauty. But there's something, I just want to honor the energy that you have created, because I've done a few different panels now and different experiences, and it can be quite jarring on the nervous system what you have created is so gentle and smooth that my entire nervous system is just so relaxed. So I just want to honor your medicine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because you know what? That's our goal, right? Is that this isn't, we don't want people to come on and speak from a place of nervousness or not confident or,
And it's the frequency of the technology. There's
right.
something that you have infused with this platform because technology, this tech, whatever this is, that is not Zoom, right? Or Facebook. I'm never on Facebook. Like, you're using a technology and everything you've infused into it. Like, I am feeling it in such a big way. So I just
thank you.
That's awesome.
Thanks for sharing that. I just want to say a quick hello. Virginia thankfully found you, Rebecca, and so we'll get into your story in a few minutes with Virginia. I just want to say that I heard you a few days on Marina's Summit, and I was so excited when I saw that she was interviewing you as well, because I knew already we were. Your name just keeps popping up, and you are just so lovely. You're really going to bless our stage, and so honored that we're now connected. And I just want to say, thank you for your light and what you're sharing and the gentleness of it, because I just really feel, oh my God, just showed up. It's just so beautiful of who you are, what you're doing, and it's just like back home, back to nature, and it's totally our jam. So really excited to hear you today, and I'm gonna head out. We take turns so that we're not burnt out. All right, see you later.
Thank you, Christine. Much love, much love.
Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, so welcome. Now, Rebecca, you showed up on my Instagram feed one day. And it's been a while. I'm sure I've been following you for well over a year, a couple of years, I want to say, because I was pretty sure I was still living in Panama at the time. Really? And just kind of following you, isn't it interesting how that people just show up that way and just kind of following. And I'm on social media, but not a lot. So but I always seem to catch whatever it is currently that you have going, and your course that you're launching. I forget what it's called.
It's the Elemental Soul Pilgrimage.
Yes.
Yeah. We start next week.
Oh my gosh. I was drawn to it. And I thought, oh boy, is this meant for me, or am I meant to share this with the community, right? So I was so you're kind of here for both reasons. You're kind of here.
I am so I feel teary just receiving, that's been a big thing for me, especially this week. And as we step into the space, and many of us who are of service, we have a really hard time receiving, whether it's words or finance or help, or so I'm just taking in your language. So thank you.
That's awesome. You're very welcome, and you're absolutely right. We aren't very good at receiving, and when you say that, that's the first thing that came into my head is that in my head, although I've gotten better at just saying thank you, I have to pay attention to the other thought that's going on in my head, like, it's no big deal, or it's just who I am, or, and just, and not dish it away. Right. And just like you said, just to be open to receive it fully. So you're very welcome. And I'm so happy that you're here. So tell us a little bit about you, because again, I've been following you on Instagram and I see little tidbits, but kind of give us your story and who you are and what's brought you to where you are today.
Oh my goodness, we don't have enough time for Sonia. This will be part one. I love that you found me on social media, because I've really a lot of my shadow stuff's come through social media. No, I'm really no longer on Facebook anymore. I am on Instagram, and I am now really. I've learned how to harness and just infuse light, and I just take what I need. I try not to scroll too much through it, and I'm not focused anymore on like numbers or rhythms, or I'm like, whoever's going to feel my energy and want my medicine will be here, and vice versa. The same thing with email lists that, I used to get so upset when people would unsubscribe, and now I understand, oh no, it's just realignment. It's just realignment. It's just realignment. So I that just makes me so happy. Who am I? I'll share with you my spirit name. This summer, I sat with Grandfather Tobacco and I did a dieta. And a dieta, if people aren't familiar with, is when we really sit with a medicine. And all things are medicine. We are medicine. But when we sit with a plant, and I sat with Grandfather Tobacco and I drank tobacco for 7 days straight in nature, fasting, no technology, being served by a medicine man and medicine woman every day. Big healing, big clearing, big work, big expansion. And for so long, I've been like, all these people have these spirit names. When am I getting mine? And I was like so stuck on like, maybe I'm just not good enough. Maybe I'm not. And then very clearly, I'm so human. I am very, very human. When people like, oh, Rebecca, I'm like, yeah, what? I do swear. I do things. I'm human. I received that whisper. And my name, my birth name is Rebecca Marie Llewellyn. But I received in the depth of that profound week of medicine, the whisper in a very Hebrew dialect sound, very deep. It was Rebecca Maria, the Ancient One. Ooh. And I am here to serve those who serve. And it was like, boom. I just kind of like, I'm like, wow, my birth name is pretty much my spirit name. Mm-hmm. And it encompasses all the codes I carry, all my incarnations, everything that my soul is. So when you ask me who I am, it's such a big question. Yeah. But most people in this now moment, they want labels or like, what, so who are you? I identify as she, her. I am a stepmom. I'm a wife. I'm a puppy mom, which is why I'm wearing these so you don't hear barking. But I'm a shamanic practitioner. I am a breathwork practitioner. I'm an intuitive coach. I'm a channel. And, I'm really here to serve those who serve, to support you in connecting into the truth of who you are, peeling the layers away. And when I say those who serve, that doesn't have to be someone who is earning a financial exchange through an energetic modality or it can be those who serve their community. We serve our families. We volunteer. Mm-hmm. Service is so much more than a financial exchange. Yeah. So, that's who I am in the Reader's Digest version.
That's beautiful. I love that. And isn't it interesting that this theme, and I keep picking up on it yesterday and then again today, that we're all just trying to help people love themselves. That's because we understand that that's where you have to come back to. You have to come back to that start of loving yourself, and then everything changes, right? Like life just unfolds.
That's our natural state. Love is our natural state. That is the frequency. That is the essence of our soul.
Yes.
It's love. Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
Right? I work with the Indian cosmovision. And so the 4 directions, that fourth door, that fourth direction, it's Mother Earth. That's the element in that direction. But the prayer is unconditional love. It is about the teachings, the light teachings are about we as a soul cannot love anything else truly 100% unconditionally until we can love ourselves. So until we can love ourselves, how are we going to love our brothers and sisters within humanity? How are we going to love the earth? If we see ourselves constantly as separate, how are we going to love her beings? Like it's such a big piece, and yet it's so simple.
Yes.
Right?
It really is that simple.
Yeah.
I know. And it's funny because when you come back to that, right, and you see, or you're working with clients and, maybe them helping shift through something or whatever. And you every now and again, I just get that reminder of it's really that simple. It's really just about loving yourself. And, and isn't it odd why we stopped? How did we get off that path of,
That's another big question. Well, how did there's the bloodline, the ancestral lines, our earthly incarnation experiences, trauma stories, wounds, there's social programming, there's all the things, karma, soul contracts, so many things. And that's our job. Our job is to remember who we are. And we're souls with free will. So we have the choice. Some of us are like rolling up our sleeves, getting in there, we're gonna do it. Not taking this to the next, but some of us are choosing not to, and that's okay too. There's no right or wrong.
Right. It's about how you choose. Yeah, I agree 100%. So your new course that's coming up, tell us a little bit about that, because I know it's you working. It's a compilation of teachers that are coming together, and I just love the idea of the pilgrimage and the journey. And I am very much a lover of earth. I feel very connected. I lived in the jungle and in Panama for 8 years, so being there really reminded me, and it woke me up to that connection and that appreciation and everything that comes with that. So I feel like that's a big part of what I connect with to help people to heal and to channel that through for their healing. And so when I saw your post about the pilgrimage and the journey, I was just like, oh my gosh, it sounds so awesome. So yeah, tell us about that. It sounds so magical.
Oh my goodness. I feel like we're in a play date right now. This is like, I'm just looking at the time. It's so funny because I've had this year, I had a private container, which I called the Elemental Soul Program and Journey rather. And I would work with clients for 4 months straight every week. And it was a really intense deep dive, 2-prong approach where I'd be sharing my wisdom teachings, and really building their toolbox so that they can resource themselves through these wobbly times, such as a global, ceremony that we're in. And at the same time, doing the deep dive self-inquiry, right? Because we can't just always be up here. We've chosen to be human. We need to embody our physical container. We need to embody the emotional body. We need to look at what's here and move through it. So that's really what that program was. And funny enough, last year around this time, I sort of channeled the group container, but I wasn't ready to launch it. And then I started to sort of float it out there in February. And one of my mentors, she was like, what's your capacity, Rebecca? Because I was feeling kind of burnt out. and sure enough, I'm like, I can't hold this space right now. I can't, because a year commitment to hold space for a container of souls is a commitment. So I took it off the table. And when I was in this dieta, the whisper, I got so many practical downloads. Okay, this is what you need to serve, Rebecca. I was like, okay, do. Nice. So that's how it kind of got. It was waiting in the wings, if you will, to come out. And this is the thing. You and I have our medicine. But who am I to say I'm the authority and I'm the only person you need to work with? And I'm really clear on I have a medicine and I have something to offer, but we're these dynamic beings and there's many different aspects that need to be supported and whatnot. So for me, it was really important. I've really seen clearly that collaboration is very key. as we all expand collectively and personally, we need to be in collaboration. That's the feminine principle, right?
Yeah.
That is the indigenous way. That is, we're in circle, we're not in hierarchy. So there's so many beautiful people that I wanted to sort of align in this container, and they all said yes. And so what this year is going to be about is exactly what I shared. Each month we're going into a wisdom teaching.
Mm-hmm.
We're receiving, and so everything that I'm sharing is something that has changed my life. So there's nothing that's part of this that I'm not familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'm an authority on is me. I am not an authority on anything else. So I will never say, X, Y, Z. So it's the fundamentals that have changed my practice, such as prayer, pulling out the construct behind it. My prayer has to do with the 4 directions and the 4 elements.
Mm-hmm.
Working with the 4 directions and the 4 elements within the Andean Cosmovision. I have a beautiful Anishinaabe teacher who's coming in to share the medicine wheel, which is a different direction and element formation than the one that I work with. Breathwork, shamanic journeying, Celtic herbalism, power animals. What else? Divine beings, how to work with ascended master teachers, connecting in with them. Like, basically the goal is by the end of the year, also you're being held accountable to do your work and to do these practices.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of the year, my prayer is that you'll have 1 or 2 modalities that really, or practices that are really resonant with you,
Mm-hmm.
and then are propelling you forward. You might even want to go even further and study something with one of these teachers and become maybe a tapping, or work with the medical intuitive. The other piece is our own personal shedding. Becoming the snake over the course of this year. We're going to be doing the presence process. We're going to be held accountable for our own hero's journey and beginning to take off the lenses and really see where our shadows are. But now we're in this safe container where we're going to be held as we move through, because as you know, when we decide to actually dive deep, there can be big resistance, and there can be big movement. There can be big ahas. So you're in this sacred group where we're committing to each other to not only keep each other accountable to do these practices, but to support and hold each other as we begin to peel layers and maybe feel vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. And a safe place to be able to do that, right? Creating that environment, and it's beautiful. I just came out of a 1 year kind of incubation container of spiritual growth and healing, and it is so yummy. I mean, it really is when you get in there, and I'm not a super out there kind of person, I'm just, I like to listen. Yeah. But I'm really the listener, right? I like to listen to people. I like to take it in, and I'm processing it. And I typically process things pretty quickly, and turn things around. But I'm not, unless I really love something, I'm not out there in the world, waving the flag or anything like that. That's just not how I roll. But even in this community, because I feel, and I don't know who was talking about it yesterday, was in a group, sometimes you can still hide in a group. And although I agree on that, you're not doing yourself any favors by joining something like this and hiding in the group. But at the same token, I think there's just something to be had when you create this container, and everybody is there learning, and you really that community and that energy and feeding off of that with one another. It is so beautiful. So that just sounds really awesome. And when is it once a month that you meet, or is it every week, or how's that working?
So once a month we have that's sort of your big, 2.5 hour. It's Saturdays. I wanted to make it accessible to other time zones. So we're doing Saturday once a month. We're doing the wisdom teaching. And so there'll be like the sharing circle, the wisdom teaching, and experiential. So for example, we may be learning about shamanic journeying that day. And then we're going to actually do some journeying together as a group, or the guest teachers coming in to teach about the Anishinaabe medicine wheel. And then she'll take us through perhaps a healing, a group healing circle based on the medicine wheel. So once a month, there's sort of the deep dive learning and experience. And then once a month, we're having a mentorship circle. And that mentorship circle will just be an hour, but this is the space where we come together and you bring to the table what's coming up for you, what you need help with personally, spiritually. Is there something within the course that's coming up, something within your own practice you're resisting to? So that is a big piece, is the mentorship. Outside of those two sessions each month, we also have a private, I'm still working out whether I can do the private group chat on my platform. It might have to be a WhatsApp. So we're right, I still have a week to figure that out. So there's that as well. And then we'll be pairing everyone up with an accountability buddy.
Awesome.
So you have a study buddy that is your person to walk with you. When we close out, I've done a few, and I've mentored through year-long. I like year-long programs because of that. You're creating brothers and sisters. You're creating colleagues. And you're growing together. So there's a bond that happens. Again, you get as much as you put into it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I like that. Like I was saying earlier, you can come into the group and you can hide and you can sit back, or you can step into what's being brought forward. And really, I love learning it. I love, I was kind of guided this last year with past life regressions and, going back and healing and changing my DNA. And, I was like, this is so cool. I mean, I just love that kind of stuff, So I know that there's healing, and then there's, things like that is always coming from that, but I can't get past the cool factor, like just that it's it's like, it's so interesting, and I, again, really drawn to because of my connection with Mother Earth and what I draw from her and how I use her energy through my healing and that, right? Like,
yes, but people they've forgotten that.
Yes.
They have actually forgotten that. I'm actually doing a free masterclass. I'm doing one this afternoon, but for those who are part of this beautiful, day, I have one on Monday night, I think at 7:30, and I'm just doing a free masterclass on just the 4 elements, just to, we don't have to live in nature to be connected with nature. It's about a relationship. It's about being in relation, right? And seeing in our mind's eye. And then we can call on Grandmother Water to support us. And we can call on Grandfather Fire to support us, right? All of these things. Yeah.
No, I agree 100%, because I feel like that it's all about that connection, and that, for me, that was that learning. And I feel that was part of my healing journey when my husband and I moved to Panama, and being in nature. And it, like you said, it reawakened that connection. And I've always had it. When I look back to when I was a teenager, for example, or a child, I loved to be in nature. I would sit out on my front porch with my dad and just let him tell me what the different kinds of birds were. And, or, it'd be like, oh, those are snow clouds. Or, I'm like, I don't know how I know that, but I just did, and
It's you're
and just-
remembering. That's your natural state. And that's what the biggest disease amongst the planet right now, amongst humanity, is separation. That is the disease.
Yeah. And I've had to learn exactly what you said, that you don't have to be in nature to connect to nature. Because when we moved just this year, we transitioned from Panama back to Canada. So I came first and then, tried to get things set up and going here. And then my husband shipped all the animals because we had our pets, 5 pets that had to fly. And then, and then he had to finish up things there. And then we had to, so it was quite a transition. But I lived in the jungle. I lived surrounded and supported by the rainforest, and like listened to that in my meditations every day. I listened to the birds and the sounds, and it was magical. I mean, it was nothing short of magical.
Right.
And I came back here, and I'm in a town, so I'm not in the middle of the jungle anymore.
Yeah.
I'm hearing sirens, airplanes. It's, the train. I rented a house, and it's like, oh my God, I did not know I was so close to train tracks. And it was, so there's like, we joke about it now. It's like, oh, there's the 955.
Yeah,
it's always a train. And, and I struggled for probably
for sure
4 or 5 months. I struggled with that. I need my nature. And I would go to walk the dogs, and I'd walk out the door, and I would take a deep breath, and I would say, Spirit, please let me hear more birds than I hear cars.
Yeah.
And I would just go on a walk, and I would just really focus on the sounds of nature and just really try to tune out that other stuff. And I had such a hard time. And then somebody had said that to me, or I, how you see something on a video, and it's exactly what you need to hear or see or learn. Right. Yeah. And I saw it, and it said about, connect with Mother Nature in your meditations, and I'm like, well, of course. And so of course, I know you don't know a lot about me, but meditation is my jam.
That's your thing.
And I'm all about supporting people with getting a meditation practice going every day. And my meditation practice has evolved into these beautiful visions of that, and creations that I see and that I sit in, and I love it. And I go back to my place in nature in the middle of Panama, and I sit by the waterfall.
Yes.
And I am wherever, even though there's all this chaos that might be going on around me, I'm sitting in that beautiful space of peace and love. And she's just holding me so gently. And I love it. I just love that I have remembered that I don't have to be in it to be in it.
Exactly. Do you have a yard? Okay. Because you can also go outside, and just if you lay down, you can feel her pulse, right? Like, lay down. And I mean, I want to hear this story. My sister lives in Nicaragua. And so, I want to know your Panama story. This is good. Part 2 coming.
Yes.
But if you lay down and you place your hands, just laying down, even though we're in urban centers, we can still feel the pulse.
Yes.
Of Pachamama, of Gaia, of Madre Tierra. And it's good for us, and it's good for her to feel you, right? Yeah. But at the same time, like I said, if you're in a high rise in Singapore, you can still be working with the 4 directions and the 4 elements, and we can still, she needs us, we need her, keeping in mind she'll be here long after we're gone.
Right.
So regardless of what we do as a collective, we need her a lot more than she needs us.
Yes. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh, time has flown.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Virginia, Christine. I'm humbled. I can't believe you found me. I am so, I don't want to put bad, intentions out there, but I'm not the best on all of the social media platforms, but thank you. I see Renu is,
yes, Renu is our next speaker. She's in the background.
Yes. Beautiful. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being with us. If anyone wants to get in touch with Rebecca with regards to your masterclass is on Monday night.
Yeah.
Or your new pilgrimage journey I love that. For more information on that, your Instagram, I guess, is the best, right? At your Divine
Absolutely.
Roots.
And my masterclass link is if you just go onto Instagram at Your Divine Roots, my link in the bio has all of the links in there.
Fabulous. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so, so much for being with us. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Have a nice day.
Bye.
All right. That was so awesome. Oh my gosh. I could have just kept on talking for hours. I somehow think that Rebecca and I will be getting together some more. We have some catching up to do. So bear with me. I got Renu in the background here. I can't wait I get to interview Renu today. So let's bring her up here. Hi, Renu. How are you?
Hey, Virginia. I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Excellent. Thank you. I was like, oh, I get to interview Renu today.
Yeah, we haven't really spent too much time together, so I'm looking forward to this too.
So now we get to do this. This is awesome. And you know what? Although I'm always in the background when Christine is interviewing and stuff like that, I'm often answering maybe questions or I'm doing other stuff. And so I'm not always 100% focused on what's going on. And I know you've been with us a couple of times, but Christine has interviewed you. So you know what? Let's just say I'm brand new. And who is Renu? And I mean, I know, but let's see who you are.
From the beginning.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it in a nutshell. So I'm an energy healer, obviously. Well, I don't know about obviously, considering your showcases a whole bunch of people. So I'm a healer. I have my own healing modality. It's called the Accelerated Release Technique. I have a book called the Energy Healing Bible, and you want to see it? That's what it looks like.
Awesome.
And I work with the subconscious. I work with the big picture idea that whatever challenge you're facing in your life right now today, and it could be anything. It could be an emotional problem, like depression or grief or anxiety. It could be a mental problem, fears, phobias, that kind of stuff. A physical problem, pains, like chronic pains or food allergies or whatever, any issue at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for it. It is not random. Your subconscious is trying to send you a message. And I say it's like those messages, the subconscious is using those issues as, I say it's like the flashing light on your answering machine. Whether that light is flashing really brightly or just a little bit, the whole purpose of it being there is to tell you that there is a message that you need to listen to. Yes. And just like your answering machine, once you listen to the message and hit delete, which is what we do, we kind of find out the underlying root cause, figure out what your subconscious is trying to say, and release it and resolve it. As soon as you do that, the flashing light stops. So the problem honestly gets to go away, and it's like magic. It is so much fun when it happens. And that's really it. And I have so my modality, just really briefly, I came into this as a complete skeptic. I didn't believe in any of this woo-woo nonsense. Without getting into the details, let's just say I got convinced. I was thick skull. Took me a long time to like really, really buy in. But I was convinced, but I was convinced through logic. I was convinced through trial and error. I was convinced through doing it myself, like being given instructions and being told, follow these steps and you can make healing happen. So I'm like, okay. And it worked.
Yes.
It actually worked. So my whole thing is, if you can break it down and tell me the science of something and give me the reason for it and tell me the steps, what to follow in a flow chart, and it still works, I'm sold. So that's what I spent my time, like 6 years doing, is taking this from woo-woo to science, to something that you can, it works every time.
Yeah.
And here
Love
I am today. I got a book and everything.
That's beautiful. And it's I don't personally know your technique myself, but I know Christine speaks highly of your technique and how wonderful it works. And I know that it's something that we want to bring to the Healing Soul School to offer people, because you have a beautiful way of helping people heal, and such a large demographic, I guess, because there's a lot of people out there that are like where you were, right?
Yeah.
It's like, no, are you serious? So a lot of people need to see that proof, or that logic, or that science, or whatever that helps them to understand it, right? So and you have done that in a beautiful way. That's awesome. And so what does your course look like? So for someone to do your course, I know, like I said, we're working towards getting that up with the Healing Soul School as well, and making that available to even more people.
Yeah.
But tell us about what that course will look like.
Okay, so the course, truly, it's basically 3 parts. We'll put it that way, because there's a lot of information. There is a ton of information. Like I'm trying to take the big energy healing picture and break it down into all the different component parts.
Yeah.
So to become a full out ART practitioner, there's 2 online courses. One is really teeny tiny. It's learning how to connect. Like for somebody who doesn't even know how to talk to the subconscious, we gotta start there, because you can't heal it until you can communicate with it. Right. So there's a first course, which is just on connecting with the subconscious. I use a pendulum primarily. There are some other techniques that I teach in that course, but the real one that you got to get down is how to use a pendulum. So that's really, really small. Then the ART course, the one very nice.
I always have it close by.
Course, the big one, that gets all the fundamentals. That by the end of that course, you should be able to handle almost any emotional or mental issue. So fears, phobias, blocks, resistances, limiting beliefs, anxiety, depression, grief, like all of that huge swath is doable by the end of that course. It is very like I said, there's a ton of information. It is nearly 10 hours of content. And it's gonna walk through all like the different energy types, right? Because it's about releasing stuck energy. So if there's an event from your past we need to heal, then it's that life event is stuck for reasons. It's stuck because maybe you've got a belief you're carrying that you need to let go of. Maybe there's an emotion that's trapped. Maybe there's somebody from your past you haven't forgiven, and you need to let go of that connection. Maybe you are influenced by a thought, like if you're working on okay, I'm going to sort of advance a little because I can't think of an emotional one at the moment. I remember one where I was working with somebody with her back pain, and we were working on her pain, and what came up was she would always feel pain while walking with her friend. So now her friend was associated with the pain, like the walk and the pain. So we actually had to take out the association, the influence of that friend, because the friend, like the subconscious does all these like a spider web of connections, and we have to heal all the connections. So as long as the thought of the friend triggered pain, we had to detach that too. So there's lots of funky things you have to do. So it's going to teach all of that stuff, all of this, and that's just the things that don't freak people out.
Right.
Like there could be
That's
stuff
just
on
to
the
like
side
push
that's
you
not so
slowly.
nice.
In a minute, we're going to push you off the woo ledge.
Yeah. So that's just that people can sort of grasp.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking, how do you connect with your guardian angels, your spirit guides, like literally all of it.
Yes.
There's a process to every single bit of it. That's the thing that just blows my mind.
Yes. Yes.
So all of it is in here. You got to know it all. And then I go through the processes. And like I said, it's all flow charts. It's all follow the steps and you will be able to affect a change. You will be able to heal. Even if you don't fully understand everything, even if you haven't memorized all the bits and pieces, follow the flow charts. It works.
Yes.
And then once you do that enough, it starts to become memorized. You start to really grasp it.
Yeah.
But it works regardless. So
yeah.
That's this course. And then after that, so once somebody's gone through this material and feels comfortable with it, after that, if a person wants to become a straight up ART practitioner, so like practicing under like the ART banner, many people take that material and they incorporate it into what they already know, and they just fly along with that because like I said, it's just going to give a huge breadth of knowledge about all the components and pieces and things you need to know. The last step, like I said, is not in person, online, like live, as opposed to an evergreen kind of thing. So a live course with me, and I'm going to teach them the nuances of healing physical problems, because there's a whole nother step of how to deal with a physical issue. That's a little too complicated for me to put in just an online training, because I know there's lots of questions on that one. There's just so much more interaction that I don't see it being valuable really to attempt to do it in the online format. It's just a little bit, it's just a more
well, it sounds personalized. You really need to get into the personalized of it, because everybody's going to receive the information in a different way, so that's awesome. So the first part of the course is really just about learning the steps, learning the accelerated release technique to heal yourself. Am I understanding that?
You can heal others.
And then to become an actual practitioner.
So you can heal yourself and others, but if you want to charge for doing an ART session for something, then you need to be a formal practitioner.
Gotcha.
Like if you the last one you become a certified ART practitioner,
right?
And then you get to go up on my my website where you're listed under the find a practitioner,
right? In your area.
In that, so somebody who really does know all the ins and outs and can say, I'm an ART practitioner, because you have to know all of it to really to go out there and go under that brand. But the knowledge,
and it's beautiful. I love that you've got it to promote practitioners and promote people to come in and to get that certification to be able to do that, because there's just so many people in the world that want to help other people, but they aren't necessarily sure how. And, I see a lot of people that they understand the energy, or they've received energy medicine and in whatever way, or readings or different things like that. And they're drawn to it. But they understand that it works, but it's getting to that, how do I show up and be that healer and someone's life and maybe make a business of this. And kind of do that, because again, part of the reason why Christine and I started our entrepreneur community was really about we don't have to do it alone. Let's join together and help one another. And just like Rebecca was saying before you were speaking, it's about collaboration. This is really a time for us to come together and to lift one another up and to support one another. And you know, so I love that you have those practical tools to show them how to heal themselves.
Yeah.
Because then, and that's kind of separate from, do you want to become a practitioner? Because I find that that's when you have to feel it. You have to come through that healing in that process that you lead them through to have that, holy crap, I know so many people in my world that I could help, and I could, to then take that next step into becoming a practitioner. I love that. I love it. Yeah. So how long, because the first part of the course then is kind of that learning how to heal yourselves and others. How long, and that's kind of a self-study kind of a part of the course. If I understand
so this is, so it's the online thing. There's 2 versions of it. I understand, like with the what's it called? Elevate Your Vision. I love. So you're going to be offering version like the online course, the DIY portion. Right. There, it's like you can buy an add-on where you get like you can work weekly with me. Like I take on students to really dive into the material, but it is written in such a way that if you've got a basic understanding, like if you already have a little bit of knowledge, and I know anybody going through your school is going to have other resources, other help, other assistance. So I'm not actually worried about anyone who's doing it through like within your framework. I'm quite confident they'll be fine. So that is considered a DIY version. It is, like I said, the course material is just under 10 hours long. It's 9 hours, 40 minutes. I have broken it down so that with an hour a week, like 2 half-hour sessions, an hour a week, with one of the weeks being extra long, because I've got in the end a full healing demo. Like the entire demonstration is 2 hours. So that particular week is a longer week. Yeah. But we could do it in 8 weeks. Right. At that 1 hour per week pace. But again, it's DIY. So there's nothing to, there's no, you don't get bonus points for doing it faster. Right. For trying to do more or less. You can totally go at your own pace. And it allows you to, the nice thing about an online course is that you can rewatch the videos. You can do it over and over again. If you don't catch something, just rewind a little bit and allow it to just kind of sink in. Yeah. Until you feel comfortable with it enough that you're ready to go to the next step. So because we need to. If it's like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's cool. All right, I'm good with that. You can do it in 8, and then I suggest you keep, like, it takes a while for that learning to really cement in. Yeah. So for my
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
So 2 months of learning the material, and then 4 months of integrating it and practicing it and working on each other and all of that. Right. So you can get pretty good.
And I know with the school, with the school and integrating that with our Elevate Your Vision program, the idea is that Christine and I are there in that container to help support our students and stuff like that along the way. Because I do think that we need to have, and everybody goes at a different pace of things, right? And just like you said, some people, I process things quickly. I just do. I don't really know why, but I can do it, understand it in a way that it works in my head, and answer it, deal with it, not deal with it, like whatever. It's pretty rapid fire in this little brain of mine. But I do
connecting it to your
understand that not
existing
everybody's
framework.
the same. Yeah, not everybody's the same. Sometimes people need to, like you said, sit with that, because there might be an emotion or something that gets triggered in that
Mhm.
lesson for them, that
Yeah.
now they got to work through that first to go on to the next part, right?
Absolutely.
And so it's really just a part of the journey. That's beautiful. I love that.
Yeah.
So yeah, just something that we've been talking about. Just recently, we've been working on this, so we're excited to kind of bring that to the community. And
I'm so excited about that.
I know.
I'm beyond thrilled. So lately, so there is so much support. Like, here's the thing, like it might be DIY, but you're not alone.
Right.
You're
Exactly.
so not alone. Even within the DIY, I have monthly office hours. So I am available for anybody to reach out and say, okay, I'm struggling with this. Can you help me with that? Can you show me this? And I'll like do a demo if necessary, to allow people to understand the, like, to frame it in a different way or whatever that helps them understand it. But even beyond that, like, this is blowing my mind because it just happened in the last couple of weeks. So I'm also working to create a community of ART practitioners, like anyone, like a community of the students, anyone learning it. Right now it's on Facebook. I'm working towards having a more of a contained location or wherever, where it's specific to the ART students. Not everybody's on Facebook, so just,
I know it's hard to find a platform where everybody
really
likes to go.
find a platform. So this would be a dedicated platform for ART students. So if you want to go there, then that's where you go. If you want to be a part of it, that's where you go. But that's neither here nor there. The ones that are connected all by themselves, I had nothing to do with it. They have started to get to the process of creating study groups amongst them, like practice groups, and creating Zoom meetings so that they can meet and practice together.
That's
and
awesome.
I'm like, I love this. I love this.
Well, and that's so beautiful. I mean, isn't that what we want?
Because they all know it works and they're all excited and they want to learn it. And so they're doing it themselves.
That's so awesome. And that's helping them also in their confidence, right? And in their abilities and stuff, and supporting one another. Yeah. And isn't that what it's all about?
It is.
Right?
I'm like over the moon. I am over the moon with excitement because like that they're doing that, because I say it all the time. Yes, you can practice on yourself. I mean, I was my own guinea pig for the most part. Like every time I learned something new, it was like, okay, how do I work through this? How do I do this? But I was readily available. I didn't always have somebody to like this has been a process of 6 years of learning and like I say, I studied other healing modalities. Like I would intentionally do energy exchanges with other healers. I would intentionally watch or interview other healers to find out what they did, what their modality, how it worked. And I'd go, I can take that. I can make that work within ART. So that's how I built the framework.
Right.
Cherry picked from every place.
Yes.
So when I was doing it, like every time I learned something new, I had to practice it. I had to see where it went. So I would do a lot of practice on myself, but it's harder. It's really like you can do it 1000%. You can, because I haven't had anybody do ART on me. Like I'm the one who has to do it. So you can do it. Yeah. But it is easier to learn if you're doing it on someone else. Like because it's subconscious work, the key to the subconscious is paying attention to what pops out of your mouth. So when I'm working with a client or a student or whatever, I'm asking questions, and sometimes there'll be a throwaway line. It's like, no, that was important. Yes. So you have to be able to catch your own throwaway lines. And that's a little tricky. You got to be able to really pay attention to what you are thinking. But if you're working on somebody else, you can catch it. And then you let them know, and they're like, oh, I did say that, didn't I?
Yeah. That's
And
always
so
a
there's
huge
this
revelation,
synergy.
right? Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
there's this synergy of working with somebody else. So the fact that they're doing these practice groups together, oh, my heart is singing.
Yes, I'll bet. I'll
So I
bet.
love it.
Because that's where, our vision with the Healing Soul School has been exactly that. Yes, to bring teachings and help and community to the people that are in our world, but to help those business entrepreneurs to heal themselves, but to go out and heal others. So we have such a bigger vision of, it's just not about healing us, it's about helping others heal so that they go and heal, and just really creating that ripple effect of healing, because we just need it, and we all need it in a different way. And a big part of the Conscious Business Showcase is about exactly that, bringing different people to the screen that do different things in different ways. And because not my way is good for you, and not your way is good for Christine, or whatever, right? It's about finding that thing and that person that aligns with who we are and where we are in our lives, and how to step forward into that. I just love it. That's great news. I can't believe that they're doing that all on their own. That's awesome. So awesome.
So I was hoping. Okay, so Christine and I titled this "Healing Modalities That Make Money." Like, we didn't actually mention that.
That's right. You know what? Isn't that so funny? Okay, so let's go quick. We've got Ilka in the background, but let's go quick. So healing modalities that make money. That's right. What did we want to talk about on that?
What did we want to talk about? Well, we touched on it earlier. Is there's a whole lot of stuff involved. Number one, it's bringing skeptics in. Like you said, that there's so many people now that you can bring in to energy healing by becoming, like, being legitimate, you know what I mean? Like being able to show the science, show here's how this works, here's why this is working, and they themselves have like it's all about the connections. It's about being able to give your clients those aha moments. Here's your problem, and your subconscious is pointing you to the exact second, the exact moment when it started, and then they go, oh my God, that's amazing, because there's always the aha moments.
Yes.
So unlike, like, and no disrespect to anyone who does Reiki or crystals or anything like that, where it is more passive, where the practitioner does the healing and the person is just sort of it kind of allows things to shift on their behalf. Like, they get the revelations. The practitioner doesn't have to do the thinking for them. Like, it just sort of happens. Like, they're not guiding them through their problem.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I call it passive. Like, the client really has to do the work, and the practitioner is just sending energy their way.
Yeah.
This is more active. Like, you are the conduit for the subconscious. You are basically pulling answers out of their subconscious and saying, here's what your subconscious is saying. And then, because you know what you're looking for, like I said, it's in the flowcharts. You know what you're looking for. You know exactly where you have to go with this to get the aha, and you'll be able to do it because your subconscious will guide you. It'll say, nope, not there yet. Not there yet. Keep going. Oh, you're getting close. You got enough information now. You'll go, oh yeah, I see it. And then you can tell the client, you see that too?
Yeah.
And then they get the aha. So when they are convinced, when it's not that they think it works, they know it works. They're like, oh my God, this is the real deal. They come back. They come back because they are convinced head to toe. It's not there's no confusion about what happened in that session.
Right.
So there's that element. And then there's the support element. There's more. There's lots more that I could talk about, but you got me. I mean, I've got a whole business model to help my clients, my students, my practitioners turn this into a working business. Like, how do you do? It's easier to have a client continue with you than get a new client. So how do you create packages? How do you have that client stay on with you more than 1 or 2 or 3 sessions? Well, you need to have that framework. And there's more. I do this full time. This is my full-time gig. I don't do anything else, and I get paid very well for my sessions. And like I
was just going to say that they're not doing it alone. So again, becoming an ART practitioner, they're still getting that support of you and the business, and kind of getting that launching as well, right? So that's beautiful. I love that. And it's another modality out there that kind of
it's more tools for the tool belt.
Yes, exactly. And I love that you said that, it's really about the students kind of taking it in and making it their own. It's not a rigid, you must follow these rules, I like that they can kind of make it their own.
I say it all the time. I tell my students, okay, when I got into this, and I'm very much the same way. I don't have the really super keen sixth sense. Like, I'm not like the clairs. I'm not clairaudient. I'm not clairvoyant. I'm not like, I just kind of know stuff sometimes.
Yes.
But I cannot, like, I don't skip steps. I go through every step to know what my next process is. And occasionally I'll get a hunch and I might ask, but that's very occasionally. I have like I have students or I know practitioners of whatever who are so highly intuitive that they just kind of go over there and they just kind of know what to do.
Yeah.
But they know what to do based on what they know, what they're under, like their piece of the spiritual puzzle. And if they only have an understanding of this corner of the world, then their healing is going to only touch on the things that exist in that corner. So what I've done is try to create the entire map. So once they can go, oh, there's that. I didn't even know about that. And there's this too. And there's this too. And now I understand it.
Yeah.
Now when they play, now when they intuit, they're intuiting everywhere.
Yes.
So like a big chunk of it is just providing the extra information, because like I said, there's you have to know the map before you can before you can go there. So
right. Well, we only know what we know.
Greater understanding. So you don't have to follow step by step by step if you have the understanding. Once you have the understanding, I don't care how you do it. Just get to the end.
Exactly. Yes.
Just get from here to here. You just learn the map first.
Yes.
If you don't learn the map and you start taking detours, that's how you get lost.
Right.
Once you know the map, you can get wherever. You can get anywhere.
That's right.
So
then you can take detours. Yes. I love that. You provide the map. That's beautiful. Okay. And for anyone to get in touch with you, I've got your website up there, healfromyourpast.com. Is that the best way for them to reach out to you?
That's a good one. I can be reached at either. Heal From Your Past. That is my personal practitioner website. Okay. So I get emails depending on where you, like, no matter where you go. For the accelerated release technique, the website is acceleratedreleasetechnique.org. And the email is info@acceleratedreleasetechnique.org.
Okay,
So
fantastic.
either one still throws in the same mailbox.
Exactly. And you're in the group, so they
Yeah.
could always message you in there as well if necessary. And yeah, we're excited about working with you and having your program here with the school. So I'm looking forward to collaborating with you more as the days come. And thank you. Thank you for being
Thank you
with
so
us
much
today.
for having me.
Yes,
that was fun.
I know. It's always a great time, right? All right. You have a fantastic day, and we will talk to you again soon.
Will do.
All right. And that was awesome. I have just doing my banners here. Bear with me a second. We have Ilka Cavez in the house. I'll bring her up here. Hi, Ilka.
Hi, how are you, my friend?
I'm great. How are you? It's been a long time. Isn't it funny that the past couple of times you and I, we see one another on social media and we make comment here or there. And then this is really our catch up time. This is
the rest, everyone else will figure it out, but we're going to use this to catch up, right?
That's
this
right.
Is the only way we can catch up is making an appointment at your school.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. So Ilka has been with us before. We are so honored to have her back with us again. Ilka is a certified transformational life and emotional mastery coach, inspirational speaker, and leadership consultant. And I think I wrote it down here, a 4 times #1 international best-selling author. Congratulations, my friend. That's so, so awesome.
Yeah, God has been amazing to me.
Yes.
It's been amazing. Yes. Amazing ride. You just have to keep saying yes.
That's it. Right. And the amazing things start to show up when you just say yes and just stay open. And now you and I had a beautiful journey together in Panama. Ilka came and stayed with us at our retreat center in the rainforest. And part of the retreats center and what I was hosting for leaders to come in was also an opportunity to give back to the community that we were in. So while we were there, we organized a couple of events that we went and gave back to the community. And oh my gosh, my heart was so full after those. I mean, and I was just driving you there. Like you were just such a powerhouse. Yeah, you just made such a positive difference in so many lives just in that short little time. We went to a school and you spoke to the kids that were going from grade 8 into grade 9 into high school, and just really about being authentically themselves and honoring themselves. And it was so magical to sit in that classroom and watch the children as you spoke and just watch their walls come down and just open up. And of course we'll never know, but I'm confident that you made a big difference in many lives in that room that day. And then another day that we were together, we had organized a trip to a local orphanage. And again, just to speak to the kids. Oh my gosh, it was so moving. These children are so powerful. They don't even know it. To watch you speak and I watched you ask these kids what was their dream. And it was beautiful and a little bit heartbreaking at the same time, because we realized that they probably never had anyone ask them that question before. And were they afraid to dream? Were they, have they shared that information? Mm-hmm. So that was so powerful to sit in that room with you and watch those kids share their dreams, mm-hmm. and share and feel safe in doing that.
Just
and
knowing me, right?
supporting one
That was
another. It
it.
was so magical. When one girl, she was sharing her story and she started to cry, and then up came two other members and supported her, and it was like, wow, you are amazing little beings that you don't even understand how powerful you are, and how naturally it was for them to just to do that and to support one another, and you just held that space. And really, and I am going to go out on a limb and say you are probably still connected to some of those kids that you touched that day.
Yep, they still follow me, and I'm still holding on to the hope of writing, co-authoring a book with them. I
Yes.
still have not been able to get the permission, but we will write that book with those children from Las Aldeas, because the power, the quality of your questions matter. And even, that happened for children, but imagine adults that no one maybe have asked them, what would you love? What are your dreams? Imagine going through life and no one stopping to ask you, Virginia, what would you love? What is your dream? You've just been doing, busy, busy, and no one paused to ask you. Imagine asking that of your children very early, and then helping them implement it, helping them see that it can be done at all costs.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
still
beautiful.
at it. I'm not giving up. I'm still at it.
Good for you. Good for you. I know I was your feet on the ground in Panama for a
Yes.
while, really trying to kind of, instigate that connection to get the permission
Mhm.
from the orphanage to go
It's
ahead.
gonna
But
happen.
they were so excited at that opportunity, because it was really, what was it that you challenged them again? You challenged them to write down what their dreams were. Wasn't
Yeah,
that
to
it?
write
Was
it
to
down.
write it
Yep.
down and submit it. And we were going to create a book
Book. Mhm.
showing all of their dreams of
Right,
the,
writing out their dreams. So when it realized this book was going to serve as the foundation, that they had a dream in this year and look seeing it fulfilled. If you remember, some wanted to move to Mexico, some
Yes.
wanted to become stewardess. They had these things, and you said something that's important, Virginia. Some people don't even know they have permission to dream.
Mm,
Not
yeah.
even, and it's not just for children. Give permission to dream, and then give permission to empower yourself to know that these dreams can come true.
Yes.
Because a lot of times what we think about that, in any moment, that beginning to go towards that dream will be because basically when you write it down, you're creating a blueprint.
Yes.
When you write it down, that's the beginning of the blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 points I'm going to give you about brave thinking, but there are three basic steps, right? You blueprint when you have that dream, you write it down. Then you look at bridging it. You look at deciding for it, right? Because that's the power of the decision. I write it. I want to be a pilot. Then I have to decide for it. Then once you decide for it, you have to build it. Part of that building is you're going to have to befriend your fears. You might have to befriend your family telling you, you're from this, you are orphaned. How you think you can ever be a pilot? Those are the fears. Those are the things that show up. Befriending and really doing the work to fight those paradigms, because the paradigms are the biggest dream blockers, stoppers, if you can think, but it requires work, right? Because yes, I could sit here and say, oh, they said no. No, I haven't given up. Occasionally they'll write me on social media. I say, we're going to get it done. I don't know when, but we're going to get it done.
Yeah.
And I believe there's a time, a season, and a purpose for everything. So that no or that not yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Because sometimes it just doesn't show up in the way that we think. We often create a vision in the way that we think that it's going to go, and or that it should go, because that's all we know. This is the process. That's all we know. This is how it should go. And then when that falls through, you go through all those steps, and then that falls through. It's easy to throw your hands up and say, all right, well, I give up. And when that's really just the point to say, okay, well, that didn't work. So what's next?
What's next? And that's one of the reasons I teach, and one of the paradigms to break that's so important, that nothing is a failure. It's feedback. The feedback may be you still need to learn something else. The feedback may be not yet. The feedback may be not this door, because door number 3, they have something that's going to be not good for you. It's going to be a old couch. But if you wait for door number 1 now, and it's like what my coaches have taught us, this or something better.
Yeah.
If the door doesn't open, then there's something better. So there's something bigger and better to that book that's going to come. And because I know that, I'm holding that space in between.
Yes.
That when this book comes, it's going to be something that I can't even imagine. You know, there's a quote that I wrote down to remember it, and it says, life is ready to bless you beyond all your boundaries you have ever known.
Beautiful.
Imagine that. It's ready to bless you. So if you remain open, I'm open for whenever it comes. In the meantime, I keep working at it. I keep doing the steps that are necessary to create a life that I love living. What would I love? To do that book with these kids.
Yes.
For example, right? What would I love? What can I do in between there is remember what I would love and write it down. So I need to blueprint it. I'm writing it down.
Yep.
I have some other topics. I remember what the question I asked them to write down. So that's the blueprint. So the foundation is there. I'm working. I've already decided for it. Whenever it happens, I've already decided for it. Befriending the fears might be getting rid of the paradigm that people say, well, who's this woman? She came and she just inspired these kids one time and now she's gone. She hasn't left. She may have not been in the country, but she hasn't left.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. So you really have to, and what better way to show people how to create a life that they love is by doing it yourself. So on a little bit of update from me, since we are using this as a catch up.
Yeah.
So since we last talked, I am now officially retired from my full-time employment after 26 and a half years of service.
Wow.
I'm grateful for the service, but it's time to decide for it, and I'm deciding for my purpose. And
good for you. Congratulations.
Deciding for my purpose is moving towards the things that you would love. And I know what I'm here for. I'm here to grow leaders. I'm here to help leaders become even better leaders. I'm here to help leaders who, like John Maxwell may say, have climbed up that ladder and got to the top and realized, whoops, my ladder was on the wrong building. Or those that have blueprinted, but used the wrong materials to build the house.
Beautiful. I love that analogy.
So think about it, right? So you got to rebuild. The foundation may have been right. That blueprint may have been right. But and some of the wrong materials may be getting input from the outside instead of input from the inside.
Beautiful.
Right? Think about those things, right? Because if we're going to build something, when you decide for it, you've got to have clarity. You've got to have certainty. That sometimes, no offense, everybody knows my mom. I love my mom. But even if my mom tells me it can't be done, I have to believe it can be done. Right?
Yes.
So there's a higher power working with me to really be convinced that I don't know when. I'm going to remain open. I'm going to do what I can with what I have from where I'm at. And
Yeah.
that actually leads me, because I know time goes by fast. We could talk all night and all day. But I do want to share at least 5 brave thinking tools. And we talked about our decisions, right? We were born to be effective decision makers. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
We were born to be, right, but you may have been, we are conditioned to look outside of ourselves for
To
the
get the
answer
answers.
instead of within ourselves. So
Yeah.
consider that. So there are 5 brave thinking tools that we operate from. And one is, you really have to begin to look at yourself and say, notice what I'm noticing. The only way you can notice what you notice, and that's step number 1, the brave thinking tool. You have to be present. If you're busy looking in the past, you're going to depress and you're going to make decisions for things that cannot be picked up. If
Yeah.
you're thinking too far ahead, you're going to get anxiety and you're going to be getting ahead of the plan. You had the blueprint, but you're getting ahead of the plan. So then you buy wrong materials and you build trying to be in a rush instead of waiting. We're all dealing with that now, waiting for materials to come to get the products to the people. Right. Right. And because there's some people are going to get anxious, they're going to go buy substitute material instead of waiting for the quality material. The quality of the quality of your questions matter.
Yes.
So important. So that's number 1. Number 2, we look at what are your longing and discontent, right? Yeah, I long to do this book. What am I going to do? But you have to remember is that you cannot get to your dream. You have to come from your dream.
Because your dream has already happened.
It's already, you wrote it down.
That's right.
You can't get, to, you have to come from it. So notice that longing and discontent. So that's where I'm coming from with the book for the kids, for example, with working with those leaders who want to make that shift. It may be at a crazy time. Everything is going well, but there's something pulling. I have a friend, his name is James Cooper, and he has a quote that says, "You will move forward when the gravity of your future becomes heavier than the weight of your past."
Yes, I think you shared that on our last showcase, and I'm gonna just put it up here because isn't it funny? I have kept it in our banners.
You have it. So I have remained consistent. If anything, I have remained consistent. So you see the difference, right? Notice what you're noticing. You notice that I repeated it. You notice that it made sense with the longing and discontent. Step number 3 for brave thinking is be bold enough to ask, what would I love? This quote is so important to that. What would I love? And the 5 areas we look at is, I do 5. It's really 4, but I add 5. 1 is, what would I love in my health and wellness? Write it down. Take all the barriers. No money, no time, nothing is in the way. What would I love in my health and wellness? What would I love in my relationships? What would I love in my vocation? What would I love in my time and money freedom? And what would I love in my spirituality? Write those things down at no barriers. Just start writing it down. What would I love? Right? So that's it takes courage. It takes bravery to do that, to give yourself permission to dream.
Yes.
To dream, to blueprint what that end result is. What's that vision that you have in those 5 areas? Then number 4, we look at what could I do with what I have from where I'm at. That's what I did. That's what gave me the courage to retire.
Beautiful.
I had the time. And what was my longing and discontent? To go serve my purpose, to give back to the world and leave what my purpose is, leave it here. Not taking it to the grave with me.
That's right.
I'm leaving it here. So figure out, what could I have? Yes, I want to fly to the moon. I don't have, 300,000 trillion dollars to go. But what could I do? I could watch it first. I could figure out what is the first thing. What's the first thing I need? Maybe I can save up and buy the shoe I would need, and then save up and buy the clothes that I need, and then save up some more to pay for the flight to the moon.
Yeah.
What can you do with what you have from where you're at? And number 5 is, you start to source all of that. That's basically what we were doing. I call it the 5 S's, right? So you source, you sort, you select, you schedule, and you serve. So as you are building those dreams along the way, do those things.
Yeah.
Keep serving, keep giving. There's a law that we all are familiar with, but we forget it. The more you give, the more will come. It's a cycle. You can't get in the way of that. Nobody can stop that flow of that energy. So as you work towards what you will love, do things in between to continue to start, to select, to schedule, and to serve. That serve
Right.
piece is so important, to keep
Yeah.
serving along. But I'm going to be quiet because I know you want to say something. I'm
I
feeling
know.
your energy like ready to burst out. So I'm gonna set up for a minute.
Oh, that's so funny. Because, well, you said it perfectly, right? It's that putting that energy out, that being of service. And being of service doesn't have to be making money at it. I don't know who was, I think it was Rebecca that mentioned that in our earlier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You can be of service in your family, what you do for your family, your immediate family, your brothers and sisters, your friends, your coworkers, the lady at the grocery store. It's really just about showing up in a loving, honoring way in that suits you, and being that in this present moment and coming out into the world in that way. Because when you come out in the world in that way of service, of love, of appreciation, of help and assisting, and without the need for something in return, you get that back in return. It comes back in tenfold. So it is so worth, and that's why, like you said, I say about being in that present moment and just looking at how you're showing up today, right now, right here in this moment.
In this moment. And don't let fear get in the way.
Yeah.
Right? Don't let fear get in the way of your faith. To really continue. I always say, face fear in the face, because that's what's going to prevent you from judging. That's what's going to keep you in this place, like, oh, maybe questioning. Let it flow.
Yeah.
Just allow it to flow. To just keep giving, to growing, because that's the key right there too. That's another important piece with the brave thinking, and also, really going towards your vision.
Yeah.
Are you willing to grow the quality of your questions? Are you willing to expand and think about your thoughts? Your thoughts, are they contracted or they're expansive? Think
Yes.
about what you're thinking. That's how you know if you're going back or you're going forward.
That's
Is
right.
it going to put me back down? No seed wants to plant to go back underneath. They want to plant to grow out.
That's right. Exactly. And it's understanding and seeing that's what you're doing, is you're hiding, you're going back underground, and instead of choosing the expansive route that maybe you don't know what that looks like, and being okay with not knowing what that looks like. Right. I always say to people, it's just a step. Just because you can't see the whole staircase doesn't mean that it's not there. So just take one step, and whatever that one step is, it's perfect for you. If it's not the right step at this moment, then take another one. So it really is that simple.
And keep testing it, right? You have to keep testing it, because what I love is, if you think about it, when you come out, what are you being? We are meant to be lights. I always tease people. I love the song, "This Little Light of Mine, I'm going to
Yes.
let it shine," right? So
Yeah.
imagine that no matter you make a step, it wasn't right. Just keep saying, "This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine." I have my little crazy stuff that I put. But imagine that every step you make, oh, I stepped in poop. This
Yeah.
little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Oh, I stepped in the ditch. This little light, you know, I'm gonna let it shine, right? So think about that, right?
Yeah.
And just I want to give 5 questions to test it, right? And remember, when you write that dream, does it give you more life? Think about that. Number one, does it give you more life? Number two, does it align with my core values? Your values matter. Remember that. If it's not aligned to your values, think about that dream that you have wrote down. It may have been the wrong dream. Number three, would it cause me to grow? We just talked about growing, right? This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And do I need help from a higher power? Very important. Number four. If you doing this on your own strength, think again. Think again. And then number five is there good in this for others? Is there good in this for others? Did I lose you or did I freeze?
Hello.
Hi, that was
We
me
lost
over
her.
there.
Yep, we lost her.
Oh, we lost her. So
Good
did
old
you
internet. It's
did
all right.
you
It gives
go
me an
look?
opportunity to say hi.
Hi, I
I
know,
love
but
your song,
that's
and I
what
love the way
happens,
you
right?
talk.
We had to
So
work it out so we could see each other, right?
I know, I
We,
know. You have very powerful energy because when I interviewed you, we were having tech issues with the Wi-Fi. It's a big, big light and energy
I
that
am
you bring.
sorry, my light and my energy is too much. It short circuits your system.
Yeah. So cool. Thank you for being here today. Yeah, and even for that song. Just it's so cheery and just brings up the mood immediately. Just coming back.
Isn't that fun that you can teach your kids
Yeah,
that?
and even for that
That no matter what, they
so
just say,
cheery and
"This
just brings
little
up
light of mine, I'm
the
gonna let it shine, stepping into poop and into the ditch and into."
Oh,
So
awesome.
I know its time is up, but Virginia, Christine just said it's my energy always shutting down your system.
What happened the last time?
I know it
I
happened
don't
last
know what
time.
I don't know which oil I used, but whatever oil must have quadrupled.
There is
That's so
just
funny.
so much love going through that network. You can't handle it. Oh, that's
And
awesome.
that's my favorite thing. People ask me what's missing from leadership, and I always say it's love.
Yes. Yes. And if you've been watching this morning and yesterday, that's really been what I've been picking up on the theme of all of the beautiful people that are coming forward are helping people to learn to love themselves.
Amen.
Really just to come back to heal and learn to love yourself so that you can show up in the world in the best version of you, right?
That's why we did this book, the
Yes.
good book.
So we'll finish off with that. I know that you said you wanted to gift a free a book. This is the collaboration book that you did called
Yes.
Book of Joy.
Yeah, the book on joy, and it's written by 30 women from around the world, 8 countries. And the goal of this book was to spread joy. We
Love
have
it.
had almost 2 years with people going through so much, and you will hear stories of people rising above all that hurt, all that loss, all that, disaster, things that have happened, and have been able to find joy,
Beautiful.
because I want to just share with you that you have a choice. With everything you do, there's a choice. What will you choose? So I will be glad to gift this, and whatever I said, I will be giving to your audience who are watching. You can do it now, you can do it later. Please send me the information. I will ship it out to them. and I'm always a little bit more generous than usual. So I also have this book, Becoming a Leader of Worth, and I will also give one journal and one devotional out to your audience.
Oh, Ilka, that's so awesome. Thank you. So, for all of our viewers here today, if you would like a chance to win a copy of the books, then how about you put a hashtag joy in the comments? So, for all of the people who put hashtag joy in the comments today, we will do a draw after the show today, and I'll get that information. I'll get in touch with you to get your mailing information, and we'll get that taken care of and send that out to you. That's so special. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And always great to see you. And I need to connect with you later with just seeing how Mike is doing, how my puppies are doing,
Yes,
the animals, everyone, and you especially, my friend. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for always just giving and flowing. And I wish you and Christine nothing but just the best. You're off to great things with the healing school and continue to help souls, hearts, and mind to heal.
Oh, thank you so much, my friend. It was so great to see you. And yes, we will definitely connect again soon. All right. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
We'll talk soon. All right. Bye. That was so beautiful. I love connecting with Ilka. Let me just flip over here to my trusty banners again, and I'll get that down. Next, we have Sonia being so patient in the background. Sonia Williams talking about your parenting journey. Hi, Sonia. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience. I know you've been listening in the background. I appreciate you getting through it today. We're awfully chatty today, I think.
Yeah, well, it was definitely worth listening to. It was like a ha-ha moment a minute then. It was just fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I wanted to make notes myself.
Yes, exactly. There's always a reason that we're supposed to be somewhere, right?
Yeah, yes, for sure. That was probably one of the most valuable 10 minutes I've had all week. It was so great. Yeah, just brilliant.
That's awesome. I love that. So you and I have not met in person. Thank you so much for being with us today. I know you are coming to us from the UK. So, yeah. And it never ceases to amaze me that technology can hook us up with people, at other parts of the world, and we can have a conversation. And it just amazes me that we have this opportunity to have you here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's one of the gifts of the pandemic, isn't it? Is that we all went online and amazingly can make these sort of connections. So yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. Yeah. I'm so thankful to be here. This is such a passion of mine, and the more I can talk about it, the better.
That's awesome. So let's get right to it. Now your parenting journey. Let's talk about you and who you are, and then kind of how you stepped into this parenting journey with other people.
So I was a dance teacher, performing arts teacher in a Southeast London school. So lots and lots of children come from quite tough backgrounds, quite a lot of gang culture there. Mm-hmm. And the questions started coming because I just felt like as a school, the approaches we were taking for these teenagers that were completely disconnected from adults just weren't working. They just weren't working. We were dishing out detention after detention. It didn't matter how many parent meetings we had. So many children, not all, but so many children were saying stuck with that disconnect. Yeah. And so I just started asking questions of how much do I really want to follow what the school's doing, because it doesn't seem to be working and it's just leading to more disconnect. The moment I shout detention, that child's like, goodbye, I'm done with you. Yeah. Because they can see, we're talking about consciousness and presence. And oh my goodness, children, as we know when you're here and they know when you're not. They know when you're living out of fear, and they know when you're living out of that absolute moment and wanting to be with them and nobody else. So the question started then. And then I was blessed with my first boy. And oh my goodness, he just laughed at every single parenting book in the world. He was just like, absolutely not. I'm not doing any of those. You are absolutely having a laugh. So I was left feeling really, really lost because everyone said, you know, when it's 7 o'clock, you put your baby to bed, you lie them down and they go to sleep. Well, he didn't do that. Not even close. He slept on me for the first 6 months. He couldn't lay down and sleep. He had silent reflux, which we didn't know about. So that was my first big, like, oh my goodness, what on earth am I doing? Like, somebody throw me a manual because I'm just so overwhelmed. And then I'll fast forward. We went through lots of different moments, which I could, you know, tell you, go on all night telling you of all these awakening moments. But the biggest one for me, the most life-changing moment for me was we were really surprised and blessed to have our third baby boy. The age gaps were very close, or what I perceived as close. So we had 2 years, 2 months between our first two, and then only 18 months between our second and our third.
Yeah.
And I was just lost. And it was so much to handle, having a newborn, a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. And one day my 3-year-old, which I now know is completely developmentally normal, kept hitting his brother, kept throwing things at his brother. But I, of course, as well, subconsciously was fueling the fire without realizing it. I was getting so furious. And I was like, how can this child of mine be acting this way in such a violent way? And I found it heartbreaking. And then when I was crying, crying myself to sleep that night, I was thinking, there's got to be another way. There's got to be another way. And a little voice in my head said, how can you be angry at a child for being angry? You're getting angry at them and you can't handle your anger. How does that even make any sense? Pure insanity. It's pure insanity. And that's what made me delve in deep to Dr. Shefali's conscious parenting and all the talk she does on conscious parenting, Janet Lansbury's work on respectful parenting. And those were the two main big influences for me, and really made me, and I've always been a big questioner. I've always questioned everything, but it really helped me just pick apart every single moment. But then I was left with, okay, now I have all these fantastic tools. Why is this still not working? I have them, but it's still not working. It's still not happening for me. And so it was then learning more about how the mind works, how habitual behavior works, which amazingly I learned about back as a contemporary dance student. So everything just started to come together. And I made the decision last year when I've had endless messages from mums a lot of working mums who could go to work every day and say goodbye to their children, and any problems that were happening, they could go, I'm off over to nursery, and coming home at night, and dads, and coming home at night and then going, oh my God, this is crazy, quick, put them to bed. And then we go back into this cycle and never really dealing with the stress or the overwhelmment and the issues that were going on. And I think what happened with the pandemic is that we had to deal with it. We were home with our children every single day on top of having to work, and we couldn't anymore just close the door to that and put it to the back of our minds. So I literally, my phone was just overrun with everybody who I knew that was like, I know you're into this, like, help, please help, because I'm lost. I'm so lost. So I started running free groups online with Zoom groups with mums to go over how to what respectful parenting tools are, and then how to put them into practice. So, and within that, we started to look massively at our beliefs and where these habitual patterns and cycles were coming from. And in the periods of time that we were together, I noticed a massive growth again. And and the mums were just like, oh my goodness, now it looks easy. Now I can see how to make this a reality of being the mum that I want to be. So yeah, it's been an amazing journey of lots of struggles, but I just feel like this is the biggest gift I could have been given.
Yeah,
it feels like
because there's a lot of self-discovery in there too.
Yeah,
right? It's a lot of self, because just like you had that moment of, you're angry, at your child for being angry.
Yeah,
and that's a big awareness to have when you realize the pattern that's happening, and and to understand that. And just like you say, most of it's, and guilty. I mean, in the day I have 4 kids. In the days when they were at home and in school and whatever, I was running a business. I was taking care of my mom. I had the kids all. There was, like you said, I was the fixer. They came, they said, Mom, I got this. It was like, doom, 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 fix, on to the next thing. It was like, I didn't have time to sit and unpack stuff. And or that's what I thought, you know? And I think we do this. We do have time. We have to choose it. We have to, you know, we have to make it. We have to make it a priority in our lives.
Yeah. And it's amazing because a bit like what Ilka was saying is it's, you know, the more you give of service, then the more you get back. And it's the same with consciousness with your children. Mm-hmm. They can see when you're on their to-do list and they're not going to stand for it. That's not what they're here for. They're here to have fun. They're here to enjoy every single moment with you and to be with you in the here, in the now. And we get into, I've got to do the washing. I've got, like you said, you know, bum, 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 bum. This is what I got to do. Get your clothes on. We've got to get out the door. Yeah. Well, hold on. If you're about to send your child away for the day to nursery or preschool, of course we can forgive every single parent out there for like getting the clothes on the child as quick as possible and pushing them out the door, because we've all done it. Yes. But what if that moment was the moment that you let your child know that they are loved, that you don't have to do anything special together, that they are absolutely everything. They are more than enough as they are. Yeah. Nothing special needs to happen for them to get your attention. They just want you. That's all they want. Yeah. And I think that was the biggest, like, oh my goodness, thank God when Janet Lansbury said in a podcast, it's not your job to fix everything. It's not your job. And that's what I always say to Mum. It's not your job to fix everything. It's your job to be there. Yeah. They don't want you to fix everything. They actually don't. Yeah. They want to be independent. They want to figure it out themselves. Yeah. And that's what I help parents do massively, because once we start using questions with our children and presence, I say that one of the biggest first tools I use with a lot of mums and dads that aren't necessarily massively into consciousness, mindfulness, meditation is pause before you pounce. Just stop, pause. And it's even, you know, when I was in that state of complete overwhelm, and I used to use it as teaching as well. It's a teaching tool that I learned. Because when you're in that state of overwhelm and stress, you're not in the logical part of your brain, are you? So you can't make the right decisions. But the most beautiful thing about doing this as parenting is quite often, even with a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old and a newborn, me pausing and deciding I do nothing until I am calm. I do nothing until I'm fully here with you and not dealing with my own emotions. I'm going to do nothing. Unless one's in massive danger, then of course I'll deal with that.
Gotta react.
Beautiful thing, But the most beautiful thing about that was that my 3-year-old was going from this child who was throwing stuff at his brother to going, oh, you're sad. I'm sorry. And he'd just do it. He just, without me teaching anything, he would completely change his energy around because he could see. Whereas we get in the way a lot, don't we? We jump in there. And it's the same as parents of all age. But we jump in there really quickly. Like, I've got to solve this. You don't know how to do this. I know what I'm doing. I've got all the answers. I've been through this before, so I'm going to solve it. Yeah. But we can't lead from behind. If we're angry, we're just going to put it on them. Yeah. And they know, you know, they can't put it into words, but they know when we're living out of our past or when we're living out of our now. Because when we're in our now, all it should be is all about them.
That's right. And they're such intuitive little beings. I mean, they come into this world. We all come into this world that way, right? But we forget. We're conditioned. We, you know, not that our parents were bad. It's just you only know what you know. And you know, so it's, for me, it's like life has given me a second chance with my granddaughters now being back and having I'm back in Canada. I was living in Panama, so now I'm close to family. And so the girls come over every morning, Monday to Friday, they come every morning and they come in the door and they just, you know, we have their routine. They just bowl in through the door and they say good morning and the dogs bark all over them and they, you know, and whatever. But I don't look at my phone. I don't. I mean, I get it done before if I have to do something, I get it done before they arrive. And when they are here, it's all about having breakfast with Grampy and Gigi. And they just come in and we have a routine and we talk and we be silly and we don't say anything at all. And exactly like you said, just letting them be however they want to be. And some days that feels like crazy chaos and energy. And other days it's like chilled and relaxed and, full of I love yous. And, like it's, but it's beautiful. And it's so incredible to see. And I remember as a young mom, the older versions of me saying, time goes by so fast. Enjoy them while they're small. And I remember those words and I took those words in. And for all of those older people in my life that said that to me, thank you. But I never understood what it meant. And I never understood how to be that, how to take that time. I was in survival mode, man. Like it was about surviving and how do you, and I had my own shit that I was dealing with, right? Yeah. How do you help a kid unpack that, right? And like you said, have the time and make the time. And you said it perfectly. You don't really have to show them. You just got to be there and hold the space. They can figure it out.
Yeah. And I think the biggest realization and gift going down a conscious parenting and respectful parenting route is actually you really learn that you really don't need to do too much at all.
Yeah.
You really don't. You really don't need to do too much at all. And if you do anything, try and do it in the form of a question, because again, it brings us back to the now. And that's the thing is like you're talking about your children, your grandchildren, when they come and see you, they're letting out whatever emotional energy they need to get out then and there. Yes. And that's what they do naturally, don't they? They know how to get it out. Yeah. And one of my boys, when he gets upset, the whole world can hear it. He really lets it out. And it's just so fantastic to see. But it makes a lot of people quite uncomfortable. They don't quite know what to do with it. And so, when I've taken him to other places, people like try and distract him, like give him a lollipop, throw him an ice cream, like get him a toy, like give him anything to stop him from doing that. And that's what's happened to all of us, is that we've been taught to just push it down, keep pushing it down. And of course, it's because it's making us uncomfortable.
Yes.
It's making us feel like a failure because I can't solve what's going on with you.
Yeah.
And when we start to really listen to our own emotions that are happening in the moment, and just like I teach, it's amazing because the more I put it into child language for my boys, the more it makes sense to me. So, when we talk about, everybody talks about emotional waves. That's one of the best ways, I think, to talk about. Just let it go. Wait till that dies down. Yeah. Okay, can I hear myself? Okay, now I'm going to do something. Now I can talk. And the beautiful thing about that whole process is a lot of parents say to me, I have to step in or I have to do something because otherwise it escalates and it gets out of control. Well, what energy are you bringing to that? Because if you're bringing that fearful energy, then they are for sure going to feed off that. And knowing that they've upset you in that moment is going to make their actions worse despite anything else that is going on. So it's such a gift to be able to sit back and just watch and just say, remember, just what I can see you're feeling angry. I can see you're feeling really frustrated. And I'd feel that too if I was in your position. Let's just wait till that goes down. And sometimes they can talk in numbers, or sometimes you just wait and hold them. Yeah. And that's enough. But we got to do that to ourselves. If we're feeling really overwhelmed, and this is such the hardest thing to do, like you say, as a mum, is that you're then all about the children. And what we forget to do is go stop and give ourselves a virtual hug. How am I doing? How am I okay?
Yes.
Have I showered today? No, I haven't, but I'm going to go lock myself in the bathroom right now for 5 minutes and pretend I'm having a long wee just so that I can catch a breath. And that's what you've got to do with you. It's unrealistic to say to, and this is the other issue that I found, is that it's unrealistic to a mum to say, especially with a newborn, or even for me, like my youngest is 2 now, go and do a 20-minute yoga video.
Yeah.
Well, I can't. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But like, I commit every day, and this is what I always talk about with the mums and dads I work with. You've got to make a realistic expectation for yourself. So if it literally means as soon as you wake up, my 2-year-old is still breastfeeding when I wake up. But as soon as he's done, I literally will go to the bathroom, shut the door, and just do some breaths and just check in with myself. How am I feeling? What background thoughts or fears are going around here about the day? Because those fears are actually what's driving most of our actions most of the day as parents, for sure. We've got so many fears about what our children might become. We've got so many fears about how we will be judged by our family and our friends, that is in the subconscious, in the back of the mind, talking to us all the time. So it's really, really challenging. And the biggest thing we can do is take a deep breath to get ourselves back to the now. Am I going solo? Well, I'll keep talking until you're back. The biggest gift we can give ourselves is just take a deep breath and just notice that breath going in and out, and for the now. And it's something that everybody's pretty much talked on about. It's that breath is something so simple. But quite often as mums and dads, we live in these shallow breaths, which also are releasing more stress hormones throughout our body. So when we're in those tense moments as mums and dads, what tends to happen is when we're hearing our children upset, and it stresses us out naturally, because that's what we're designed to do to make us respond to our children, we then shallow breathe. And when we shallow breathe, we release more of the stress hormones. And so what we want to get back to doing is doing those nice deep belly breaths. And as soon as we do that, oh my goodness, it can massively calm us down quicker. So that's why going back to pause before you pounce is one of the simplest things we can start to implement. And it's not only, the other thing as well is that sorry, carried on.
Good job.
I can talk about this forever. Could you hear me during that bit when you're off?
Well, I was reading it on my phone as I was trying to get my computer to boot back up. But yeah.
Technology. At least you can reboot quickly. That's quite handy.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Thank you for keeping going. So yes, continue.
Yeah. So once we get out of that shallow breath and get back into the deep breathing, we can start to hear our thoughts a lot more. And when we really listen, we'll find that fear is at the root of most of that stress that's going on in our mind.
Yeah.
If I don't stop him from hitting his brother, if I don't punish him, then he's going to turn into a massive violent child, because that's what we've been told, haven't we? We've been told you have to punish, punish.
Yeah.
And so that, yeah. And so we get into that such a fearful state as mums and dads. And it's heartbreaking, isn't it? Because we're missing these beautiful
because
moments.
that's what we've been taught, right? We were told that you can't do this or you can't behave that way, when really, if we just hold that space and allow them, because we come into this world to have these experiences and to learn these things. And as moms and dads, yes, we're there to support and, take care of and be responsible for this little human until they're at the age of being able to do it themselves. But we have to give them the space and not try to control it and just allow them. And that was a big lesson for me, especially in the situation. That's where I got to when it was like, okay, I got to stop and get off this rat race, because I've got 4 kids I'm trying to manage. Got my mom, I'm trying to deal with her health stuff. I'm running a business. My husband works out of town, and it was just, I was a drill sergeant. I mean, because things had to happen for me to get to the next step. And I really had to stop trying to control the outcome. And for me, meditation was that. Making that a priority in my life and learning to meditate and to just check in and relax was a way to kind of release that fear of needing to control, that I'm going to be out of control or I'm going to lose control, or, you know, and just understanding and allowing your children to just be.
Yeah. And I think, you know, like you were saying earlier to Ilka, you know, everybody comes up with this. The root fear is I'm not good enough for this. I'm not enough for this. I'm not everything for this. And, you know, when you look back at what the scenario me and you have just talked about and played out, and as every other mum and dad are in the world, well, not in the world, but in many countries, particularly in the Western world, no wonder we grow up not feeling we're enough. Because if we're just on mum and dad's to-do list, and me being here isn't making them happy, then what am I? And what is my value? Because if I'm here trying to give mum hugs and she's running away, go, no, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. Then what am I? What, you know, and you can see it in your children, my goodness, when they see that in you, their whole body. And I can feel it now, you know, I massively, if I get back in that zone and I notice the body drop in them, I go, okay, I'm back to you. Right. And there's a balance, like you said as well, you know, there's a balance of us going to say to our children, right now, this is my time. This is for me. So I can be the best mum I can for you. This is your time. And that's not partly, it's a lot of what we go through in the Pivotal Parenting Club as well, is because that we can sort of flip the switch. We can go from not giving them any time to going, I've got to be present with you every second of every day. And then, you know, and then you're stressing because, oh my God, I'm not present with you.
Yes,
so, right. And it's about going, right, how do I chunk my time out to be there for me so that I'm there for you? And so that you feel enough. And I think once we realize that our children have to, or all they need is to know that they're enough, because that's what most of us adults are dealing with, then what else is there to do in our job?
Exactly.
What else is there to do? So I think it's one of the toughest things we can go through, isn't it? Becoming a mum or dad. But it's such a gift. It's such a gift to be able to, because in the end of it, you win. You win getting to enjoy the littlest things.
Yes, exactly. And it is. And really, when you just take that time to just, like, the girls just make me laugh. I mean, my husband and I, we're still, it's funny because we then, when they go home, we talk about, you know, maybe a situation that came up and how we handled it and what we can do better. And, you know, or, you know, and sometimes, you know, I might tell them, well, they're right there in the room too, but, you know, but that's part of figuring it out. Right. And working together and just really helping them to kind of be good little humans, right? In the way that is for them, not in the way that we think they should be, or society thinks they should be, or, you know, and I love that you have created this community to have parents. Like, man, I wish there was something like this when my kids were small, honestly, like, you know, because it was the stigma at that time that you know, you couldn't ask for help, right? Nobody asked for help, God forbid. And that was huge in my life at that point in time, was you don't ask for help. And this is, I just got to do it. And you got to do it alone. And we don't have to do it alone. We don't have to do life alone. We are meant to be together. We are meant to. So I just love that you've created this community. So talk a little bit about that and how people can get involved.
Okay. So I've got a Facebook page, Your Parenting Journey. And on there is where I post everything that's happening. But I do courses, the Empowered Parent, which is like a really short course into how to understand children. So all the sort of practical things of why children do what they do, because that's also something we don't learn in every other aspect of our life. In terms of business and careers, we train for it and we get a certificate at the end, and then we can look after or practice in that area. Whereas we don't get that as parents, do we? We get, here's a child, off you go. Good luck. Yeah, good luck. All the best. Yeah. So in that course, I go over those details, as well as some core beliefs we have of our view of children. What's their position? What's our job? What's their job? And so the Empowered Parent is a fun short course just to sort of get lots of ideas of how to start to change. And the Pivotal Parenting Club is a weekly Zoom session for mums and dads, where every Friday at 6 p.m. GMT, which is 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we meet on Zoom and we go over some of the main problems of the week or struggles that we've had, and the thing, or, triggers, what's really triggering us. And then from there, we can look at we go deep as much as you want to go. And we look at what beliefs or what are the voices in our head saying that are making us respond the way we are, or making this situation so difficult. Because as we know, everything's a perception. Yeah. Everything is perception. So we look at why is this so easy and this isn't so easy? There must be some sort of habitual thought cycle or belief that is stopping me from being able to be so conscious in that moment. Yeah. And one of the biggest tools that I talk about is setting your intention every day. Every single morning, setting your intention of what do you want to happen with your children? So, for example, mine last week was hurry slowly, because I found that I was getting back into that to-do list mentality. Yeah. And I thought, actually, we do have a busy day sometimes, and the boys love everything we do, so I don't want to stop any of it. However, I could still do things quickly but fun. Yes. Why can't it be fun? Does it have to be moody? Does it have to be serious? Yeah. Or can it be fun? And so that was, my big intention, to get me back into the right frame of mind of let's have fun with everything we do, because otherwise, what's the point? Why are we doing this? Yeah. So we talk about setting intentions, and I give lots of other tools to help you change your mindset and beliefs. And because some of them, of course, some of the times of our little ones, these are big triggers because we are dealing with a situation where we felt powerless as a child. And so if we can address that, then we can address why we can't be so as conscious as we want to be in the moment with our children. So we look at beliefs and mindsets alongside those respectful parenting tools, those practical tools, those sentences that you can use to help your 3-year-old, 2-year-old, 1-year-old baby. Because if we can start the respectful parenting tools from 3 months old, it's great for us as well as for them, because we're setting boundaries. It's not about just going, do what you want, I'm here for you, but, go draw all over the walls and run into the street. It's not about that. It's about us setting the clear boundaries when we need to. Yes. But in an understanding, respectful way. So, that's what the Pivotal Parenting Club is all about. It's just, I love it. It's absolutely brilliant. Because the other thing, sorry to throw it in there, but the other thing is that just one of the beautiful thing about it is when we hear as a mum or a dad, somebody else go, oh my God, I do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's me too. Then you don't feel like such a horrible human being. I know. You don't feel like,
that's so true.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, one of the mums opened up in our group and she said, I threw my phone across the room. I was trying to get work done. The baby was doing this, toddler was doing this. And I was like, I can't do both. And so I just threw it. So, and so I said, okay, who else has done something similar? And everyone was like, oh my God, yeah. I wanted to share the story because we've all gone crazy. And but we've all felt like we've gone crazy and lost it because we've got these little mirrors who are projecting our emotions back on us all the time as well. So the more stressed we are, the more stressed they are. Yes. And going back to that time in my life when I had 3 years and under, just by noticing my breath throughout the day and setting the intentions, the energy of the boys completely calmed down so quickly because they're in the now. Yes. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yes, so, exactly. Yes. And you have to get into the now. And and when you do, I find that it is such a more pleasant place to be for them and for you, right? To just really enjoy each other.
And sometimes your mind will push back. Sometimes your mind will go, no, you haven't got time to be present. You've got to do this. Or if you be present, then fear will start going, hello, don't forget, if you do this, then your child's going to end up like some crazy person on the streets or be in prison. You've got to, so it can, but the more that you can just do that simple breath, and whenever you notice it in the day, that's one of the first big tools that I think is so valuable for us in any situation.
Yes.
Let alone parenting. But I do one-to-one support with mums and dads as well, for anyone who wants to, just needs a bit, because the other thing as well is that in the early days of this, you can watch a video like this or an interview and go, that's great, but I can't do it. Why can't I do this? Yeah. And then you can mum guilt yourself. And we know when you're in that skit, when you're feeling guilt, then you're just on replay. It's like a broken record in your brain, and you can't make effective changes happen in that state. So I help them change the state to change their story, and then change their strategies and put in these new respectful parenting tools and choose new beliefs. Because like Wayne Dyer says, you can always choose another thought, and a belief is just a thought you keep thinking. So we can 100% do that. But sometimes it takes a bit more time one-to-one to let yourself focus and make it a priority. So I love the one-to-one support time as well.
Yes, because that would be good. Some people need that to get them to a certain level, right? To get them out of their own ick and their stick, and and into the better end of things. So
and the brilliant thing is that as a one-to-one support, it can start like a tick box, because we're all about our to-do lists.
Yes.
I need to improve parenting. Okay, let me do this. That done. And it's so much, more than that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's so much more than that. And I think the other thing to mention as well is that our home lives, we quite often push to the side when we're busy at work. And I think that if we make our home life more of a priority, and the safe haven, if we view it as it is a safe haven, yes, we've got these crazy children running around with so much energy when I'm coming home and exhausted. But what a beauty to come home and watch them have fun pushing a broom around the room, or it can be our haven. It can massively be our haven. It can be a place where it doesn't matter what else is going on in the world. Yeah, we're gonna have fun here and now.
Exactly. Yeah, and that reminded me, when you said that, it reminded me. 8 years ago, before I moved to Panama, my husband and I, the kids had moved out on their own. We were all living in the same house. So before we had moved to Panama, my mom, 4 kids, my husband and I, 2 dogs, a cat, the whole shebang. And our password to get on the Wi-Fi was, you got to be crazy to live here. and we all always remembered that.
Oh, brilliant. That's great though, isn't it? Because I think whenever I hear that word crazy, it always makes me go, okay, what if I'm hearing that, then I'm being a little bit, I need to just slow down and figure this, forget all this stuff and just enjoy being now and here together a little bit more.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Sonia, for being with us. It has been an absolute pleasure to talk with you today. You are doing amazing things. I love that. I love that this is happening. I see so many young parents in the world that are just, looking for a little bit of guidance, looking for somebody that is going through the same thing, right?
You look at the teen depression levels.
Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking. And now they've come out of COVID or lots of pandemics. I mean, I know some have still gone back into lockdown in some places.
Yeah.
But these kids are now being told, or teenagers, young adults even, the 18-year-olds are being told, right, you're behind, you got to catch up. Come on, let's go. You got to do this, this, and this, and this. And, I speak to teacher friends all over the world where they're all pretty much saying the same thing. Yeah, we're in catch-up mode. Yeah, we're in 100% catch-up mode. So these children are coming back from who knows what home life and being told, you're not enough right now. You're not enough.
Yeah. Way to go.
It's not good enough. So we need to improve you. That's what they're hearing.
Yes.
And that's why this work, I just think there's nothing more important.
Right. Absolutely.
There's nothing more important.
Absolutely. Well, good for you. You are a shining light, and thank you for doing what you do, because it is very important work. And
and thanks to you. What an amazing platform. When I saw Noreen on here, I was like, oh my goodness, I want to get involved in this. This is brilliant. And hopefully some great collaborations will come out of this in future that will serve some people. Because I just, had a million ideas when I saw it. I was like, this is just absolutely fantastic.
And that's our goal, right? Is really just about collaborating and bringing people together to help each other in whatever way that they need it, right? Because it's not about me or you or anyone any better than anybody else. It's about working together to help each other. And really that's what it comes down to. So
yeah, and I think the more that things can be immersive, the better. And that's why these 2 days are just, I just thank you. I think it's great. I've got loads that I'm going to go back and watch because it's my son's birthday this weekend.
Nice.
So I haven't had a chance to sit and watch them all, but I for sure.
Awesome. And sorry, I know we touched on it. It was your Facebook page that people could get in touch with you.
Yeah, I can drop it down in the comments if that's okay.
Perfect. Yeah, totally okay.
The link, and then anyone can join on and leave me a comment or just let me know what they where they're at and what they're struggling with. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much again for everything, and have a fantastic day and happy birthday.
You too. Oh, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. We will. Take care. Bye. All right. Oh my goodness. I am chatty Cathy today. Holy schmoly. Hey.
She is on it. She knows her stuff.
Oh, I love it. And I love that she's working with the children, but she's working with the parents, because in the end, you really have, it's us as the parents that have to do the healing to help and understand our children to go through and experience it in the same way. So I just love it. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. My computer is like freaking out because I'm talking too much or something. I don't know. It shut down twice on me. So
big energy.
I know.
All right. Enjoy your rest backstage, and I'll take over.
Yeah, we have Miranda in the background, so I will take a step backstage. Thank you, everyone, for the morning. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Cool. All right. Let's bring up our guest with the most initials behind her name of anyone we've ever had. Hello. How are you? Oh, you're on mute still, hon, I think. Nope.
There we go. That should work.
Yeah.
Great.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Me too. We've known each other since the summer, and it's been really cool. We met at a healing circle that Blashka we had on yesterday had put on. So grateful you're local to me. And I have so much that I want to ask you. We could talk for days, definitely. But let's start, explain who you are and what you do, and then we'll come into your story.
Okay. So I'm trained as a manual physiotherapist and manual osteopath as well. I also have studied two other programs, and just not as part of the story, but the reason I have so many initials behind my name is that every time And so I was told that all the answers that I could find would be in school. So then I looked for another program to help me. And of course, I've added a lot of tools to my tool belt in ways that I can help people. And I've learned a lot of knowledge about the body and health and healing. But in the biggest reality, there's certainly more than that, which is what I want to talk about, which is what that was the beginning of my journey in that way. So what my passion is understanding how the nature of a reality works in a quantum perspective. And in all reality, I don't understand the math. And to me, that's not the important part, but what's important are the practical applications and how you can really work with how our reality works to create the life that you want to. And what I'm excited about is helping people thrive in their life. That's why I call my business Thrive with Miranda Foster. So it's about creating vibrant health and soul fulfilling relationships, and then just in all aspects of our lives.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I don't know if her internet is kicking out or if it's me, so I'm just going to keep talking. Her parents each have PhDs, and so school definitely was her way to go based on her upbringing and her parents. And we've been working together. We met at the Healing Circle, and then we just started talking about the quantum field, both an interest to each of us. And I am so amazed at how much Miranda knows about the body and healing and quantum jumping and all of the things. Yeah, I was just talking a little bit more about you and our experience together, and just to like pop in, I had come to you as a physiotherapist assessment that I needed, and I was just so blown away. And I'm like, wow, more people need to come and see you because of how you can incorporate all of the things. You have your schooling, your degrees, you understand the quantum and quantum jumping, and really like tapping in. You're a healer. You are a seer, like so beautiful. I loved when I went to your cacao ceremony, and at the end you went around the room and you shared, what you saw around each person. And for some of the people, it matched exactly, what they were saying, or like what they had felt in the meditation. And I've had you at my house for a couple of meditations, and it's been so cool because a few of the other healers that have been here have been talking, like either you mentioned first or they meant, didn't matter who talked, but it was like you were in the same kind of meditation with them. It was like you were sharing that same experience, and that really blew open my eyes. I'm like, wow, because I really only thought it's a quantum field as like my own experience, or if I go into meditation and I go into the subconscious, or I go, the astral travel, it's like me, myself, and wherever I'm going. But watching you guys and talk about it happened twice, and I'm like, holy crap! Like you guys are connecting on the grid together and seeing very similar things or similar theme, and it was just, I'm like, this is really amazing.
Thank you. I love that part of it because it also gives me and other people sort of feedback that, yes, this is real if you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. And the way I like to think about it, because, we think of the quantum field as everything that connects us. There is no empty space. And the way I like to explain it is if I think of myself as just an individual drop of water. And if you think of the quantum field as an ocean, this big expansive ocean, if I, as my drop of water, drop into the ocean, I am then the ocean. I'm not an individual drop of water. So then I have access to all the information and knowing within every corner of the ocean. Just like in my own body, I know when my elbow's itchy. I know when I stub my toe. I don't have to look at my toe or look at my elbow. I just know that. I have that sense. So once I become the ocean, which is sort of through that meditative space, you can know everything, what the whale's doing over there, how the coral reef's doing over here. You can know it all. And that's sort of how I think of how that kind of reality works.
It's blowing my mind open even more because like I've seen that quote before, you're not, what is it? You're not just a drop in the ocean, you are the ocean. And I've seen it, a lot, especially the last 6 months. And it's like, okay, cool. Like kind of one of those quotes, but you just took it home for me. So thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Really, yeah. Like connecting because, as I've been learning all of this, healing and connecting spiritually and really just connecting within, even the trees communicate and talk to themselves. So then that makes perfect sense for all of us to know and to connect. My guide just showed up, so that's really awesome. Confirmation for me, just that we all are so connected. And even the most beautiful part, or what's helped the most for me, I think, in all of this is that when a loved one dies, there's that loss of their physical life here. But because I was raised in stricter religions, even just in religion, or not really understanding death, it was this like, not just a lack, but this heart pain. And now that I know that the grid doesn't change when we die, it's like even my view on death and how I'm even, what mine will be like, it's this ease. That's the beautiful part of, the quantum, and what I feel that we're learning and helping others with is like not just connecting ourselves to God, source, spirit, creator, whatever your comfort word is, but we are all connected and we are all one, so beautiful.
Yeah. I absolutely love that component. And it really makes me, it just helps you come back to the understanding of like, okay, if I keep working on myself or it's important to work on the whole or, do what I can in all levels because it makes such a difference.
Yeah. There's less division, right? It's this unity consciousness too, which could be like a trendy word right now, or words, that this unity consciousness. But like, if you just think about it, like you close your eyes and you're in your own space, and without our meat body, our human body, who are we? We are light. We are what stars and the trees and all of that is made of, and we are all connected on this grid. And it's just really beautiful. And I don't know, it makes life a better place, the world a better place, right? When you get up.
I love
every
it.
day.
Yeah. And the example came to my mind just as you're explaining that. I like to tell people the story of when I was studying for my osteopathic final exams. It was it's a 5-year program. So it's a 2-day exam. The first day is all written. It's 8 hours of written, and you have to get 70% on that in order to do the practical exam the following day. So they'd give you 2 hours of questions, and then you'd hand them in. They'd start marking them as you get the next 2 hours of questions. I think there's a 15-minute break in between. And so the written was reasonable. For me, what's challenging, so I don't memorize things well. Like I'm not very good with names. I'm not very good with, like, say, I just still don't know the names of the streets in my hometown, but I could tell you turn right at the swimming pool, second left after that, watch for the hill when you get to the moment, so I'm very visual and sensory that way. But the practical component of the exam include, you would get 4 techniques that you had to do on a mock patient that were pulled out of a hat out of 2,500 techniques. And the challenge with that is that obviously the person in front of you doesn't have the problem that you're trying to fix. So it's not like you find it and you know how to fix it. And a lot of the techniques are named after the people who invented them, which, I mean, I love, giving homage to the person who invented it. But for example, if I pulled something that said the schoolie technique, my brain doesn't associate that name with what the technique was. So that was my concern. If I pulled the sheet that said thoracic derotation on T5, I'd be like, oh, okay, I know how to do that. So that was my concern. And literally the night before, between those 2 evenings, I had done all my studying, and what I ended up doing was meditating. And I sat down and closed my eyes. And I knew that if I practice opening my mind to all of the infinite information that was out there, I'm practicing accessing the information that I need in those moments. So I closed my eyes and literally opened my eyes. It felt like moments later. It was half an hour later. I checked in. It didn't feel like I was done. So I was like, okay, close my eyes again. Half an hour later, open my eyes. Wow, I don't feel like I was done. Then my brain wanted to go, oh my gosh, are you crazy? You're meditating instead of reading your notes. But I'm like, no, I know this is what I need to do, because in that day tomorrow, I won't have my notes and I want to access the information. Close my eyes again. Felt like moments. And then 2 techniques pop into my head. And then I opened my eyes. It had been an hour and a half in total. And I reread those techniques, and they were long techniques with multiple steps. And they were 2 of the ones that I pulled the next day. So yeah, so it definitely does work that way, but it's also that trust, right? Trusting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And a lot of my teachers say that you will know what you need to know when you need to do it. Not a moment before, not a moment after. And if you don't know it in that moment, it's not important.
Right.
For that moment.
Right. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, the power of meditation, right? And checking in. And I feel that, we all have access to that. We know that we all have psychic abilities and high intuitive abilities. It's just really getting quiet and taking that time to meditate, tap in, and hear what those messages are, and what is the next step, what is asking to be released, or what are the opportunities before you that can come in that quiet meditative state.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love it. And when it comes to sort of like healing work that I do, the way I like to look at it in a similar aspect is quantum physicists say that there are an unlimited number of parallel realities. So that means that for you yourself, for example, there is an unlimited number of realities where every possibility of you exists. There's a reality that's, we could say, super close to this one, where your life is exactly the same, but your shirt's blue. And that's the only difference, right? Like everything is different. There's realities where you're male. There's realities where you're president. There's realities where you're homeless, where you're a pianist. Every possibility of what you could be doing in this life exists in a parallel reality. So for example, if you had an injury, because a lot of people I work with have back pain, we'll just start with that. There's a reality where you have exactly the same life and no back pain. So we could technically quantum jump you into that reality, right? I've had patients multiple sclerosis symptoms go away on my table through quantum jumping. It's amazing. Now, the interesting thing is when you do the quantum jump into the reality where the back pain no longer exists, what I find is equally important is that it's my understanding that a lot of experiences in our life, like pain, struggle, whether it be physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, struggle, challenges that we have in our life. So anything where we have an emotion that's outside of at least common centered or outside of happiness, joy, love, any emotions outside of that are showing us a subconscious belief. And that it's those challenges or traumas or dramas that are showing there's a belief or perspective that we learned when we were younger that doesn't serve us and it's time to leave. Now, we can quantum jump into the reality where you don't have back pain, but if you didn't learn the lesson and shift the belief under it, it comes back. Because you jump back to because it's a message, which is amazing. Whenever I stub my toe, I'm like, yay, why did I do that? What's the message? Is it just simply that I'm not paying attention or my mind's in a million places? It can be as easy as that, right? But it can be as challenging, like a lot of people that say back pain. So back pain, low back pain has a lot of connection with like stability. It's our foundation, our spine, the base of our spine. It's a lot about foundation and stability.
Root chakra.
Exactly. So if we look back to when did that pain start? What was the scenario in life? What choices were I making related to what I believed, right? And so it's teasing it back. And what I also love related to the quantum work is I help people with inner child work, because if then we go back to, because sometimes we know the scenario where it's like, yep, I saw my dad who was like this, and I either adopted his perspective or I chose to go the opposite direction because I didn't want to be like him, right? It's usually one or the other. But it's going back. And so we talked about unlimited number of parallel realities. In quantum, they also explain that although we experience time, technically it's not real.
Right.
So the way I explain that is, let's just say, for example, you know those old movie strips, the old celluloid movie strips where they used to run the movies on that, and it's a picture and a picture and a picture and a picture on the film.
Right.
So our experience technically is like that, in that each picture is a different parallel reality, but in that experience, it's a reality moving forward in time. Right.
Okay.
But if you look at it, it's a picture, and then there's a separation and there's a picture, so they aren't fully connected. Though we experience it like we're watching the movie. We don't experience the jumps. We jump very, very quickly. So, so because our experience happens like that, it's natural for us to jump forward in time. So it's not natural for us to have this experience of jumping back in time. But if you go into a meditative state, become one with the quantum field, or again, don't be the drop of water, become the ocean, then you can have access to past experiences, because time isn't real. You simply go back in your mind and you can. So then usually ask people, sometimes people say, oh yeah, I remember I created this belief when this happened in this moment, when somebody was bullying me and then I thought good or something.
Oh, her internet.
Right.
Oh, good. Here you are.
Okay. So I get a number. So for me, it could be like, I see the number 5. So I think it's maybe around age 5 that that belief was established. So we go in your mind and pull and ask little you or whomever I'm working with, little 5-year-old, to come out. And it's really neat because you can see how they come out. Sometimes they come out shy. They come out in ways that is appropriate to their scenario at that time. And then now you or us as the adults who understand what happened, who knew it wasn't about the child, it was about the parent who was working through their stuff and couldn't manage. You have the rationale that you can talk to the little you and give them a hug and let them know if it's foundation stability. If you go back to the back, it might feel unstable, but it has nothing to do with you. You're doing everything right. If you can help the younger you actually understand that and shift that fear of the foundation, if you feel unstable, you can stop the younger you from creating that belief in that moment. So the future you, which is now, it doesn't exist. So
wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. And that's a lot to wrap a head around. I'm going to go back and listen again, because this is something like I understand and have heard that, time doesn't exist and that all realities are happening at the same time, our past, present, and future. And that's a little bit mind blowing. And so thank you for, walking us through that. I'm going to go back and listen to this again, but these are concepts that are so helpful to understand, because it takes us out of the constriction of our everyday life, or the triggers, or the things that seem so hard or heavy, because you can bring yourself into the reality, or in visual, or just visualizing something that's easier, or that you actually really do want, instead of the attraction. How does law of attraction work then with this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really great question. So law of attraction. So if you were to think of, I said, as I was saying, there's an unlimited number of parallel realities. The way when I use that the celluloid film strip as an example, it's almost as if there are unlimited number of film strips beside us. So every life experience exists on that. But of course, in this reality, it's not a physical film strip. They actually exist as a frequency or a vibration. So the way I then compare it to is sort of like radio stations. There are an unlimited number of radio stations out there. What you just have to do is tune the dial on the actual radio to hear the radio station that you want to hear. So in terms of law of attraction, what we do is, this is our radio, the physical radio. We have to tune ourselves to the frequency of vibration of the experience that we want to have. And how do we do that? We experience frequency of vibration through our emotions, through our senses. So if we get into being happy, just gratitude, if you have the most amazing life in the world, whatever that means for you, you are so happy, you are so grateful, right? So if you can I have a gratitude practice every day, tuning myself to the feeling of gratitude, which then will attract the experience, that where I am in gratitude all the time. And it's sort of comparable to if you have two guitars and they're tuned exactly the same, like the strings are tuned together exactly the same. And if you pluck the A string on one guitar, the other A string on the other guitar will start to vibrate as well, not at the same extent. Yeah, because they're in tune, and that's how it actually works. And the really important part about it is not only, and this is also, so if people do vision boarding, I'm going to do some vision boarding in the new year because I love this work. It's not only about seeing the things that you do want. It's about, again, immersing yourself in that vibration or frequencies, but it's not only emotional vibration. It's about connecting with, what are the smells? What does it look like in my mind? How does it feel to be, if you want a new couch, how comfortable am I in my new couch? That new couch smell. It's not a secret, but in certain parts of the world, indigenous, for example, you'll hear about like the rain dances. If there wasn't a lot of rain, they would do these dances. Of course, they would find parts of the world that are highly energetic, where the energy can flow very freely. But it wasn't only about them dancing around the fire. They danced around the fire in the rain. They felt the rain on their face. They felt their feet in the mud. They smelt the freshness of the rain, and they gave thanks for all that. That was what it was, and which was tuning them into the experience that it did rain. And then it would bring on the rain, which was so amazing. It's just a beautiful example. Yeah. And sometimes that's what's lost in this translation, is that, yes, vision boards are amazing, but it's about getting excited about it coming. And whenever I'm trying to manifest something, I have my gratitude practice morning and evening. And then what I do is I call it the excitement game. I wake up and go, ooh, I wonder if it's today. I wonder how it's going to show up. Am I going to like walk around the corner and then meet the person I wanted to meet, or someone going to call me up and say, hey, here, we want to give this to you. I mean, you don't know, because the how is the kind of the neatest part, because a lot of us don't know how.
Right. Yeah, that's so true. For me, like, I've heard the radio dial thing before, but something that just helped click it a little bit more for me, if this can help anyone, is that thinking of music. So we have a vibration that we give out. Love the toroidal flow and the Taurus energy field. So we're on a vibration. Think of it. My vibration is a sound. It's a song that the universe is hearing. And so then the universe is just playing back the same song. So if there's lack or gratitude or whatever it is that you are in the feeling, then that's what's going to come back and be mirrored. As far as like, what's your sound? What sound are you giving out to the universe? You might be writing in your journal or affirmations or wanting these things. And so that's okay. But is your belief of what you deserve, or your core, the law of assumption, is that a vibration or something that is totally off from what you're writing on your affirmations? Then there's that disconnect, and it's just figuring out where, so that you are in that alignment or vibration.
Absolutely. And for
Yeah.
myself, over 2 years ago, I was single, and all my life I've wanted to, find a partner to really, live with and enjoy life with. And when I was single, I just kept saying, asking, throwing it out to the universe, saying, okay, so like I do believe a law of attraction and reflection. So, and I know what I am calling in and would like to manifest in my life. So please help me understand how I am not being what I'm calling in. Because if what I'm looking for hasn't shown up yet, then I'm not in the space either ready to let it in, or I still need to work on myself. And then, yeah. And again, well, the story is in terms.
She's a newlywed, so the story turns out very well. I don't know if it's her internet or mine. So I really love this because, her manifesting her current husband, and I've met him, and they're just so cute together. They're really a great couple.
There we are. Yeah. And it was literally at my now husband. So I'm so grateful for. We were summer camp sweethearts at camp when we were 12, pen pals for part of that year, and then lost touch for 30 years. And he found my email about 1.5 years ago and reached out. So it felt like a random email, but I knew I must have done enough work to invite that in at that time.
Mm-hmm. That's so neat. And as far as like doing the work, I just want to say, and this is just popping in, is like, not that we have to do work in order to receive things. We can just be, but you did enough of the work to be in the vibration of attracting in what it is that you want, where you're getting rid of the beliefs that were blocking or standing in the way. Does that sound?
Absolutely. And I don't like to call it work. It is play. Yeah. And every time I have like a whatever feeling, and the more you play with this, those feelings, I find the messages get less intense and they last less long. Like I'm not like anymore, but I'll get a little stab in my stomach when I'm having a conversation, and I'll be like, I need to meditate on that tonight. In the moments I don't, but I make a mental note. It's happening in this conversation. What were we talking about? And then I'll go and go within.
I call it sharp music. When there's something that comes in, whether I hear it or it's a feeling, whatever, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't resonate right now, or there's something here. For me too, I'm like, I gotta go and look at that later, because it's either no, that's not for me, or hello, here's a new gift for you. Yeah.
And I love it, because exactly like you can, once you understand how to work with this stuff and play with this stuff, it really, your life opens up. It's so amazing.
And I love, like, now as I've been doing my own work and really building that trust and that belief in myself and the messages that I'm hearing and stuff, it's so cool, because now like something will come in and I just know, and now I'm not second guessing, I'm off that doubt, merry-go-round. Sure, it does come up here and there again, but I am so much more in that confidence of like where I'm going, what I'm hearing, what I'm feeling, and that vibration in my body. When I am off, being like, okay, let me get back on, like just a feeling to neutral or feeling good again, as opposed to, in the weeds, in that muck.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've stopped using this habit, but what I had to do probably for a good year is same thing. I get that hit like, oh my gosh, yes, this is it. And then there'd be, like you said, the self-talk, the self-doubt. And so I literally, just as the example that I used, and my partner at the time understood that if I went like this, I was like cutting the connection off from my head to down low. So I could say, okay, what does it really feel like versus when my head's tucking in? And then I could feel the difference if they were matching, like it made sense, or if my brain was just trying to talk. And then I have an iPhone, and when you have a bunch of windows open, you like fling them away. So then I'll just be like, nice try, fling it away.
Dr. Joe Dispenza, I was listening to a meditation of his this week, and he just said change. That when you feel those old thoughts or that old patterning come, and like you've been in bed with your shit, your whole life, when that's coming back, and you're like, oh, it's like change, and then you're like, no, that's not who I am anymore. I'm not that vibration.
And I love that, right? And I talk to myself, I'm like, haha, nice try, self.
Right?
Trying to keep you safe, but I don't, a lot of us, or at least me, in my experience and my journey, I wasn't happy where I was, but then I was scared to try something outside of that existence or experience. And I kept picking choices, like changing things, quote unquote, but all within the same box. So it wasn't that much different. And on
That's
my
good.
journey, I had never heard of synchronicities. And I read a book for the first time when I was very unhappy about in 2012, and I didn't know what to do. Again, I kept like rearranging the same pieces. You know, what if I put them here? What if I put them here? What if I, yeah, no, still doesn't make me happy. And so I knew I needed to do something outside of that. And it was my first time, and I wasn't super spiritual at the time. And I talked to the universe and I said, you know, I'm brand new to this. I would absolutely love some guidance. Because I'm brand new to this, could you do me a favor and show me 3 of the same signs, make them obvious so I understand. And if you do, at the same time, I will do whatever you tell me to do. It doesn't matter what it is. And then that year, I wasn't sure. I lived in Toronto at the time, and also vibrationally, excitement is your vibrational indicator of which direction to go. Excitement, happiness, and my favorite activity is kite surfing, and that was the only thing in my life that brought me joy. And that year, the weather wasn't cooperating, so I couldn't kite surf that much here in Ontario. So I had the thought of maybe I could move to West Coast so I could kite surf more often. And I just said, okay, can you make it obvious if this is what I meant to do? I'll do it if that's what you meant, if that's what you would like. And I handed my resume out all over the province in British Columbia. And 3 weeks later, I had 3 really good job offers in Victoria. I had never been to Victoria, but 3 weeks later, I moved to Victoria because that was a pretty big sign for me.
Yep. In the 3s. Awesome. How does everything that we've been talking about so far connect to scarcity and around time, love, money? Money's an easy one. And a lot of people are frustrated with either their current situation or the law of attraction. And so how does what you're teaching and what we've been talking about relate to money and finance?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So in terms of, so if money isn't coming in, right? And it's great that you ask it, because I've done a lot of work around health, a lot of work around relationships for myself, and I'm still connecting with how this fits in my world related to finances, scarcity, abundance, because there is a parallel reality where each and every one of us have everything we need, and whenever we would need something, we're able to access it. Sometimes part of that challenge is trusting that it doesn't always show up as $1 million, if that makes sense, right? I mean, sometimes it shows up as, oh, my mom's getting a new car, and she just wanted to give me her car because my old car was at the end of its life, and it happens that way. So sometimes, of course, sometimes you'd like to be able to pick which car you'd like, but in that way, I needed a car, and she said, oh, well, take mine because I was gonna get rid of this one anyway, so it can show up in different ways than we expect. So, and again, it's about getting deep into the beliefs of like asking within ourselves, so if I'm not where I'd like to be, what are the beliefs that are holding me in this current situation? Whether it be, right, and it's, you have to work hard for money. Money's hard to get.
Right.
Money's the root of all evil. If that's the case, I don't want to be evil, right? Yep. There is a lot of, I know something that I'm still working through is if people give me money, it's going to hurt them because they will have to give away money, and that will make it hard for them. But I know, like, whenever I resonate with someone and I'm like, oh, I really need this, it always works out financially in a way that I can do what I need to move forward. So that's one of mine as a healer, where it's like, I know the people who are ready to do the work, who will shift what they need to shift and then step into more abundance for themselves, are the ones that I want to work with, because that's so exciting for everyone. Right? I mean, there are so many dollar signs in the world. There's absolutely enough to go around for everyone. Right. So it's about connect. And then, am I good enough? I mean, as healers, this is one of the things that healers go through on their journey, is believing that I only know I'm good enough if you get better. Right. If that were to be, the words to get better or heal or whatever it is. Right. But understanding. So when I first started working out, I finished school working for quite a long time. That was. Then, of course, because the universe wants to show me that I believe that I'm not good enough unless people get better. People didn't get better. Right. Because that was a learning that I needed. Now, at the same time, it's always 2 sides of the same coin. The people who came to me weren't ready to get better either. They were stuck in poor me, or they were using their injury and illness as their story, how they got attention. So I had a lot of patients that way at that time. So, but as soon as I started going into, no, I'm doing everything right, I'm listening to them, I'm recommending all the right things to them. If they aren't choosing to do their exercises, work on their posture and all that, I can't be responsible for every aspect of their life.
Right.
And as soon as I was able to step into that, more people got better, or the people who needed that poor me attention found somebody else to work with, because I wasn't
Right.
giving them that same attention.
Yeah.
I mean, I still sent love to them and wanted them to get better, but I wasn't going to feed into that story that they had.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I did that as well this year. Where, like, I know that we create our reality. And so here's just two quick examples of when you change your thoughts around. So I was coaching some women last year who were complaining about how they felt like hubbies weren't helping out around the house. And I said, okay, let's take our practice here and let's reframe it. Imagine, like, in your visualization, you're imagining them at the sink, their cute butt or whatever it is that you fell in love with them for, and just be in that space of you're in just so much gratitude that they're helping you. And I was getting DMs of like, holy shit, it's working, like he's cooking for me, or he's on a ladder and he's doing, the to-do list. And I was like, this is really cool. It was just good confirmation for me. And this summer, I was working with some clients and I had some of the wobbles, like what you said. Not that I felt maybe I did, my worth being tied to whether they were having a good experience or that they were transforming. And so I felt going back down that old path of like the that unbelief in myself. And I said, no, I'm not available to that. And I just started to imagine them sending me messages of like, oh, wow, I just transformed this, or thank you so much, because now this is better, or, just being on top of the world. And the messages started coming in. I was like, this is awesome. Just another confirmation, So if you are coaching, and we all have the doubts and the wobbles that can come in for sure, but just reframe, what is it that you want to call in, and being in that energy and that excitement of an energy of that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it just brought up the image that I saw that I like to talk about is, if you're standing at a well and your friend has fallen down the well, you're not going to climb down there to try to help them back up, right? You're going to be at the top. So but that's what a lot of us as healers or helpers or coaches, we have these clients who are struggling, and we go down, not really down to their level, but we allow ourselves to be pulled down energetically and visually, and then we're stuck with them in that scenario. But if we can be that one at the top of the well saying, I'll call help, I'll talk you through it, I am here for you, I'm living the example of how this can happen, then they have the ability to come up and rise to you.
Yeah. So awesome. That's great. Can you explain what quantum jumping is? Has that been, I'm sure if that's been part of our conversation already, but like just specifically, what is quantum jumping?
Absolutely. So when we go back to the movie strip that we're explaining, and how it's a picture and then a picture and a picture. So again, technically, although we aren't aware of it, we are quantum jumping in every moment, picture to the picture. So we're doing it without knowing, and what is behind which way we jump are our beliefs and perceptions. I should go this way. So if we come to a fork in the road and we choose to go on the right fork, we kind of laterally and forward jump on the right direction, versus if we go left, laterally and forward on the left direction. So we are doing it all the time. We just don't know that our thoughts and beliefs are influencing which way we're jumping. So then it's becoming aware of our thoughts and belief. And then that's where, if we've jumped into reality or experience where something doesn't feel right, well, why did I choose to jump in that way, but not consciously choose? What was the underlying belief that directed me to go that way, that I can now let go of and move back into the direction? So, which is so beautiful. Like you said, visualizing it, feeling it, sensing it is continuing to jump in the direction of the reality where we're grateful, happy, love our life. And so in the biggest reality, it's just about doing it with awareness versus not even realizing we're doing it all the time.
Right. That's neat. What I understand and I've taught from quantum jumping is if you have two cups and you can put, a label on one of, something you want. It could be emotions, could be something physical. Let's say it's $1,000, and you're on this cup, you're writing out all of your disbeliefs of maybe why you feel you can't have the 1,000. And then on the other cup, you write why you can have, or that you do have it. You can do it for love. You could, like, so many of anything that you want. And then when you pour one cup into the other, that's what I was taught was quantum jumping, but it's the same thing in our thoughts, just without the water. So that makes so
Absolutely.
much sense.
And I
Yeah.
love it. And it's kind of like you're saying, like, make the choice. So sometimes I'll sit and I'll be like, oh, I'm in this turmoil over whatever it is that I'm working on.
Mhm.
And then I know, it's just, again, it's neat to have the visual. The cup's an amazing visual. I know that, like, right beside me is the me who's not living that belief that's limiting me. So I'll close my eyes, get in my heart, and I'll literally like lean into that side and see how I feel. And usually it's a little lighter, a little brighter, right? And I'll play with it. Then I'll jump back and be like, ugh. Sometimes I'll even go the other direction and feel denser and heavier. I'm like, no, I want to be back over there. But then you get to feed this, understand the feeling in ourselves where we are. And it's so amazing. Like, it's so amazing how easy it is if you let it be that easy.
Right.
If you
Right.
choose.
And I like that you go into the heavier side, the denser side, because the law of polarity, right? We have the dark and the light. And because you're not afraid of it from what you just shared there, my guy just came back. This is awesome. You're not afraid to go into that darkness and to see and feel what that is. It's just consciousness. It's wanting more of the light, or it's part of the experience of, yeah, that heaviness. And then now, even if anyone watching and you're in a space where there's constriction or contrast and you're just feeling something heavy around one, try popping over into what it's like to be that it's already done. What I do in my mind is I imagine like we have 2 floors. So I'm on one floor, like my current reality, where there's that constriction. And then I'm going to come up here on the 2nd floor where everything is exactly as I am hoping and wishing it to be. And it's so much lighter and it feels better. I come out of, a heavier mood, but it is that going into your mind and that space and the experience.
Yeah, it really is. And in terms of the going into the heavier space, like you said, it's without judging it. I was a student for 18 years, so I had to like be really tight with my finances, trying to work and make it all work. So it's one of those things where I'm like, wow, I've had that experience of always having to like penny pinch and, right. And thank you for that experience. Now I understand it fully. Now I would like a different one. Like that's, being that simple. And what I love, I'm going to start incorporating it. And if anybody wants to join me, is doing a money dance every day. Right. Jumping up, jumping around, being like, woo, I love money. Money loves me. I love money. Money loves me. But, and I've been doing it. And what I'm also noticing is like the self-judgment, like you're being weird. Why are you doing this? But those are the things that are blocking it. Right. Is this all that like, oh, I can't move that much. Why can't I just flail my arms and be silly and really, and why does the words I love money feel weird? Right. It's all those little nuances that once you can, because I can feel excitement and I can say it and I know I can look at it from the outside, but I know it's not 100% embodied here yet. There's this something that's not letting it 100% be believed. When it's 100% believed and felt, it's coming.
Right.
But even at 98%, it's still just outside your reach.
Right. Yeah. A lot
of my teachers say, I can do it because I know I can. You can't do it because you don't know you can. And knowing means 100% no doubt.
Right. You've got some people loving you and the money dance.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm a mess. Yay.
I'm so intent on you. I wasn't even paying attention to the comments. So this is so great. Love this conversation. Love talking about the quantum and all things deeper. 2 things I want to share. So I went back yesterday. We had Stephanie. She's a psychic medium on, and she was doing a reading for me that she had received before she came on. And it was about, she said there's like a grandpa. His name is Jay, like Jan or John. And I've already messaged you about this, but I listened again. And so I just wanted to kind of put it on the video here so that I'm going to let Stephanie know that it's your farm that we were talking about yesterday. And as I listened again, because when I park at your place, there is a tractor in front of me. And what to me looks like this, and I was thinking about it today when I drove in last time, I was thinking like, wow, there's, the 2 tents that are there that have equipment and stuff in them, but they look brand new. And it's like, there's the old farm and we've talked about the ancestors on there and like the old healing, but then there's the new tents, the tractor. It's kind of like the old and the new. And I wonder if that was kind of part of what was created in her reading. I don't know, but so neat. And even when she said, like, when I listened again. It's like, you come in and the barn is on the right. And I'm like, yes, it is. So I wonder, and then you said Jan is your neighbor. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. So there's a grandpa somewhere in this, and whether it's Grandpa Jan or it's Jan's grandfather. So I don't know if Jan wants to have a conversation, but I totally will, or we can, together. But I just think it's so neat how it's what I've been thinking about and wanting to manifest. And yeah, it's so neat how all of that comes together.
I love it. Absolutely. Yeah. It's really exciting.
Yeah. And there's more. So we have Karla coming up next, which is really exciting. And I want to share just a couple of things that you two are really powerful healers in my experience right now, and loving both of you. So I'll share, I know she's backstage and listening, so I'll pull you up in just a second, Karla. But I have gone to you for some work because of my lower back and from a car accident. And you had said, I keep feeling called, because you're intuitive. I keep getting called to your head, that it's not even about the back, but there's something in your head. So I know that when I was in utero, Mom had a car accident and we were lodged in between the door and the seat. So that, and you said, that makes sense, because it's like your head is being held down, but your legs and everything are flailing. Actually, no, you tapped in, which I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. When I told you about the accident, and then you just looked off to the side, and it's like you were looking at me in the car accident, and you're like, yeah, it's like your head is there, and your legs and your body are flailing. Like, it kind of feels like even in life where I want to move and I want to go, but I still feel held back by something.
I love that. And then you could do we could unwind the physical component of that. But that's the question, is your mind holding you back? Just as the basic, just from what you said, right?
Yeah.
Something in the head, right? So
yeah. So there's more. And then Karla actually is okay. Can you give me a thumbs up? Karla, you ready to come up? Okay, cool. I want to bring you in the conversation too. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you. Karla, meet Miranda. You both are my current healers.
Miranda, I heard all about you. I love it.
Yeah. So Karla is an amazing healer. Like, the two of you have just so much knowledge in your brains. I love it. You guys wow me all the time. And so I'm in Karla's breathwork class on Tuesdays. If anyone wants to do breathwork, I highly recommend contact Karla. So she's teaching us how to do the breathing, where you block one side, breathe in, hold, and then you breathe out the other side. And when I do it, it makes me feel anxious. Like, I can't get enough breath. And I know I could just take my hand off and I can breathe. And so she was talking to me, and I feel like the tears might be coming. Karla's so amazing. She'll just say some sentences to me, and then it's like she turns on the tap of this water well, and it's just so beautiful. And so she's like, okay, well, when did you feel like that happened? I said, well, I fell off a deck when I was 4, and I asked my mom about it to get some more details. So I fell off the deck when I was 4, and so I don't know if I hit my head at that time. That could be a part of why you're being drawn to the head. And then she remembered another time where we were being babysat. We were out east on vacation, and we were in a trailer being babysat. And the 2 girls who were, I don't know, like old enough to babysit, but not adults just yet, turned on a kerosene lamp that was in the trailer. And there was an explosion of soot. So we just back to the not being able to breathe. And so that's something that my body would remember, but I didn't even know that story until yesterday. So it's a little bit more of the puzzle, guys, as we heal me. Not that I feel I need to be healed or broken, but just to get rid of the sensations in my body of feeling like I can't breathe, or, holding my breath in my chest, all of that my body is still wanting to release. From my experience. So I just thought it was neat because of the 2 of you, and back to back, I didn't even realize until I saw Karla backstage, and I was like, oh, there's more to the story. Yeah.
I love that, how it all goes together. It's so amazing.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, I know, Miranda, you have a lot of degrees and accolades and all that behind your name. And I even, we've been in the game for a little while, and every opportunity is like an opportunity for growth all the time. It's like we're constantly upgrading. So it's not about being broken or about being, one way. It's really just it's the continual growth, right? So it's not you in particular, Christine, but all of us have to like accept that growth is coming. Sometimes whether we want it or not, right? Like it's coming no matter what. So how do we journey? How do we journey in our life? How do we go through that, individually and as a collective as well? So that's the more interesting part is now as a community,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing. And I like to share with people that you don't have to have lots of degrees. It's like we all have this natural ability to tap in and tune in, right? But sometimes studying a specific modality helps us hone in on how we connect with our information. But it's not even necessarily.
Yeah, that's
I love
awesome.
one. I'm a living proof of that. And my gifts just come in the last 18 months. And it's just, I mean, I feel like I've had spiritual connection, but it's tapping in and trusting your own self and source, and that the universe really does have your back, and whatever your experience has been up to today, it's piecing that through and getting to that place for you. So you're right. It's really just tapping into source, and thankfully, but also like super thankful that you two have such that vast knowledge, being in the game. And I just love it because, you're both just so magical. Miranda, just to finish up here, how can we get a hold of you, or what kinds of things do you have going on in your community as we wrap up?
Absolutely. Right now, I'm on Instagram. Thrive with Miranda Foster is the tag, so people can reach out. And yeah, I'm new to the area where I am, so I'm just establishing my offerings. But starting in November, I'm going to have. So I also work with ceremonial cacao. I studied in Guatemala with the cacao shaman. I love it, right? Centers you in your heart, opens up your third eye for whatever work you want to do. It's really, really beautiful. So coming up in November, actually, I'm just looking at my dates, on November 15th, where I'm going to host a monthly healers practice circle. So we can practice our skills and practice tapping in and tuning in and give each other feedback. So we do have that, like, wow, I was picking up what you were picking up, just to help really tune into that connection. On Saturday, November 13th, I'm starting with a business partner, Wandering Spirits, where we drink ceremonial cacao in different outdoor settings, walk in nature, connect with nature. So again, working on our connection with nature, connection with source, and connection with each other. So I love that. I do also host a monthly cacao ceremony with a shaman, Steve Spooner, who, he holds the most beautiful space for you to journey and get your own messages and heal what you're working on as well. So we'll be doing that. That date is coming up. And I also online am hosting a monthly quantum jumping class where I explain a little bit about how it works. And, we each pick something that we're working on, and we do that inner shift, whether it be the sideways jumping or tapping into our younger self, tapping into our future self. So I'm really excited about all those coming up.
That's so neat. I just realized, actually, now that I think about it, I went to your cacao ceremony on a Monday, and I didn't realize until you said third eye, the opening of the third eye. And on Tuesday was my last class in my spiritual container, my spiritual mastermind that I've been in, and it was a channeling night. She's been teaching us how to channel. And I channeled for the first, like, I feel like I channel, but it was a movie that night. And now I'm putting it together. It had to be the connection from the cacao to Tuesday night, where I was in a meditation, but this time, instead of like just seeing a still, I was actually in a movie in my mind. And it was so cool because it had never been, like, I guess, animated before. It's kind of like visions here or there that I would get. And wow, that's so neat. I just put that together now.
I love that. It's so helpful and supportive in whatever you want to do. I've been working with it personally every year for 8 years when I lived in Guatemala for half a year. So yes, I'd love to share.
Yeah, awesome. It's just so good to be connected. That's why we love this Conscious Business Showcase. Like, so many of us are doing, things to help other people, whatever, but it's just so good to know who our neighbors are and what we're doing in our magic, because we're so powerful together, and to really just bring us all. Yeah. So thank you so much, Miranda. I really appreciate it. I know you're back on next month. We're having a local to Virginia and I within a drive distance. That way, if someone wants to physically meet the healer, they can. And then back in January, in case any of you are healers or haven't been on our showcase or want to come back, then we're opening it up to everyone again in January of next year. So super exciting. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Welcome. All right. Ciao.
I love cacao.
Hello. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
We never had this conversation before. That's really neat. I didn't know you had
experience. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. I love it. There's so many benefits to it. And it's a really good way. There's a tiny bit of caffeine in cacao. So you know, when I work with clients who are maybe addicted to caffeine or addicted to coffee, like lots of coffee all day long, then I kind of make the switch to cacao, and it's so good for your heart. It opens up, you know, the energy going to your brain, like Miranda was saying. And you know, it's really grounding, very powerful, and it's, you know, so steeped in the Mayan culture and so many other cultures around the world. So it's definitely a bonus. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely check in with her and see when she's doing those. You know,
good to know. I have a bag here. I've time to get into it.
yeah. It's ideally it's not to mix it with dairy or anything like that. It's just hot water and the cacao, and depending on the quality of it, can be more bitter or less bitter. You know, different. It's just like coffee, really. It has so many different things to it, and so just the one that's good for you, and then best to drink it with like an intention, right? What's your intention? So you just go from there. But
what was neat during the ceremony, and that I don't know if this was for you as well, but there were so the two that were running it, they were Miranda and another healer. They were using, you know, like a drum and different sounds, feathers, all these things. So it was like just this sensory experience, I would say. But it's just so neat because you felt like that, you know, like the tribal piece of it with the drums and all of that. It was just really neat to go into that kind of meditation. I even feel that from meditations I've done before, you can go into that kind of space without the cacao. It just adds an extra piece to it, to really just connect to the quantum field and to source. And you are no stranger to the quantum field. Another reason why I feel we've been so connected. So tell us what you like, a little bit about yourself and what you do, and then we'll get into your topic.
So my first love is Ayurveda. This is how I broke into the holistic into the holistic field. I'd actually been doing a lot of things my whole life, but I didn't really know that there was a name for it, right? And so when I really, really, really fell into Ayurveda, like I was destined to be going in this direction. And it's an incredible story, which I'll share another time. But from Ayurveda, then I moved into energy. So energy work, so more craniosacral. So really able to feel the pulse of the body, how it resonates around the brain. It goes down the spine, and you know, it can heal a lot of people with concussions or anything in your mind and your spine that's kind of like holding you back in some way. So pressure, you know, anything like that. So that's to help it flow. And then from there, moving on to breathwork. So breathwork facilitator, which is key. It's amazing for everything that we can do now to help ourselves heal. Right. And then from there, I threw in like some essential oils, working with essential oils a lot. And then quantum flow, which is really using your own energy, right? We have blocked energy or supportive energy. So we have a lot of blocked energy if we're living in the past, if we're really stuck, we can't move forward. Like, how do we maneuver? We need a road plan, right? And I work with the individual. It's very individualistic, but there are some basic things that we could do as a group. So I will be introducing a breathwork class at the like a quantum flow, really fast in succession, 7 days together at the end of November, maybe beginning of December. I'm still working out the dates. So that'll be really cool. And of course, there's recording. So if you miss it, you're okay. Because it is a lot, asking for a lot, 7 days, one day after the other, but it's so powerful. Like, if you have something you need to move, you're going to move it with this, definitely. Something, even if it's a squidge, like a little tiny bit, which is sometimes all what we need to like really turn on the light switch, you know?
Yeah, I want to just sing your praise and honor because I'm in the class, and when I'm in the class and we're doing it. So it's good. I'm seeing where my limitations are, either in my breath work or where it hurts in the body, or when we're quantum flowing, right? And we're moving, you know, where my body's like, and I push through. But then afterwards, I feel so good. And even the next day, that's always the telltale, right? Like, how do you feel after? And the next day, like, I feel so much better in my body, which is, it's amazing. And you have helped, I have witnessed you help not only heal my, you know, parts of myself, but the things that you are helping others heal is just incredible. You know, anxiety, or even one of our, she might be watching, Sweet Christine, you know, where she had that brain injury, couldn't move her neck for 3 years. Like, imagine having for 3 years, you're like, you know, moving side to side like this. And you did one breathwork class, you know, in a morning that we were running, and she could move her neck. And I thought, like, man, that is so freaking powerful to be able to help someone to shift that. And yeah, I love it. You know, just your magic and what you do and how you piece everything that you've learned and put it all together. It's so powerful. Like, I feel we can heal anything. Like, we are our own best healers, but you are such a great guide, because you're like the watch, or, you know, the coach at third base, and you're just like, you're seeing all of the things that could play into it based on your experience and what you know, and you're like, oh, do this, or, you know, go journal about this, or how's this, and, you know, and it just shifts and moves, and it's so beautiful. My guide is here today. She's just like, oh, yep. So awesome. Yeah.
I think oftentimes what it is that when you're in counseling with someone, or you're working with somebody one-on-one, and I'm sure you've come across this as well, is sometimes you ask a question and they're just like, I don't know. And for me, that's an opening. That's like, I think you do know. And so it's then to tap in even more, because that I don't know is the resistance, right? It's a natural resistance that you have inside of you, that, you know, deep down inside, you know it. Maybe you haven't formulated the words. Maybe you haven't really ever thought about it. Maybe, you know, you've never been guided in that direction. So that's the opening, actually, right? So it's the opening to move into a space that is uncharted for them. And you just sit back and watch what happens when you press a little bit, like just a tiny bit. You ask another question, and then you ask it, and depending on their answers, and you ask another question, and you ask another question. So really, at the end of the day, they are completely doing all the work. Like you said, it's just a guidance. And the beauty in that is that you cannot hide from yourself, right? I can ask you 1,000 questions. You could tell me, draw circles around me if you wanted to. But at the end of the day, when you do the breath work, or you do the quantum flow, or you do any of that stuff, I'm not even there. Like, you're doing it. I'm guiding you. You're doing it. And answers are going to surface. And it's up to you whether you're ready, if you're willing to go down that path, and acknowledge that the past is in the past, and being able to let those emotions surface. And you can look around and be like, okay, I'm not, you know, whatever age that was when it happened, I'm safe today. So let me let it surface, and then figure out what to do with it now. So you let it surface, and then you can say, okay, that's not me anymore. So see you later. Right? And that's the beauty. That's the power. Because now you're what, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, 200 pounds lighter.
Right. Yeah. I mentioned earlier how you and I were chatting about the breath work, and like, and holding the nose, and just like the anxiety that I felt. It's like almost like there's not enough breath, right? And it's that scarcity. And I feel like it is also going to be healed and released in other areas of my life too. But, you know, even just remember when I was talking to you about falling off the deck, and, you know, maybe, you know, you even said, and you were so bang on, it wasn't even about falling into the water. My mom said it was so shallow. Like, she doesn't even know how I ended up under the deck, but there must have been an air pocket or something so I could breathe. So it wasn't, what you said was, it probably wasn't about the falling. It was about how the adults around you responded. And it's so true. Like, they freaked out, of course, because they thought that I was gone. And that was the energy. But when you were talking to me about that, and you said it was like, it gave me in a way permission to let that go, right? The fear of that, the fear of like me doing something wrong, even though I just accidentally fell off. But the weight that I felt was lifted off when you were sharing that. And even though, you know, the tears were coming and stuff, that was really cool to feel. But I know that that was transmuted because of how I felt after. It was like this big, huge weight was taken off my shoulders, right?
Oh my
Just
God,
like,
so beautiful.
yeah, so beautiful and so grateful. Share with us, like, and I'll share a little more. You help people with mystery diseases or like mystery ailments or things where, you know, they have tried all the things, or you've been in counseling for a really long time and you just haven't been able to move through. Contact Karla. What is it, you know, like around your business or your practice? Like who? I know you definitely can help everyone, but do you want to just share more about like your business and kind of what your vision is for the future of it?
Yeah, I feel I get, at one point I was getting a lot of men coming to me, and then that kind of switched over to getting a lot of women. But I realized what was the one thing in common was that it's masculine energy that needs to get healed. So we have the feminine and the masculine, right? And if we look at it from an Ayurvedic perspective, we have both of those energies running through us. And so we always have the nurturer, right? We can heal, we can look after, let's say, a child, right? In the moment we'll look after a child, be like, oh my God, are you okay? And you know, and whatever we need to do. And then if you have to, you can come out and be the warrior and be like, I'm gonna protect myself, my child, my home, whatever it takes, right?
Right.
So it doesn't matter the sexuality you subscribe to or who you are physically.
Right.
We always have those energies inside of us, right? So the goal is to balance them both so we have access to both whenever we need it. And with the breath work, you inhale completely and then you balance the left brain and right brain, which is also masculine and feminine, yin and yang, right? So doing this, left brain, right brain, we're trying to make them come together so they act as one, right? One being, beautiful being of light, divine spiritual being with so much power, 99.999% energy, and 0.0001% matter. So if we think of ourselves in that way, then anything is possible, right? We can heal ourselves, we can help ourselves. Listen, I'm not here to tell you what you can or can't do. That's not my job. My job is to give you the tools where you can empower yourself. And then in the interim, you are able to take care of your own problems with me being your guide. And that's how it all works all the time. I never take any credit for healing you. You are doing that work.
We have to do it ourselves. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's just knowing how. I mean, you don't get into a car and start driving the car, right? You have lessons, you have people who tell you, okay, this is what you have to watch out for. So why not have the same thing for being able to heal ourselves? And if we think about it, on the grander scale of things, like our blood work, I think changes every 90 days. It's new blood work. Our whole body changes completely, like tissues and everything, every 7 years. So if we think in those ways, why can't we heal ourselves? And that's where the work comes in. So there's a story that is still being maintained. There's a belief in that story that's still being maintained. There's living more in the past and not living in the present. Maybe anticipating the future too much. We're not that we can control things, but we can definitely control our feelings, our moods, and our emotions, right? We can play with that more as opposed to trying to control a situation or control a person. That's impossible. That can never happen. That's basically for me the rule for insanity, because it just won't work and you drive yourself crazy really trying to do it. So at the end of the day, it's really raising the feminine, right? Because we've been in society has been very masculine, very wounded masculine energy for so long, like thousands of years, putting down the feminine power. Why? If we ask ourselves, why is society so afraid of the feminine power? What is it? What is it about the divine feminine that they can't handle, that they have to really try and squash us or try and break away the unit of the family, right? we have to really think about questions like that.
Mm.
And what is our incredible power? Okay, whatever you subscribe to, but if you're subscribing to the feminine, I'm talking about the feminine, divine feminine energy right now. Whether you're a man and you just subscribe to that more because you're more creative, you're more that way, like creative and open, intuitive, yeah, all those things, right? You don't have to be a woman to be more feminine. And if you are a man and you're more feminine, doesn't mean that you're weak, right? It doesn't mean that you're not powerful. It's the opposite. You're tapping into a different energy that doesn't have to do. You don't have to do something. You don't have to go out there and be a warrior, right? You can be the beautiful, intense, feminine energy that's going to question the masculine energy. You're going to question that energy if they're in their highest and best. Are you really? You're going to go do that? Wow. Yeah, Christine, totally. I'm so loving you're here. So.
Oh, wait, this is for you when you helped her move her neck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was intense. So that energy of being in your feminine is incredible. When you raise the feminine, right, then your energy changes everything in your environment. So, and we've noticed that when it's the masculine is in charge, it's more competitive, it's more aggressive, it's more, pushing energy, it's more all this stuff. Yeah, totally, Sonia. So yeah, we have to really tap into what it means to be in your feminine power. And so that's what I'm discovering is what is really coming to me. I realize I'm getting the women who are, for whatever reasons, maybe single mom, maybe a partner that feels emasculated before they were together. I don't know what the reasons are, but the feminine in the woman or the feminine in the man is higher. And so it's, the masculine energy is higher. So it's to raise the feminine to heal the masculine, right? So we're raising the feminine, going into divine feminine so that we can heal the wounded masculine and lift it so that it's equal and they can reach from both sides.
Right. What is the wounded masculine, like the certain traits?
Yeah, so wounded masculine is all about being controlling, aggressive, inauthentic. It's a lot of withdrawal energy, very like avoidance, like don't want to talk about their feelings, just stoic, want to just be there, and is not authentic, right? So it's also abusive, unstable, and what else? Not compassionate.
And I would even say, like, for women who are single parents or like single moms or have A-type personalities can be this as well.
Yes.
Where you're just like go, but it's because it's not safe for you to rest. So that's part of it too, is
absolutely
those types of traits.
Absolutely. And so it's to be more in touch with yourself. It's to be more in touch with being able to heal yourself, love yourself. Do you accept yourself as you are? Are you able to just hold space and not do anything? Like, do you have to do something all the time, or can you just observe and be like, wow, and really then acknowledge your own feelings, right? And so we don't want to be the wounded feminine, which is a victim, which is like clingy, and like they really go hand in hand, the wounded masculine and the wounded feminine. So the wounded feminine is more insecure, needy, codependent, manipulative, inauthentic, over emotional, and is a victim, right? Those are key words. I want to get those words correctly right, because I know for sure that I've been there at one point in my life, or maybe a couple of times. To really acknowledge that we can all dip in and out of it, but once you get to a certain level, like there's no going back, right? Because now we really know, we have an intuition, we're so powerful, and and it's so loving and accepting, and there's no competition, there's none of that business. You're free to let other people be, because you love yourself and you understand who you are. Yeah. So.
And I think a lot of, like, as you're talking, what's ringing through clear is you've been controlled somewhere in your life. All of those things that you mentioned, they're coping methods, right? Of something in your childhood or wherever where a need wasn't being met, and you that was your coping method to get your need met. Maybe you felt, or in your energy field is people don't listen to you. And so you need to yell because that's the only way that you feel validated. And that just comes from your childhood and how, whatever your experience was. So once you know the medicine and you can look at it, you're like, okay, that's where it's coming from. And to begin those shifts of being that balanced feminine and masculine energy within us. So for anyone who's watching and you've had, any type of narcissistic type of control as parent, like, I don't want to call your parents that, but they had the characteristics of it because they were also hurt, wounded children, right? Hurting people hurt others. They just didn't have the capacity or the know-how to parent to parent you. And so any kind of control in that with your parents, or someone at school told you something, you felt like your voice wasn't heard, or it comes down to our core beliefs too about ourselves, if there's any limiting beliefs. Religion, oh my gosh, it's a huge one of like, you're not even born worthy. Like, what a crock of crap. When I realized that, I'm like, wait a minute. Most of the religions that I've been a part of, you weren't worthy when you were born. You had to do these things, right? More action in order to be approved and worthy. And it's like, no, we're worthy just as the day we're born. We're soul creatures, right? So we are worthy already. And, or if you've been in any kind of relationship, right? Or abusive relationship, any of those victims, I feel that can come from different places. Your parents were emotionally unavailable. That also, because then you go to those wounded coping methods, and we all have an experience. We've all got something and some part of that in there. So now it's just knowing when you're in your stuff and how to come up and out of that. But I love the magic of like healing the masculine to raise the feminine, because society has even, taught us, even the hustle and grind, that's wounded masculine right there, right? Or wounded feminine pieces. Yeah.
Very, very, very. And so it's really like for us to be able to surrender. Like the feminine is surrender. You just surrender.
Cool.
You're not controlling anything. You're surrendering because you're so good in yourself. You're so grounded. You're aware of who you are. You're aware of your power. You're healing. You're taking care of yourself, right? You're honoring who you are. Like,
right.
It seems like those are so easy. Like those words are so easy. It's like effortless. It's like not hard, and it just flows to you, right? But if you've not been raised that way, then those words are very, very foreign. Like that's like people just shake their head and they're like, "What are you talking about?" So that's the journey. That's the journey for the people that I work with. And so the A-type personality, which I get those. They are like, we want to see the change now, like yesterday. What? And so it's a challenge, because then you have to come a little bit harder and then ease up on it, right? So give them the space to then be like, oh, wow, that actually was really interesting, or that was really good. But in the beginning, they want the proof. Show me how it works. And you're like, oh shit, I gotta get on my game. So it draws out like the masculine energy will draw out masculine in you, right? And so you have to come, because if you don't come, they'll be like, oh, it's not real, right? It's not
I think it just comes back to them not feeling safe. And so it's this
definitely
not a persona, but like having to be usually the loudest, obnoxious person in the room really is so afraid inside, but that's what their coping method is, right? So that people don't find them out, they can still hide.
And so I think at the end of the day, it's even just being able to trust. It's really being able to trust, because so many things have happened in your past that maybe doesn't allow you to trust anymore, Yeah, and it's really insane. Like, you can go, I'm sure you've gone into a room. I've gone into a room where you can just see a person just glowing, and their energy all around them is like magnetic, right? And you're like, wow, what did that woman have for breakfast? I want it, or that man. And so it's so cool, because then you can really see that that's what it looks like. It's what it looks like. It's real. Like that energy, when it's flowing through you, from Father Sky, Mother Earth energy, right? Masculine and feminine. You can't have anything that exists, that lives, that doesn't come from masculine energy together, right? They always have to come together to create anything. So when you allow for that energy to come from above, which is masculine energy, right? So we're talking about the sun. The sun of all suns is like the masculine energy that's going to guide you, protect you, respect you. And it's a very different way than what the feminine does, right? It's a different type of respect, but it's still there. So guide, protect, respect, you know, be authentic, be in integrity with you, like really pull that thing out where, okay, go and try it. Go try it. I'm going to watch you, but go try. Like, I'm going to guide you and I'm going to protect you. I'm going to have you in a safe space, but you got to try it. Right? That's masculine energy. It's not like, go, we're going to, how fast can you go? Or how much money can you make? Or, you know, that kind of thing. That's like passing. It's tiring just to even think about it. So when you reach into the Father Sky image or visualization of the sun, that's Father Sky energy as well. And then Mother Earth is just like crystalline core that just accepts you the way that you are, completely, entirely offering you love and compassion and trust and, you know, these beautiful feelings of like, you can do no wrong. So when you allow your stuff to just go into the Mother Earth and she fills you up with this beautiful energy of love and compassion, you know, everything you need is inside of you. You draw it from here and you draw it from below, and it comes and meets in your heart. So powerful. When you start to look at yourself as the vessel of both of these energies, you don't need to reach on the outside to fill any wounds or fill any gaps or holes in your body, right? You're just like, okay, why is this hurting me? Why is that triggering me? And it's a mirror, right? We all know it's a mirror work, right? Our families are our biggest mirrors. So we look inside, why is that? And then you journal, you think about it, you process it, and you let it go, right? So you heal it, you're working with it. It may take more than once, may take more than 10 times, whatever amount of time it takes, that's what it's going to take. That's your journey. Those are the life lessons you have to learn in this lifetime for you to move forward, for you to rise, right? It's all about rising, healing and rising. Yeah.
I remember a class. I'm just remembering a class that you did for breath work, and you connected to Father Sky and Mother Earth. And I felt held and supported by Mother Earth. And I had never felt that before. It was like this feeling of unconditional love. And it was so beautiful, you know, that we're not alone, or, you know, you're trying to figure out the stuff, or because I feel, you know, my religious upbringing was like, God was this deity in the sky that was so mean, you know, almost like a principal, very, very strict. And you had to do these things. Otherwise, you know, you were in trouble. And just feeling held by, you know, Father Sky and Mother Earth for that time. It was just so beautiful. Just the words that you use, even, they're just so melodic, I would say, even just like connecting people to themselves, but also to the grander, bigger scheme of who we are and what's around us.
Yeah, so if we really think about in terms of energy, right? Just because we're in a body doesn't mean that we're small, right? Like, this is the container, but our energy, right, has been measured. It goes out like incredible amounts. You know, the heart goes out horizontally. They can only measure it so much, like physically measure it, scientifically measure it so much. Like, I don't know, it's like 9 feet or something. It goes frontwards all around like a circle, right? Front and back. But, you know, I'm sure there's people in here that are going to listen to this at one point and be like, yeah, well, I felt when, you know, someone passed in my family, they came in my dream, or I felt this overwhelming joy and bliss, and the person isn't even close to you, right? And you know that it's you're connected. So the power we have is immense. We just have to learn more how to tap into it so that we can, you know, get this energy from above and below, and not like divert it that way, right? Or divide it that way, right? We're keeping the energy inside of us and letting it flow up and down. So we're rising it, we're letting it rise so it clears all of our chakras and we're open, or we're letting it come down, those ideas, that thing, the visions, these things that makes us so excited. We need to let it come down and ground in our root chakra, which is our Mother Earth basis, right? And where it all comes from, so then we can make it happen. So if we're not grounded, it just stays in the mind. It's a great idea. It won't come to fruition. So this energy is all encompassing, right? So we have to watch out. Are we getting the energy and then going whoop, I'm going to give it to you. Or somebody comes close to you and they're like, oh, I really love her energy. And they're going to suck it out of you, right? So it depends on how you manifest and hold yourself. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Are you expressing yourself? Are you stuffing it down? It's so deep. There's so many layers to it, but it's doable, right? We can all learn these things. My one and only goal when I work with people is just to empower you. That's it. And it could be something small that is going to set it off for you, or it can be has to be a lot of sessions to like get energy moving. The blocking stagnant energy that's been there for, I don't know, it could be from 5 to 50 years. I mean, I have clients that are in their 70s. I have my youngest client right now is 17. It's across the board, but it's the same. Like, it's the same story, the same version. It's the same story, but different versions, right? And it depends on the person's well-being, their mental health, their physical environment. Like, what are they dealing with? How much do they trust? What do they believe in? It's really, it's incredible. I love it. It's incredible. So
it reminds you're like a detective. You're like, hey, tell me all the pieces, right? And you're like, that goes with that, and that goes with that, and then you become the cheerleader. You're like, okay, this is our action plan.
Yeah. It's so. I had such good news this morning with my youngest client today. That it's a long story, right? But basically, she's like, gets on the phone with me this morning and says, I go, how are you doing? And right away, you can see in the person's eyes, their face, their countenance, how they expressing. And I'm like, what do you have to tell me? She's like, I think I manifested something for myself. And I was like, what? Oh my God, that's so amazing. And so they're fast, eh? The younger kids are faster. They do it like that. And so literally took me 2 weeks with this girl that she wasn't doing well at all. Like, her energy was really down, like almost depressed. Like, I would say she was depressed. But now in 2 weeks, just doing every day. Oh my God, amazing.
Okay, the parents are super grateful, but can you imagine us at 17 if we knew the language of this stuff? Like, obviously it wasn't our path and time, but it's just how beautiful to be able to, empower her at 17. She's got to be a leader. Like, she's definitely a leader into this new world that, we are creating together, where we are in that balance, feminine and masculine. It's awesome because you're having a hand in that. Super exciting.
So cool, so cool. And you could see like the realization of like, wow, I did that, So I basically got out of my own way and allowed for the energy to flow within me. I'm following my intuition, following my instincts, and listening to my heart and using my voice, right? Really saying and speaking what I really truly believe. So powerful. It's like,
I have a question. This is just popping in. What's your advice to healers that are newer on the journey? Because you've been doing this for 10 plus years, and all the things you've learned. Like, if you could go back to talk to younger you, what would be your advice that you'd have? And then I'm going to say lead into the breathwork. I can't believe it's already 1:45. So yeah. So quickly, what would be like your advice for someone who is helping others, and they're newer on the journey?
Okay, so I used to look back and be like, oh my God, it's taking me so long, right? That's like, oh, but I actually look back at that and I really recognize that every single thing that I've been through, everything I've experienced, every up and down, every tear, everything is really put me in a place today that I can not only empathize with the person that I'm working with, because there's been something in there, something. I mean, it doesn't have to be the exact same thing, right? That their trauma is, but it's like such a level of compassion that I think that if I'd shortcutted that in some way, I wouldn't be in the place that I am today. So my advice is like, everything happens for you, 100%. Like, don't look back and regret, like really look back and just be so grateful for every single thing, right? And we like to put things in duality, and that's good and bad, or that's black and white. That's like, oh, that's easy, that's hard,
Right.
Just let it be as it is, and connect the dots for yourself, get yourself out of the pattern, out of the loop that you're in. If you can have the third person perspective and really looking in and say, why am I repeating myself again? See if you can get to the root of that and help yourself get out of it, right? But that doesn't mean that the amount of time it took you to get there is going to be the same amount of time it's going to take you to get out of it, right? So if it took you, like I like I say often, I had psoriasis and it's completely gone now.
Amazing.
I dealt with it for 2 years, like really intensely changing my diet, meditating, speaking to my family, getting myself straight, really figuring out my center, and it's completely gone. And I'm just like, wow, I can't believe I come across people who have that for 20 years plus, you know, and they're suffering because it's such a suffering thing. It's so like it's like a head game, and it hurts you so much physically, but everything is within us, right?
And it's a common thing.
We have it.
A lot of people have eczema.
Very
so
common.
if you know anyone that has it, have them reach out to Karla. There's a block there, right? Something in the emotions that's stuck, and and obviously around the other things of whole body, mind, and soul.
Most of it has to do with not speaking up, and also a lot of anger, frustration is around psoriasis and eczema, both of them, you know. And it's just different degrees of that. So, you know, it plays with a lot of different things. But what I wanted to do quickly, because it's already 10:02, well, I'm going to give you guys a little something different, more of a quantum flow. My quantum flow practice, I'm going to give you a really short little thing that you can do every day. It takes about 5 minutes, right? So, basically sitting in your chair. You don't even have to be standing, but you can do it standing if you want. It can be in your car. Do it in your car if you're going someplace. So just make sure you're sitting super tall. I always say try to stick your bum out as much as you can, you know, so without hurting yourself. So your spine is nice and straight all the way up. Roll back your shoulders, right? Relax your neck and your jaw, right? So it's not tight. You're not clenched or anything like that. You want the energy to rise all the way up to the crown so that you can just let it go. So when you're doing this, I recommend putting a left hand on the belly, right hand on the heart, and you can close your eyes. I mean, I'm going to keep mine open, but you can close your eyes if you want. But the idea is you're doing a full belly breath that takes it all the way up to the crown, and then you release through the nose. Exhale through the mouth, okay? So we'll just do 3 of these. So breathe in and exhale. Let it all go. It's so good. Inhale again from the belly. And exhale. One more time. Really expand your lungs, expand everything as much as possible, right? Waking up the body. And let it go. Beautiful. Just close your eyes or keep them closed at this moment in time and visualize a beautiful beam of golden light coming down from your tailbone, going all the way down, down, down through all the layers of the earth to the crystalline core. Right here is where you encounter beautiful golden white light energy of Mother Earth that just totally sends you so much unconditional love, trust, compassion, guidance, like everything you ever wanted in a mother, but more, right? Just like unconditional. So I want you to take one big belly breath here and bring it into your heart. And exhale and release everything that doesn't serve your highest and best, right? Just let it go. Give it to Mother Earth. She'll make it into a waterfall or something beautiful. Put both hands on your heart. And now you've got this beautiful, incredible Mother Earth energy in your heart. And your heart is pumping within it, right? So it's encircling your heart. It's this beautiful golden white light. And from here, a little piece breaks off and goes all the way up to the crown. And from the crown, it keeps going up, 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 all the way up into the universe to the sun. Sacred, divine, masculine energy, the sun of all suns, that has this incredible power of guidance, protection, security, safety for you. So incredible. You feel guided. It's just always with you. And from there, you go to your soul star. And your soul star is not a place, but it's an energetic vibration of who you are. And in the soul star is your ancestors, your guides, and your angels, right? They're always watching over you. They're the ones who are always telling you, go left, go left, go left. And you're like, I'm going to go right. And they're all like, oh, how could she go right? We wanted her to go left. This kind of thing, right? They're your tribe. They're always there. So then you exhale. So then you would let that come back down. Imagine a beautiful golden white light coming from the sun to the soul star into your crown and back down into your heart. Okay, so let's do one big belly breath here and just envision that going up and over and coming back down. Okay, so breathe here. And exhale, golden shower of white light coming down into your crown and into your heart. All right, so now in your heart, you have Mother Earth and Father Sky. Always, they're always there for you. It's just the truth. You cannot live without them. They're constantly there. They are not outside of your body. And so with this energy, we take a deep belly breath and we say the sound of ah, which is the sound of the heart, right? We open up our arms at the same time, deep belly breath in. And expand with an ah. And inhale, bring it back into your heart. Beautiful energy of love and light and guidance in your heart. Deep breath in again. And say ah. Just letting it flow. Inhale. Last time, say ah. Beautiful, hold it here. Okay, so you want to stick out your chest a little bit. Thumbs come to the back of the room, so you're really opening up your chest. Take a deep breath right here. Inhale, bring the arms up. Relax your neck and your shoulders. Hold your breath. Hold it here. Take a sip of air. Relaxing the belly, expanding the heart, opening up in between the intercostal muscles, and letting it come down. I am love. I am abundance. I am grounded. Right? Those are like, I'm just saying universal sayings. So this time, bring your arms up. We're going to inhale. Let the arms float up. And here we're going to do something different. We're going to use the voice, okay? Watch me. Shh. 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 Vibrate at the end, right? And you're using this energy. You're squeezing your pelvic floor and squeezing your navel to your spine. This is the warrior energy. Open up, relax the hands. Open up, inhale, relax the shoulders. Look to the sky. Open up in the feminine, and here we go. Shh, shh, shh. Using all the muscles in your arms, right? Tightening the fist, squeezing the pelvic floor, squeezing the belly to the spine. It's like you're holding your pee. Don't let it out. Hold it here. Breathing in again into the feminine. Open the hands. Relax and enjoy just being in the presence of the feminine, and exhale, coming down like the warrior. Shh, shh, shh. Squeeze, 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 squeeze that whole pelvic floor and that belly to the spine. Just, your butt is being squeezed too, and your arms are tight. Everything is strong. Muscles are engaged. Okay, open it up. Inhale. Release. I am abundance. I am love. I am bliss. And exhale. Shh. 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 Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Hold the pelvic floor. We are rewiring the nervous system right here, right? Who are we? Who are you? I am, right? Inhale last time. Expanding, bring your arms back behind your ears, stick out your chest, and exhale. Shh, shh, shh. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. You are the warrior. How bad do you want to change your life? How bad do you really want to be the person you are meant to be, your higher self? Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. And open up, inhale. Arms come all the way up to the sun. Relax your neck and your shoulders. Take a sip of air. Expanding from the heart, release the belly. And let it come down. I am love. I am abundance. And I am grounded. One last time, all the way up. Inhale, let your arms float up. Relax your shoulders and your neck and your jaw. Make sure you're not like this, right? Relax. Take a sip of air. Hold your breath as long as you can. If it's short, it's okay. If it's long, it's okay. Don't hold it for me, right? Let it go when you're ready. I am love. I am grounded. I am abundant. Hands on the heart. Close your eyes and say, thank you, thank you, thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Father Sky. I am love. I am abundance. I am grounded. I commit to listening to my heart and all the emotions that flow. I commit to being here and now in the present. I commit to releasing the past. And I commit to not only listening to my intuition, but also following it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I integrate all of these beautiful intentions into every single cell of my being. I am, I am, I am. And so it is. Excuse me, take one big belly breath here. And exhale, just relax. Letting everything go, just integrating. Keep your eyes closed for a second. Breathe normally. And see if your body has changed from before when we started this little practice. See where you're at. Send love to any stuck parts or any painful parts in your body. Just send love. And when you're ready, just open up your eyes gently. And that's it. And continue with your beautiful day. See, woo, 2 o'clock, right on the nose. I can't hear you, Christine. Hear your volume.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That was so good. Just to be in the space of connecting and how powerful breath work is. Like, yeah, it's really, really good to come into that space of being present and calm and feeling good, and to do this on a regular basis through your day. You could set your phone, you've recommended that. Maybe every time you wash your hands and you go to the bathroom, right? Just have on the mirror, breathe, and do a little mini breath work for yourself. It helps so much. It relieves. I feel like people are wrapped up in barbed wire, and it just helps to release that, whether it's one strand at a time, or you can just like breathe into releasing all of that tension our whole lives that's been asking to be released and to let go.
Yeah, so good. So good. I mean, it doesn't even take that long. And this is just a little mini session, right? My sessions go for 45 minutes. So by the time you're done, like, you definitely shifted something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Christina's working with you, and she says she also healed her shoulder. She's like a new person.
Yeah. I know, she's so open and she's such a beautiful person to work with, like really, 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 like so powerful. It's changed her life in like so fast, like literally it's mind-boggling sometimes, like beautiful person.
Yeah, very good. And she was stuck for a really long time. And so to come, into our world, working with all of us, there's a few healers she's been working with, and just to release, within 5-6 months she said the other day, she's like, I feel good, and that was something I could never say before, which is so powerful, right? Even just relieving the anxiety. Yeah, we love you, Christine. Awesome to have you in our community. I had pulled the Divine Masculine and the Divine Feminine cards. So I thought, if it's okay, I'll put them up on the screen. And then you're so good at connecting and saying the words. Are you okay if like you go through and just kind of say like remove the wounded part and then stepping into, or even just what the feminine part is, our feminine qualities. And this is an activation card. So let me just get it right in the camera so people can look at this. And it's going to activate, I have the masculine as well after, but for this one, if we want to do feminine first, is, the parts of your soul that know what the feminine and masculine energy is, and just connecting. So this activation card, as you look into that, it's actually designed through sacred geometry to speak to your soul and to speak inside.
Yeah, a lot of the feminine is just being able to surrender, right? It's intuition. It's being grounded. It's surrendering. It's I don't know how to say it. It's just you're open. You're so trusting. You're creative in different ways. I think the real word that encompasses is being able to surrender. Like there's no control of any kind, right? It's almost actually why you need the masculine then is to not to control the feminine, but like put a boundary on it for her. Like I'll cap it for you, sweetie. Like let me do this stuff for you. Yeah, the masculine you could see is a totally different, very precise, very pointed, very knows where it's going, and it needs to move in that direction because it has this energy inside that needs the capacity to do, right? And it's very, very like outlined, very arithmetic, very, it's so pointed, it's so honest. There's no hiding when you're really, truly in your divine masculine, right? There's no need for it. You're being authentic and completely. Integrity.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I mean, you're in our world, so we know we'll see more of you, but, thank you for everything that you do for the community and, just shining your magic. Tell us again one last time, how can people connect with you?
Yeah, so the easiest way really is to go through Instagram. I have a website too. It's just lunaveda.com, but I'm always present on Instagram. My Facebook is also under my actual name, Karla Gomez, or Lunaveda. But the Instagram is hyphenated, it's the both. It's Karla.Lunaveda. And I'm going to be having a course. I still have to figure out the day. The 7 days might be at the end of November or beginning of December. And I'm definitely having a course in January, around the 11th of January. That's going to be 10 weeks of raising the feminine to heal the masculine. So that's going to be like, you can't hide from yourself at that point. Like it's a new year, 2022. It's a 6. It's going to be an incredible year. And the whole title for this conversation was, what are you co-creating? Right. So we're not in the matrix, because the matrix is broken completely. It's not even to fix it. It's to create a new divine matrix, right? What does that look like for you? What do you want it to be? What does it feel like? Who are you within that, right? We're just not even going to bother with this one. We're just going to say, see you later, bye, broken for thousands of years. I'm not going to try and fix you. Thank you, bye, right? We're elevating so much that we are definitely in this pattern and this place of creation, right? Divine feminine with the divine masculine. And so what does that look like for you? What do you want it to be? We're not living in fear anymore. The fear has been done, right? We can't convince anyone of anything that's going on, whatever side you're on, whatever side of the story you're on. It doesn't even matter. Like really doesn't even matter. But what matters, what's the most important thing is both sides are living in some kind of fear. So that's no good. So let's create a new bubble, right? A new bubble, a circle, not a triangle, a circle. And this circle is just like so powerful, and it's inclusive, right? So there are no gurus. Everyone has their potential, their power, and we all come in and we share.
Right.
So,
Right.
why not?
Yep. Rebecca earlier was saying, we're in circle now, instead of the hustle grind and the competition and all of that, we've come into circle with each other, and depending on who your tribe is or who you're connecting with, you're in circle, and there's so much love and collaboration and just this beautiful space of co-creating, like you said, the life that is like what we want, what we're creating.
We can do it. I mean, we're looking at Ayurveda, the one you guys finished, which was the Bronze Age, and now we're moving into the Golden Age. And that's like, so we're going to see so many new technologies coming. We're going to see so many new powers that we have as individuals. We're going to be expanding. Everything comes from the heart. It's just powerful. It's powerful. Powerful. I can't wait. Like, everyone's so like, oh, the new, no, it's beautiful. Just open up for it,
Yeah. Yeah. Be present now, and whatever you're calling in, get ready. Awesome.
Yeah. So quantum flow towards the end of November, beginning of December, the 7 days, one after the other. And then we're going to go into divine feminine with healing the masculine in January.
Awesome. So powerful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Bye. Bye, everybody. I'm going to get out of here.
I think leave broadcast. Yeah. Good. All right. Next up, we are going to continue a similar conversation with Christine, because she's definitely a forward-thinking leader. Hello. How are you?
Hello, beautiful. I see a lot of Christines in the stream today. I was like, wait, who's Christine?
Right. We're taking over. We're not squared, whatever the triple is. I don't even know. Yep. So good to have you here today. I heard you on a summit and I was like, wow, this woman is so powerful and just so full of life and energy. And I'm so grateful that you had time in your calendar to come here for us today, and just thank you. Share with us. Tell us, we'll get into your story after, but like, who are you and what is it that you do?
Beautiful. So I am a voice and speaking confidence coach. And I say voice, because the voice is your inner connection. It's the bridge to your inner connection and your outer expression. So when I say voice, people are like, well, do you teach singing and music? And I am a singer and I am a speaker. And so I just teach the natural expression of your sacred voice. Some people say your authentic voice, your true voice. And it's the voice that is removed from the distortions, from the ego mind. It's the voice of your heart. And it's a very pure, beautiful sound and expression, and very simplistic. So it's not that difficult.
Right. Oh my gosh. That's really beautiful. And it's this like awakening. I feel like you're giving people permission to like wake up that voice within and like, come on, the collective needs you. Let's stand in your power and get going.
Totally.
Yeah.
We need the voices, and we need also the feminine voices, whether you're a male or a female or identify as such. It is a more compassionate, inclusive, as we were just talking about, voice that really understands that it is community over competition every time.
Yeah, that feminine. So good. And I don't know if you saw the masculine, but I'll pop it up there. This is Lawn Art. These are her activation cards. It's a relationship deck. So beautiful, because all of the cards are activation. So there's it's really for life. Lots of stuff on relationships. She talks about chakras, of course, the feminine, masculine. It's how to be multidimensional. This is one of our favorite decks that we have at the school that we're using. And thank you. Let's share, if it's okay with you, tell us your story. I would love to hear how you came into what you're doing today, but also like your spiritual journey. What did that look like?
So my story began, I grew up in media. I grew up on TV. I grew up on stages. And what happened was I didn't like the whole dynamic and system there, the manipulation tactics, the needing to be like prostitute myself in order to, get bigger and get more attention. And so I wasn't willing to do that. And so I became a school teacher and in New York City. And I was also working and giving back in community service on stage and doing performances and things like that. But it was about 24 years old. So it was about 17 years ago. And I had a big awakening in the doctor's office when he diagnosed me with pre-cancer in my actual throat, in my esophagus at 24. Wow. And he had said to me, Christine, he said that he was like, this is something we see in people who are 75 and older. So the fact that you're 24, that means you'll have to get monthly or whatever, every few months you need a biopsy, endoscopy, all this stuff, all these tests. And I was like, okay. And, but I wanted to be fixed. I wanted to be saved. I grew up, around New York, and I was like, give me the pill, fix me, save me, doctor. What's the next thing? What are we going to do? Because, I got big stuff. I got lots to do, and I'm overachieving, and I'm creating, and I'm successful. And no one knew I was sick because I didn't want to focus on that. And what happened was, he was like, no, there's nothing I can do right now. When it becomes cancer in your throat, we'll go in, we'll scrape it out, we'll add it. And I was like, whoa. So that was a moment in my life when I felt like my left brain, went into, what can you do? Blah, blah, blah. It started to cycle as this man was standing before me. It went through all the files and it came up blank. And in the moment where there was nothing left, I knew nothing other than the students' mothers I was teaching. They were dying in 3 months' time from breast cancer. So this was like a big, I was like, cancer, right? So it felt like my soul in that silence when my left brain just shut off, it felt like my soul sat up from inside of me. I felt this energy whoosh, like a hand filling out a glove. And I could hear my own inner voice. So that feeling of like a hand filling out a glove is your embodiment, is you being and taking up space from inside your body. So I suddenly had access to my whole heart center, and I had access to a universal mind, the divine mind. And I say that because what I heard next was the voice of God that sounded like the voice of God, except it was my own. And it said, go off, allow your body to heal. All is well. Now, back in the early 2000s, mover shaker, I wasn't speaking like this. I know now. We're like, oh yeah, no, I was like, it wasn't out.
I'm sorry, can you say again? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So I was just like, but I will tell you, that was my authentic voice. That was the voice of spirit, the universe speaking through me and to me. And in just a moment, I was like, oh, my body can heal, and it will. My body will heal from this. And I was like, okay. So I left the doctor's office that day, and I connected with a holistic doctor, and she helped me to just very simplistically, probiotics, digestive enzymes, healthy food, juicing, taking out all the stuff that was causing inflammation, and my body started to heal. In 3 months, I was completely healed. No more going to the hospital, no more needing to the doctor, no more medications. I went back to the doctor, and I was so excited because he's like, we did the biopsy, the medicine's working, you're healing. And I'm like, right, remember when you told me that there was nothing you could do? And I stopped medicine, but I want to tell you what I did. And in his life, in the patriarchy, in his system, right, of the medical field, he was like, whoa, you stopped taking the medicine? And I'm like, yeah, remember when you said we have to wait for it and the medicine wasn't working? I told you that. I'm like, so I found something else I want to tell you about. He was like, wait. Christine, he's like, if you don't take my prescription, I can't be your doctor. What? And my face must have just shown all, right? Because I got that he was whatever. But in that moment, I'm excited. I'm healing. I'm alive. You're my doctor. This makes no sense. So I just stood there, and he was like, Christine, and this is his truth. And this is how, when we are met with any opposition, when we can stay in our innocence, when we can stay in our purity and our simplicity. Okay. I wasn't like you. I was really like, this doesn't make sense. And he was like, you have to understand, when I went to medical school, we learned how to give prescriptions for ailments, for symptoms. That's what we do as doctors. I was like, oh, right. That's what we do as doctors. That's what I was doing as a teacher. It's always looking to put a Band-Aid over something or diagnose something instead of what is really happening internally. And so I was like, okay. So I said, fair enough. And so, doctor, I guess I don't need you anymore.
Boom.
Because he was telling me I can't be your doctor unless you take the medicine. And I'm like, but you're telling me I'm healing and I haven't been whatever. You couldn't be my doctor really till I got the cancer. So I'm not going to get the cancer. I'm done, and never again. And so I have just been completely healed physically. But what happened was, as I started to clear out my body, what happened was I started to gain more intuition. Okay. I was eating lots of fruits and vegetables, nothing crazy, just more good stuff, more water. And I felt like a connection to all people, animals. I think this is why possibly people do, become vegans and vegetarians. Like, I never really did that. But in that moment, I was like, oh, we're all connected. Not only can I heal myself, but what happened was every time after that I was met with someone or something and I spoke my truth and I stood for myself, it was like I reclaimed a part of my sovereignty, of my truth. But not just for me. The person on the other end of that listening was like, wow, how did you do that? And I can do that. And all I've ever done is tell my story very purely, very simplistically. And it's gotten me on Dr. Oz a few times, cool. Marianne Williamson stepping on my stage. I mean, you could be like, yeah, who are you? Teach me how to do it. I can teach you how to speak your truth, because we'll go to all the places and all the things that are not you, all the resistance, all of the conditioning, and we'll remove that from your being, and you'll be free. You'll experience liberation so you can have a voice, so you can speak up.
That is so powerful. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering how you're going to tie, like the voice and what you do with our sovereignty. And that is just so beautiful. And we all are responsible for ourselves, whatever it is that we're needing, or the healing, whatever that is to really take that ownership and create the life that we want. And that's a really neat story, because we can all relate to that medicine, or, going to the doctor and like, this is the way. I'm doing that right now with my doctor. I feel like he's on his way out of being fired, because that's his only solution to me, is either referral to someone else for second opinion or medicine. That's for 3 years we've been talking about a similar thing, and it's like, that's his only answer. And it's like, no, I know within my soul that, I can do this on my own and don't need that. I mean, medicine works. It has its place. It's definitely saved people. But, that's coming back to our intuition of like, what's right for you, in the time you're going through something.
Absolutely. I always say, like, if I'm in a car accident or something happens, like, please take me to the hospital, get me to the doctors, of course. And I honored him. Like I understood, totally. But I also understood there's a missing component here. And so any kind of dis-ease, any kind of suffering internally, physically, mentally, emotionally, it is really rooted in our emotions, and it's rooted in our ways that we learn to be. And I'll just tell you, to be completely transparent, cool. I've become very masterful in knowing my shadows, knowing and understanding my own triggers, my own core wounds. I've spent the last, over a decade kind of really diving deep. And I will just tell the audience today, it's like something just showed up yesterday, and not yesterday, the day before yesterday, with my boyfriend. Like, something happened, and he had said to me, well, it's because you think you know everything, and he kind of like threw this at me. It's not the first time I've heard that. When you're in your leadership, there can be a little bit of an arrogance, a little bit of a like, I know something, I have to tell you something, I want to teach you, whatever. And so, but that triggered me in the moment, because my core value is also to always be authentic, is always to share with you, yes, I'm a teacher and I'm also a student. We both are. We all are. And so for those of us listening today, this is to let you know you have your brilliance, you have your genius. And by learning to embrace those lower, denser frequencies that we all carry, you'll have greater access. You'll be more impactful. You'll be happier. I've experienced states of pure bliss, without drugs and medication and things. In my daily life, I'm like, how good can this get? When they say that. But so when he said that to me, just to let you know, it took about a day for me to process this, because I went back to him and I was like, why are you saying that? What? And he couldn't offer me anything, or he wasn't willing to do that, because I guess he thought we're going to get into a fight or something. So he kind of went silent. And, as a woman, I feel we, like, when someone goes silent on us, it kind of like makes us crazy. We're like, talk to me, like, let's fight. We don't want, like, all day, right? It's like, it's even worse. I could say,
man, just give us an answer.
say something. Well, what happened was I, and for the listeners, always vow to yourself that you will take radical self-responsibility. Write it down. Radical self-responsibility has set me free again and again and again. When I haven't wanted to look, when it's felt really icky, when I've been like, oh, that's horrible. How could you do this? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I can speak my truth. Yes, I can. But in those moments, I need to own my own stuff. So what I did was I went off and I was like, okay, something is clearly here. And I know from studying Gene Keys that there is the leadership, and the offset of that leadership, or the shadow aspect of it, is arrogance. So I know that I carry it, and I know I feared it my whole life. I've been the girl front and center on TV, on stage. Oh no, but it's about everybody. It's about all of us. But that in itself is arrogant, because Christine, just own your part. Why are you going to make it about like, come on. I mean, really, like, let everybody just take up space and do their thing. You're not away from someone because you're shining bright. And so I went and I was like, okay, let me really look at this. And what I saw was what he experienced as I know it all and all this other stuff was another shadow aspect of myself. I'm a 6'3" reflector. If anybody knows human design or Gene Keys.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Cool, right?
Reflectors are very rare.
Yes, it's
and
1%.
You feel everything.
It's really the 1% of the population. And so my thing is often feeling misunderstood because I don't naturally have the same experience as others. I can identify with that. But what happens is, because my energy is always out, I sample everyone's aura. You probably can feel me as I talk. I can feel you. It's like I kind of mesh with you, and it's an agreement that we have. But as a child, being that, it would become so much. And then people would be like, can you help me? Can you? And I was just a child, and I'd be like, oh, so I learned to like offer something. And then I learned to like withdraw myself to protect myself because it was too much. And how could I, right? So people have this experience of me where they'll be like, you're intimidating, because I'll share and I speak. But then sometimes what I just noticed the other day is that I won't follow it all the way through unless I have permission, unless you're coaching with me. But that's really not fair either, because it's still old programming. It's still, I'm thinking I need to be this way because as a child, but as an adult, I have all the tools. I have the ability. I can speak my truth. I can, join forces and know when it's enough or whatever it be. So it was so beautiful in that moment. And I was just like, wow, this is something I get to release and let go of, because I equated it to, and I'll conclude here, but like Esther Hicks, because someone said to me, well, do you think she's like aloof at times and she can be, like in the state of arrogance a little bit? I'm like, oh yeah. And they're like, well, explain that to me. And I said, well, she'll be like, well, this is the thing, and this is what I know. And the other person is kind of like trying to figure it out, right? But she's very much like, oh, so you think, oh, so you. But then she adds this element of humor. She comes in with a joke, with a thing, and then woo, we're all laughing. The person is like, oh yeah, and she pulls you back in. Then she's right there with you every step. So that was my missing piece. That's where I wasn't honoring my full voice, my essence, my soul's work. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it took quite a lot of that onion peeling to get to where I am today, which is still here with you in the trenches, doing the work.
Right.
Rewards, reaping the benefit.
I was gonna say to you before you just said that those beautiful words is like, speak to the person who's been told their whole life to be quiet, or they too much, or to sit down and really kind of just not be out there. But no, that's part of your magic and part of what draws people to you, right? I feel that those drawn to you are the ones who want that, right? They're so shy or timid, or there's a piece of them that has been hiding and they want to come out, but they don't know how. And so you have that beautiful magic to be able to do that and to teach people.
Thank you. I think it helps when you're still connected to it. People sometimes teach the lessons like, oh, years ago, it's not that happened to me 17 years ago and made me, oh, now I know everything. It's like, no, it's my continual engagement and my commitment to myself and to my community and to others to continuously share where I'm at. Because my whole life, people were like, we didn't know you have that. And I'm like, yeah, my whole life I was told I'm too much, cover up, my body's too sexy, clothes that look like whatever on me don't look like that on other people. And, be careful because it's dangerous being a beautiful woman. So look over your shoulder. I mean, a lot of fear, a lot of limitations, a lot of stifling that energy. And so this is pretty cool conversation, because how I found was the best way to utilize my gifts and my talents was on stage. Because I could step onto the stage and be like, woohoo, I'm sharing everything and pour it out and give it. And then I could walk off, like that celebrity kind of, and be by myself and retreat and be like, wow, that was so, and it was almost like I could leave it there. So even when we have these shadow aspects, the best things to do are, first of all, allow, oh, okay, so he's calling me Miss Know-It-All, whatever. Okay. Accept it. I know, and that's what I did in the moment. I was like, wow, this is a teaching moment. If anybody wants to write it down, allow, accept it. So the second acceptance was me being like, Christine, other people have said this about you. And so, there's got to be a way that you're behaving. There's got to be something you're putting out, right? And then embrace it. And so the embrace for me was in the moment of of course, as a child, my inner little girl who wanted to give so much, but it was so consuming for her. She used that as a protection, and it served her really well. Why? Oh, how could you say the shadow served her well? It preserved my innocence. So I never made anybody wrong, and I never got really too messy and emotional. I never had any of those really horrific experiences. So it just kept me in my own lane, in my own brilliance, in my own vision, with connected to my own inner being.
That's so beautiful. And honestly, it's just it's this self-acceptance of whatever your gifts are, whatever your personalities, and heal the things that maybe you'd like to change, but never dim, right? Just be yourself and call in the people who are meant to hear your voice and your magic. Because all of us have soul-aligned clients or tribe, and they can only hear us when we are in our authentic voice. So it's so awesome. So there is a place for everyone, whether you're the shy person or whether you're on the opposite scale of it, and just figuring out what your gifts can be used for, where you feel good, that you don't have to try and fit into a box, because it sucks and you're gonna just be resentful and full of anger and have some kind of ailment later on. Right?
Yeah, it always shows up one way or another. So people are like, well, you're pretty deep and you're then. I'm like, yeah. And we all can we just have a moment for our humanness? We all have addictions and shadow aspects and weaknesses, things that we struggle with, or triggers. We all have, a past and trauma, because trauma is anything we experience as a child. It doesn't necessarily have to be deep and whatever, but many times it is because of where we were as a collective people.
Right.
I raise my children consciously. They have a voice. They go to a school that's called a free school. So they're outside all day. There's no curriculum. There's no teachers. There's no test. They're in their own unit and learning and growing together, all ages, kindergarten up through high school. And yes, they get like a degree and they can go on to pursue whatever they choose after that. But it's free of any of our societal conditions and things like that from the patriarch systems.
Yeah, awesome. Let's come back to you being a reflector. So from my understanding, as a reflector in human design, you feel everyone. You feel it's like you're the mirror for the collective, for society. And so what is your feeling as far as like we're moving into a new year, I feel that there's this transitionary period for everyone, whether you're going to start to work for yourself or work from home or really just come back home to yourself and to nature and to connecting. What do you see in the next, 3 months, 6 months for us as a collective as we're moving forward? In the time and energy that we're in.
It's so easy to get bogged down and upset and feel isolated and distanced, during these times. But I will say I am a teacher. So in my reflector scope, I'm 6'3". So that's really, I'm a master of chaos. And chaos.
I have the 3.
And like, it's just interesting, right? But I'm here to teach and lead by example. So this is a reflector, whether I was going to live through those experiences, rise above and share, or it was going to really take me down. I was going to live through those experiences and kind of be like a martyr or, that kind of, it can go both ways. But for me, what I see now is so much chaos, and chaos only means at the beginning. That's all it means. So I'm getting like full body chills right now as I share that with you, because, okay, chaos, okay, there's all these, but like it had to come to this. It needed to. It's part of our evolution to evolve as people. It is serving a purpose, just as nature does. Its rhythms, its cycles. So at the beginning means how exciting that we as people, like I just said, can have these conscious conversations, can have radical self-responsibility, can pass this on to our children. What's to come is like, I'm going to get teary-eyed because I feel so strongly about it. But like as a little girl, it was let there be peace on earth and let it begin with me. It was like growing up in a world where we honor and love each other. And why would it ever be anything other than that? And so I see us like really whatever's happening, it's gonna play out. And depending upon the choices that you make for yourself will depend on if you're gonna be at the receiving, like I need help now, okay, because I went and I didn't know or I've known this all along, like myself, and I'm here and happy to serve because I've always been my role. And so in that space will be the compassion, will be the true rising together. We've been hearing it, but we don't see it yet, but it's coming.
Yeah.
It is coming because it's already started happening now. So the way that I believe we can speed up this process, so we don't have to sit in the muck for so long.
Ladder for those in the back.
We don't have to sit in the muck so long. It's like what you're doing here. It's the voice. It's sharing the different perspectives. It's like I said, this has been my whole life story. I've got to tell the story, and I've got to encourage and support others who have this story too. What is the story, Christine? It's a story of truth. It's a story of love. It's the stories of integrity. It's the stories of healing ourselves. It's the stories of of claiming our sovereignty in relationship through government, where we say, I do not consent. That's it. So everything that's happening in the world would go away right now if we all said, no, I don't consent. I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm done. I'm out. They would be groveling. They would be begging. They would be, trying to do something else. It's like, yeah, no, I don't agree. And so it's just beautiful. But in that I do not consent, that's the sovereignty of this life is mine, mine to live. It's yours to live. And so live it out as you choose and be free and dependent or independent of the systems that are currently in place, right? Because the last piece is that we will come together and we will find, as we are already starting to do, that we are interdependent upon one another. Just like other animals and insects and the ecosystems and the habitats, right? It's like one can't exist without the other. Well, we can't either without each other, without our animals, without our soil, without our food, without all of this needs to be honored and valued. And that's why I say the feminine, masculine energies, boy, so much healing. And the part that I've learned as a teacher and a mother is that, and I think, the audience probably knows, girls mature more fast, quickly, faster. The girls and just our bodies, right? Like emotion. Like I don't know how or why that is the way it is, but it's like you'll see it with the girls, and then the boys follow. And as a teacher, it's like, oh, here go the girls. Oh, here go the boys. Okay, all kind of catch up. That's the good news. But I really feel this whole, like the feminine now standing up and really setting the tone for the planet, which is the Mother Earth.
So beautiful. So beautiful. And as you're speaking, like I'm just so wrapped up in your energy, and we're in such synchronicity that I have questions for you and then you answer it. It's like my manifestations like happening like as you're speaking. So awesome. And what I really see,
sister. It's not just the name.
I know. We're sharing a heart right now as well. What I really see and feel, for those who have a voice and you've been told your whole life, that you're too much or you're too loud, the time for you is right now to stand. I really feel that anyone who has that within them, and I have a little niece, she's 6, and she's got that same, like her voice is very booming and loud, and she knows what she wants. She's a future leader. And so I feel like anyone who has that kind of disposition, you are the community creators. You are those ones saying, like, I'll go first. I'm the leader. Like, come, this is what we want to create. And these are, the ideas and stuff. And it's not from like my way or the highway, or it's got to be this way. It's like, no, from a place of love. It's like, let's build this community. Or fight the good fight, whatever feels good to you, but to use that voice for what your soul has come here for, right? It's the remembering of what are you here for? How can you take all of those gifts from the shitty things that happened, our traumas, like all that stuff from before, and what we learned in school or in our jobs, and the time is for right now, everybody. Like, how can you take all of those beautiful things together and create, lead, build a community, whatever that is, so that we all are growing together and coming together. We need you. The collective needs you. And so if you're watching this and you're in our community, you're pretty much spiritual, we would say, and are here to lead that charge, and reach out to one of us. We're here to help you with that voice, to really bring that out and to expand it as we continue to expand the consciousness of the world. So beautiful.
Beautiful and simplistic, and innocence, comes through. This feeling that when we're together, like when I'm with you in this space, it is intoxicating. It feels beautiful. These are like real high vibrational frequencies, and I believe it's what we're meant to be as people. And now we're ready to like claim our superpowers. I know Halloween is right around the corner, so Yeah, it's like we have those powers. Someone's like, I have power to heal you. I mean, I know that they've crafted that and they've, but we all have this.
Yes,
So
yes,
when I do
yes.
spirituality, I speak, practical spirituality, and I still wear my feathers, and I still love the connection to the earth, and I'm that earthy girl. And so owning your gifts is such an important time right now, because there's a space for you. We need you. And when you do that, you give everyone else permission to own their stuff too, and to raise the frequency of the planet.
Yeah, yeah. And for those who are in doubt, what's coming through right now is like your clients can only hear it in your voice. They can't hear it. So there's a lot of noise out there for sure, but no comparison. You just, stay in your lane, as I say, right? Like figure out what is your message. What are you here to help someone else with? Help yourself first, right? We can't fill unless our cup is full, or like help someone else. So, but then, for your own contribution, what does that look like to help someone else? It's the time is now and needed. And as far as the doubt goes, well, I don't know if I have this, or I didn't have enough certifications, or like I took a quantum healing course, which was really beautiful in and of itself, but so many more things dropped in as I trusted source in and of itself. So we all have that within us. You are life force. You are source, creator, spirit in human form. You have it already. So any of those doubts, let them go, because exactly as you're meant to create or share in the world is exactly as the frequency of your person can hear you. You're that song that they've been waiting for, and so just go for it. It's the message. Yeah, yeah, awesome. Any last words while we wrap up? First, I gotta talk about the feathers. I've been wanting to talk about them. They're so awesome. Gorgeous. Did you make them, or did it they're just beautiful and fun?
Someone made them for me. Thank you. I can't find. I don't. She was on Etsy, and it was like 2 years ago, I suppose. And like I went to look, someone was like, "Oh, where did you?" And I was like, So I have to find someone again. But yeah, just to like refer, right? But they're so beautiful. It's just awesome to appreciate, animals and everything we have access to, and to know that, again, the interdependence, that we're all working together. Animals come in with agreements. They are wise. The consciousness that they have, just starting to see that helps me be even better and stay connected. And so, entrepreneurialism and motherhood and being, a single mother, like you can feel isolated or alone at times. And so it's just great to know that we really do have each other. And I think social media really shows us that we can stay connected. And I think, I've met you through this, and this is my jam. It's how I meet my people. So reach out, get support. I would not have been able to learn and know as much as I do if I didn't invest in myself. And, I made business the reason I had to do it. Then I made motherhood the reason I had to do it. Now I just do it because I'm like, I know that, do you really have to do it? Like, yeah, I do. Because every time I look, I learn something else. And every time I engage, I'm better for it.
Right. Awesome. So we have your Instagram and your website out there. Tell us, what does it look like to be in your world?
So there's lots of ways we can work and play together. Facebook is pretty much my jam. But I do have a free gift on my site. So my site is Rock It Out Woman, woman, WOMAN.com. And I would love to stay connected. Like I said, I have a lot of free groups. I have paid programs. But more than anything, I just love to know the women who are alive and here and really willing to go deep. So, any way you want to reach out, let's do that and just stay connected.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Such a joy to have you here, and we're now connected in the circle. So I know that there will be more, and I look forward to meeting you one day. I feel like that's going to happen.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
We started that now.
Yeah.
We did. The two Christines.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, have a great weekend. Enjoy the Halloween with your littles. How old are they?
So I have a 13-year-old boy and a 9-year-old daughter.
Okay. Are they too cool for Halloween? Or
Oh, they love it. They love it.
Okay.
Am I too cool for Halloween? If I'm going to do it, they got to do it.
So I raised a 9-year-old and she's already like, what costume are you going out in? And I'm just going to embrace it. You know, it's fun. I have a trunk, so I like dress up.
Yeah.
And yeah, going to totally embrace it.
Right.
Mhm. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. You enjoy the rest of your evening, and yeah, we'll be in touch.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Awesome. There you are. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, neighbor.
What a great day. Hey,
Yeah.
we just had lots of love and lots of great people doing awesome things. It's just never amazes me every month. It's so awesome.
Yeah, so powerful. And I would just say, like, what's coming to me is the word of this weekend was like loving yourself, but also surrender. If you don't have the answers, source, spirit, universe, I don't have the answers, you know? Let me have some help in this area, or give me a sign. Like Miranda said, you know, show me 3 things that I know for sure this is the sign.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's interesting because when after I signed off and you took over the last time, something that came to me that I had meant to bring up when I was chatting with Ilka was to be comfortable in the pause, right? And because we're growing, we're transforming, we're moving through stuff, we're learning, we're often heading towards a big dream or a big goal or a big change or transformation in our life. And there's times where nothing feels like it's happening, that you're just sitting there. And, you know, like I think, for me, I have felt this, that, you know, I should be doing something, like you should be doing something else. And I should be moving towards that. And what's that next step? And what do I have to do? And just be okay with just being okay. Just being in that moment right there and just waiting and just say, okay, I'm open whenever you're ready to show me the next steps, you know, and just being comfortable in that, because I always find we forget that because sometimes things manifest and come through and it just feels like pow, 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 pow. And it's like, freaking rock star, man, look at me go. And it just feels so awesome because life is just great. And then all of a sudden, it's not that anything bad happens, but it just kind of stops for a minute and you hit a bit of a plateau. Or, you know, so we just need to be comfortable in that pause. And just that's when come back into that present moment and just being okay with where you are right now and trusting and knowing that whatever that next step is and wherever you're to go next, it will show up. It's just sometimes other things kind of have to align before that can come into your field, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I would say, you know, such words of wisdom and part of the ledges you walk me off is that you've been that solid person, even if in your own heart and mind, you've been like, blah, blah. You know, for me, it's been very helpful because, you know, you are very calm and steady and organized. And it's been so helpful for me as I've been learning how to detach from fight, flight, freeze, fawn, like all the things that I didn't even know were things until now. Because you've been in your healing journey for 10 plus years, which is so great. And me as kind of like the new toddler, I feel sometimes it's so good because when I'm, you know, in my mind or my left brain's like, blah, blah, you know, and just really having its heyday, it's like you're there, like that calm stream. You're like, it's all right. We'll pick it up on Monday. We'll pick it up tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, all right. I like that actually. It's way better than me and my fretting and all the things. So it's really good. Good advice.
Yeah, that's good. That's awesome. And really and it's not that I don't experience those things myself. I still get into my own head where you think you have to do something, or it's like, oh my God, I'm going to be late, or I'm going to, right? And so I've just gotten better at catching myself in those moments and going, stop. I just close my eyes, take a breath. Everything is fine. Everything is going to be okay. I have a ton of time. I am not going to be late.
Right.
It's perfect. Right. So it's really just kind of catching yourself in those moments, and you'll get there, because we all do, right? It's just part of the journey, part of the learning, and how to kind of guide ourselves back to that place of centeredness. So
yeah, this year it's been funny as I think back, because for me, always feeling like I have to do something, and even it's only been since maybe this spring where I stopped feeling guilty for even watching TV, after, and not TV per se, but like something that wasn't work related. I never, my whole life, I always felt guilty. And this year was like enjoying the pause. It's like, no, this is time for me, which is important too, so that I'm not always in my head or in the fight or flight. And, even just being able to come into that space, it's so helpful, being present. This year has been so funny, because it's like, oh, well, we can mentor on this, or let's heal trauma, or, let's, mindset, and all of the changes that have happened this last year for us in the business. And it's just so funny looking back, because it's like, come back to your core, come back to the truth. And yes, things are going to change and tweak. But now for me, it's so great, because as I've been healing that stuff, and you only know what you're in when you're in it, like the fish in the water. But now it's like, you know what, those are just pieces of our puzzle, or pieces, our tools, I guess, in the toolbox. Yeah. And so for those who are watching or have been in our community, like, we're here to give you the mom hug. What do you need? Are you needing some healing? Are you feeling kind of flustered and you're in your own fight or flight and need help walking off a ledge? Reach out to us. Or if you know that you want to move forward, either, for us, it's business. We love entrepreneurs. We want to help you grow. We want to help you get really solid and shining bright in your business, so that other people can be helped, and that you can unhook yourself from that emotional stuff and the getting off the merry-go-round, right? So that you can just be in that present, confident space, and you have that clarity and mindset within a community that absolutely loves, adores you, and you can talk about whatever it is. If it's your next launch, or you just signed a new client, or you want to make, 10K, 50K, 100K, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just all energy and emotion. Whatever it is that is there for you, we're here. We're that community that is wanting to lift and hold you up, because we know part of the bigger picture, it helps the collective. And it is just so beautiful. So we are a multi-dimensional training school. I've been really thinking about that this week. That was a download that Source gave me in the beginning, and I didn't fully understand it, but really, it's how to be able to live in all of the dimensions. We are in all the dimensions. Yeah. 0 point or 0 dimension is like before the earth even began. 3D is our experience, the physical. You can touch the table. I've got a quiet little kitty in the house sleeping, not running behind me on the couch back and forth. Yeah. And the 4D is emotions, like our emotional stuff. And that's why a lot of people are healing their old sticky stuff, the traumas, or like the things that don't feel good, because we're elevating, we're moving up into, 5D and greater consciousness of really knowing how to connect and go within. And that's what we teach. We're teaching you how to be present in all of that stuff, and to be really clear in what you're here for. You're here to have fun. You're here to have pleasure. You're here to enjoy the things you do. And really, I feel we're all here to make an impact in some way, whatever that is, if it's a business or if it's in your family. And just know that our door is open and we are here. And if no one told you today that they love you, then let us be the first, to tell you. And we're just so grateful, whether you were here live this last 2 days, or you were here with us on a replay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again next month.
And in November, and we're bringing it local to Virginia and I, just outside of the Toronto area. So if you were watching, or you want to have a speaking spot, or a healer or a coach, someone who's doing great things for people, then reach out to us. You can email us, info@healingsoulschool.com. And our website also has, some things there that you can go. You can check out our story and our bios. You can check out the programs we're offering. And there is a book there for how to start healing yourself. And I wrote it from my own experience of healing childhood trauma and dissociation that I'm still healing now of, ping, like the dopamine hits, or squirrel, my brain and all of that. And so that's how that book was written. It was really like how to start healing yourself and to unhook from that emotional suffering.